Lying, Peter, and I can prove it." The words didn't echo in the quiet Manhattan auditorium. They detonated. The tension was so thick, even the cameramen holding their breath didn't realize they were still rolling. Peter Thiel didn't blink. He just smiled. That smile that had unnerved a generation of tech founders, senators, and billionaires alike. But this time, he wasn't at a private retreat in Sun Valley. He wasn't seated before friendly investors or compliant journalists. This was a live-streamed town hall with Zohran Mamdani. And Zohran wasn't here to play nice. What was supposed to be a sanitized public conversation about tech and democracy had turned into a full-blown exposé. And the documents Zohran had just pulled out, right there on stage, weren't printed headlines. They were receipts. How did we get to this moment? What did Peter Thiel do that rattled the calm confidence of a New York assemblyman? And how did Zohran Mamdani, a relatively obscure socialist politician, find himself in a verbal chess match with one of Silicon Valley's most feared billionaires? Let's rewind. The venue was the Glass House, a sleek, high-ceilinged event space in Manhattan that usually hosted tech product launches and art fairs. But tonight, it was the stage for a different kind of unveiling. Ostensibly, the event was billed as a civic dialogue sponsored by a tech lobbying firm. On the left of the stage, Zohran Mamdani, son of Ugandan Indian immigrants, tenant organizer, and DSA member. On the right, Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal, early Facebook investor, and known political puppet master. The audience? A curated mix of NYU students, journalists, finance bros, and activists. Livestream viewers? Over 150,000, and climbing. Zohran had been invited under the pretense of a civil philosophical discussion, but he had arrived with a folder marked Confidential, Fiscal Year 2023. And as he sat calmly across from Thiel, he knew exactly when to open it. For the first 20 minutes, the dialogue remained cordial. Zohran asked sharp but fair questions about surveillance capitalism and monopolies. Thiel parried with his usual cryptic brilliance, mixing libertarian philosophy with chilling pragmatism. The crowd chuckled, clapped, and leaned in. Then Zohran changed everything with one question. Can you explain why a company you partially fund received $18.4 million in public contracts to develop predictive policing algorithms for NYPD without any public disclosure? The auditorium froze. Peter's smile thinned. He replied coolly, I don't involve myself in every venture's day-to-day. That's not how capitalism, or innovation, works. That's when Zohran slowly opened the folder. Inside were emails, signed contract memos, and financial trail maps. Clear evidence that Thiel had not only been briefed, but had personally greenlit the project, while simultaneously funding political PACs to support NYPD budget increases. The documents weren't just damning, they were precise. This wasn't a debate anymore. It was a confrontation. You funneled public money into private surveillance tools, Zohran said, his voice clear and grounded. And you did it while telling Americans that big government was the enemy. But it turns out you've been selling them both ends of the lie. Thiel, who had made a career of dismantling opponents with a smirk and a single sentence, said nothing. In that moment, the audience realized something rare was happening. A man backed by working-class organizers, not hedge funds, was unraveling one of America's most quietly powerful oligarchs, live, on tape. And that's why this story matters. Because this wasn't about tech policy anymore. It was about truth, power, hypocrisy, and what one man was willing to risk to tear off the mask. If you think more people should know what's really going on behind innovation, drop a comment with your thoughts. And hey, if you're feeling bold, hit that subscribe button. Let's keep voices like Zohran's in the spotlight. Peter Thiel's silence didn't last long. After what felt like a cinematic pause, he leaned forward slightly, fingers laced, eyes locked on Zohran Mamdani, not with fury, but with calculation. That folder, Teal began, voice low and measured. "Contains documents taken out of context. You're smart, Zohran, but you're not as clever as you think." The crowd's reaction split like a cracked pane of glass. Some gasped, others whispered, but everyone kept watching. Livestream viewership passed 200,000. Twitter was melting. Zohran didn't flinch. "Peter, if the context you're referring to is private enrichment through public deception, then sure, maybe I missed a footnote." There was no moderator anymore. The dialogue had shed its formalities like dead skin. What remained were two opposing realities, one built on wealth, the other on accountability, and they were colliding. Zohran continued, placing another paper on the table between them, a financial transfer sheet from a holding company in the Cayman Islands. Its origin was subtle, but the recipient was unmistakable, a startup called Panoptics AI. Minority stake, Palantir Technologies. Majority funder? A shell company owned by Teal Capital. Panoptics AI had, according to FOIA requests, received a quiet contract to monitor urban behavioral patterns in 2 New York boroughs, Brooklyn and Queens. No public oversight, no city council vote, and no consent from the people whose movements were being tracked. And what Zohran pointed out next was damning. The contract began just 6 weeks after Teal publicly denounced government overreach and called for radical privacy rights. So which was it? Was that speech meant for voters? Zohran asked. Or investors? A few people in the audience laughed, but it was a cold laugh, the kind that came from understanding, finally, that the system wasn't broken. It was designed this way. Teal's face didn't change, but a vein at his temple now pulsed in slow rhythm. "Are you suggesting I'm running a surveillance operation on American citizens?" he asked, tilting his head. "I'm not suggesting," Zohran replied calmly. "I'm confirming." He turned to the audience. "The question isn't whether Peter Thiel profits from surveillance. That's clear. The question is why elected officials have allowed it, why agencies don't speak up, and why billionaires like him get to answer only to shareholders, never to the public." A beat passed, then Thiel laughed. It was soft, unhurried, and oddly sincere. "You're good, Assemblyman," he said. "But the world isn't changed by speeches. It's changed by capital, and I've got more of it than you could ever dream of." That's when Zohran stood. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't point. He just held up a small printed email, this time not from a company, but from a Teal-funded PAC. It detailed plans for disinformation campaigns targeting candidates opposing predictive policing. It even included a budget for online smear content. One of those candidates? Zohran Mamdani. "You funded lies to silence people like me," he said. "And then you funded machines to watch the people I represent." Silence fell again, but it was different now. The audience wasn't stunned. They were furious. The air shifted from awe to heat. People murmured not in confusion, but in solidarity. A woman near the front whispered, "He actually came prepared." And he had, because this wasn't improv. Zohran had spent months collecting every scrap, every name, every memo. He had worked with whistleblowers, civil rights groups, and data transparency watchdogs. He hadn't come for a polite exchange. He had come for accountability. Peter Thiel had underestimated him, and so had everyone else. But this story isn't just about a billionaire and a socialist crossing swords on stage. It's about the line that separates democracy from control, and what happens when someone dares to call it out in public. What do you think? Is Zohran exposing something bigger or poking the wrong giant? Let us know in the comments. And if you believe power should answer to people, not the other way around, don't forget to subscribe. Outside the glass house, the city roared like usual. Cars, sirens, street vendors shouting over horns. But inside, it was a still frame. Something had shifted after Zohran Mamdani laid out that final piece. The email. It wasn't just that Peter Thiel had been caught funding surveillance tech or influencing policy, it was that he'd tried to erase his critics before they could speak. And now one of those critics was standing across from him, live, undeniable, and armed with truth. Thiel didn't reach for denial anymore. He reached for distraction. "You act like you're fighting me," he said slowly, "but you're really fighting the future." That was his pivot. He began speaking to the crowd, not Zohran, about data efficiency, urban safety, and algorithmic logic. He painted a picture of a future where crime is preempted, where cities think before humans act. And then came the killer line: "Democracy needs discipline. You don't put the inmates in charge of the asylum." Some in the crowd gasped, others booed. Zohran didn't respond immediately. He just stared at Thiel, eyes narrowed, not with anger but with deep, heavy disappointment. "That's what it comes down to for you, huh?" he finally said. "You see the people as inmates, and yourself as the warden." He reached into his folder again, not for documents this time, but for a printed tweet. It was from an anonymous account, the kind used to sow distrust. It accused Zohran of being funded by foreign interests and called him a threat to national security. The tweet had been boosted by bots and shared over 30,000 times in a single day. The metadata, as he explained, led to one of TL's marketing subsidiaries. "I want everyone watching to understand what just happened," Zohran said, turning slightly toward the crowd and the live stream. "A billionaire told you that safety means obedience, that innovation means surveillance, and that democracy means discipline." He took a breath. What he didn't say, but what his bots, his contracts, and his dollars scream, is that dissent is dangerous. Thiel didn't interrupt. He didn't need to. His message had been delivered, but so had Zohran's. This wasn't about two men. It was about two realities. In one, power consolidates behind glass walls, cloaked in futuristic language, fueled by profit. In the other, truth is fragmented, underfunded, human, and still shows up anyway. And yet, even amid that high-voltage exchange, the real battle had just begun. Because while the live stream surged toward 500,000 viewers, something strange began happening in the building's network systems. Cameras started flickering. Live streams began freezing, restarting, glitching. On YouTube, comments disappeared. On X, trending hashtags tied to Zohran versus Thiel vanished mid-trend. It was as if the internet itself was being scrubbed. A technician backstage shouted something. "Feeds are dropping, but only from this venue." Zohran looked up. "Are you doing this?" he asked. Thiel didn't confirm. He just gave a look, one of those smug, terrifying expressions that said, "I don't have to admit anything. You already know." Someone from the audience stood up. Then another, a young woman, called out, "I've got a local recording. He's not going to disappear this." Others followed. Dozens of phones held high, filming. The tech empire could kill a feed, but it couldn't kill the truth if enough people chose to carry it forward. That moment, so small, so human, was the spark. Not the email, not the contracts, but the decision of ordinary people to document what those in power wanted, erased. And Zohran saw it. He wasn't alone. He stepped forward and said, "If Peter Thiel wants to glitch the live stream, let him. Because we're not just here to expose corruption. We're here to prove that the world can't be edited when we all hit record." A standing ovation followed. Not staged, not planned, not partisan, just raw, defiant applause. But the night wasn't over. Because as Zohran walked off stage, someone handed him an envelope. No name, no logo, just one word on the front: redacted. Inside were 3 pages of a classified NYPD vendor memo. On the last page, one line was circled in red ink: Emergency approval granted via direct contact with federal intermediary, PT. Peter Thiel had not just funded the program. He had federally authorized it by bypassing local oversight. This wasn't a scandal anymore. It was a cover-up. If you're still reading, this isn't just a story. It's a warning. So comment what you would have done if you were in Zohran's place. And if you believe sunlight still matters, tap subscribe. Let's bring light to every corner. The pages in Zohran's hands felt heavier than paper. The red circled memo, sealed by a faceless federal intermediary and stamped with Peter Thiel's initials, was no longer just evidence. It was confirmation. Confirmation that Thiel hadn't just invested in surveillance. He had bent the rules of democracy itself, circumvented oversight, quietly embedded authoritarian tools inside a city that never asked for them. And now, it was all about to go public. But even as Zohran walked down the corridor behind the stage, cameras flashing, staff rushing, the crowd outside chanting his name, he knew what this meant. The stakes had changed. This was no longer a fight between ideals. This was war, and the battlefield was information. Back in the glass house's private briefing room, Zohran sat alone at a steel table. The memo lay flat in front of him, beside the earlier documents, tweets, and email chains. He was trying to piece together the final narrative. Who signed off? Who knew? And most of all, how far did it go? Then the door creaked open. Not a journalist, not a staffer. It was Peter Thiel. No cameras, no live stream, just two men, and the truth between them. You could have had a future, Thiel said flatly. Real power. I would have backed you. Zohran stared at him. You mean bought me? Peter didn't deny it. Everyone gets bought eventually. Some just take longer. There was a pause. Deep. Quiet. I'm not here to threaten you, Thiel continued. That memo you're holding, it'll be dismissed as fake, or leaked too early, or framed as a partisan stunt. That's how this works. Zohran didn't respond. He was watching the man, not his words. But, Thiel said, stepping closer, if you leak that document tonight, I'll make sure you lose your seat next year. The donors you think care about principle? They'll run. The media? They'll move on in 3 days. And the people? They'll scroll past your story by morning. Another pause. You don't win by being right, Zohran. You win by controlling the story. Silence. And then slowly, Zohran slid the memo back into the folder. But instead of tucking it away, he reached into his bag and pulled out a small external hard drive. This, he said, is every document, every name, every financial transfer, and every classified memo connected to your surveillance network in New York. He placed it on the table between them. I've already sent 3 encrypted backups. 1 to a journalist at The Intercept, 1 to a data transparency org in Berlin, and 1 to a group you defunded last year. Remember the Digital Civil Front? Now Thiel paused. Even if I'm gone tomorrow, Zohran continued, the story will outlive both of us. Thiel smirked, but it was thinner now, brittle. You really think the public cares? He said. They don't read. They scroll. They click. They forget. That's true, Zohran said softly. Unless they're the ones being watched. Then they remember everything. At that moment, a knock came at the door. A producer. We're going back live. CNN, MSNBC, The Guardian, they all want post-debate interviews. Are you ready? Zohran stood. I've been ready. The final moments played out like something from a courtroom drama. Zohran returned to the stage, not for a debate, but to deliver a statement. No theatrics, just clarity. He laid out the timeline, the surveillance contracts, the campaign money trails, the memo, the foreign shell accounts. the media manipulation, and finally, the name. Peter Andreas Thiel. The audience stood before he even finished the sentence. For the first time, Thiel didn't speak. The feed stayed online. Journalists live tweeted in real time. Clips exploded across TikTok, Instagram, Reddit. That same night, the New York Attorney General's office issued a statement of inquiry. The story was no longer a scandal. It was a reckoning. In the following weeks, investigations began. City council hearings reopened. Activist groups called for bans on privately developed surveillance tools. And Zohran? He became more than a local legislator. He became a symbol for dissent, for integrity, for resistance against the quiet machinery of unchecked power. The story would not die, because this time, the people had hit record. If this shook you, even a little, leave a comment. Your voice helps stories like this stay alive. And if you're tired of billionaires writing the rules, hit subscribe. We still get to choose who we listen to. Let's start here. No, that's a lie, Robert, and you know it. The entire auditorium froze. Cameras zoomed in, microphones tilted forward. It wasn't just a heated exchange, it was a political earthquake. Zohran Mamdani, calm yet burning with conviction, had just accused Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a presidential candidate, of knowingly spreading falsehoods about voter suppression in New York. The silence that followed was louder than any applause. The tension in the room? Unbearable. But how did we get here? What truth was Zohran defending so fiercely that he was willing to risk his entire career? What lie did RFK Jr. tell that pushed a mild-mannered assemblyman into the eye of a national media storm? Let's rewind. It began, as these things often do, with a camera and a careless sentence. RFK Jr. had appeared on a national podcast in early March, where, in his usual gravely voice and conspiratorial tone, he claimed that the Democratic Socialists in New York have been deliberately blocking voter access to favor their own candidates. He didn't name Zohran Mamdani directly, but he didn't have to. The damage was done. Screenshots spread. Memes exploded. Hashtags like #MamdaniGate and #ballot blocker started trending. At first, Zohran stayed quiet. He'd faced slander before. Being one of the few Muslim socialists in public office meant navigating a daily storm of racism, suspicion, and smear campaigns. But this was different. Because RFK Jr. wasn't just another right-wing grifter shouting into the void. He was family royalty, a Kennedy, someone the media still treated with unearned reverence. And worst of all, people were believing him. Emails flooded Zohran's office. Accusations, threats, questions. Local news picked it up. Was Mamdani involved in some secret plan to rig the Queen's primaries? Was his campaign linked to a shady nonprofit that misplaced ballots? Every baseless accusation pushed him deeper into a fabricated scandal. But the damage wasn't just reputational. It was human. Voters were starting to stay home. Communities he had spent years organizing began questioning if they'd been lied to. That's when Zohran decided silence wasn't an option. He didn't go on a podcast. He didn't release a carefully worded statement. No, he booked a seat at the exact town hall RFK Jr. was planning in Brooklyn, a sleek, tightly managed, free speech event with over 200 media outlets in attendance. The Kennedy team didn't know he was coming, and when the moment came, after 45 minutes of half-truths and veiled digs, Zohran stood up. No microphone, no script, just fire in his chest and clarity in his voice. "No! That's a lie, Robert, and you know it!" Gasps, shuffles, a brief flicker of panic in RFK Jr.'s eyes. The moderators tried to wave Zohran down, but the crowd was locked in. You don't get to walk into our city, lie about our communities, and then hide behind your last name, Zohran continued, voice rising but never shaking. I've knocked on more doors in Queens than you've walked past in your life. Don't confuse our silence for shame. That's when everything changed. In the next few hours, clips of the confrontation went viral. Millions watched. Some labeled Zohran a disruptor, others a hero, but no one could ignore him anymore. What followed next took the entire political establishment by surprise. Enjoying the story? Let me know what you think in the comments. It helps more than you know. And if you're not already, subscribing is the best way to not miss what happens next. Overnight, the video of Zohran's confrontation clocked over 6 million views. Headlines couldn't keep up. Bronx Assemblyman shames RFK Jr. on live stage, read one. David vs. Kennedy, said another. But as the public watched in awe, behind closed doors, the Kennedy campaign went into crisis mode. They couldn't afford to let this moment define the narrative, not when RFK Jr. was trying to pitch himself as a truth-teller. So they did what powerful people always do when challenged by someone without a billion-dollar surname. They mobilized quietly and ruthlessly. Within 48 hours, Zohran's Wikipedia page was edited anonymously to include accusations of election interference. A misleading video was published on a fringe but well-funded channel, splicing Zohran's quotes to make him appear angry, unstable. Bots flooded his mentions. Op-eds appeared overnight in moderate outlets, questioning if democratic socialism had gone too far. And then came the leak. A supposedly internal memo surfaced, accusing Zohran of having coordinated with out-of-state donors to influence local outcomes. The memo was false, completely manufactured, but it didn't matter. The media ran with it anyway. RFK Jr. himself, when asked about it in a later interview, gave a coy smile and said, "I won't comment on leaked documents, but I think it raises some very important questions." That smile lit a fire under Zohran that even his closest allies hadn't seen before. He called an emergency community meeting at an old church basement in Jackson Heights. There was no press, no handlers, no polished backdrop, just folding chairs, chai, and neighbors. "I'm not going to let a Kennedy rewrite my story," he said, standing in front of a whiteboard full of voter data and fact sheets. "If they want to play this game, let's show them how the people fight back." He didn't hire a crisis PR firm. He didn't sue for defamation. Instead, he started filming. Zohran and a small team of volunteers launched a YouTube series titled The Truth from Queens. Raw handheld videos, no filters. Just Zohran walking through apartment buildings, bodegas, subway platforms, telling his story and letting residents speak for themselves. No fancy graphics, no background music, just reality. And something incredible happened. People listened. Subscribers skyrocketed. Comments poured in from across the country. "I didn't know who you were before, but now I'm following every word." Teachers in Iowa, union organizers in Ohio, even a Kennedy voter in Massachusetts who wrote, "I never thought I'd say this, but you're right." But RFK Jr. wasn't done. In mid-April, he made the ultimate gamble. He invited Zohran to a televised debate. Live, national stage, one-on-one. Everyone expected Zohran to decline. He wasn't a polished debater. He didn't have handlers feeding him talking points through earpieces. And worst of all, the moderator was a longtime Kennedy ally. But to everyone's surprise, Zohran said yes. And this time, he didn't just want to defend himself. He wanted to expose everything. If you've ever seen a politician stand up and say exactly what you've been thinking for years, drop a like. It shows YouTube to share it with more people like you. The stage was a political battlefield. 2 chairs, 2 microphones, 1 moderator, and millions watching from home, unsure of what was about to unfold. Zohran Mamdani, dressed simply in a charcoal blazer with no flashy lapel pin, walked onto the stage with calm confidence. Across from him sat Robert F. Kennedy Jr., visibly more rehearsed, with his team watching nervously from the wings. The opening questions were standard: policies, data, voter turnout. But it wasn't until the moderator asked about the leaked memo that everything shifted. RFK Jr. leaned forward and said, "I'm not saying Assemblyman Mamdani did anything illegal. I'm just asking why there's no transparency when it comes to funding in certain democratic socialist campaigns. Don't the people deserve honesty?" That's when Zohran did something no one expected. He didn't defend himself. He didn't go on a rant. Instead, he took a breath, looked directly into the camera, and said, "Let's talk about honesty, Robert. You want to talk transparency? I'll show you mine, right now." From his jacket pocket, Zohran pulled out a folded sheet of paper, a printout of every donor who had contributed to his campaign. Public information. He placed it on the table. Every dollar, every name, every zip code: Queens, Bronx, Brooklyn. Now you show yours. RFK Jr. blinked. He hadn't expected a counterattack, especially not one so simple and so powerful. "And while we're at it," Zohran continued, now turning toward the audience, "let's talk about the quiet part you say out loud. Because this isn't about money. It's not even about ballots. This is about fear. Fear of communities like mine having power. Fear of working-class immigrants organizing on their own terms, outside your dynasty's shadow." The room went silent again. The moderator stumbled, trying to pivot to a lighter topic, but the moment had landed. Social media lit up. "Show Was Yours" began trending. Even late-night hosts, usually cautious, began making jokes about RFK Jr., hiding behind vague allegations, while Zohran walked in like it was a PTA meeting and flipped the table. The next day, polls showed something almost unheard of. Zohran Mamdani, a state assemblyman, now had national name recognition and a higher favorability rating than Kennedy among voters under 35. But the backlash was swift. A PAC with Kennedy ties launched attack ads accusing Zohran of radical extremism. One ad even darkened his skin tone, using the oldest, dirtiest playbook in American politics. And in a private speech caught on a hot mic, an RFK Jr. aide said, "If we don't destroy this guy now, he'll be a problem for decades." They weren't wrong, because Zohran didn't retreat. He doubled down. The very next day, he hosted a teach-in at a Queens library, not just about the scandal, but about how power really works. He laid out campaign finance flows, the mechanics of voter suppression, and how disinformation travels faster than truth. "Let's be real," he told the room, packed wall to wall with students, elders, and delivery drivers still in uniform. "They don't hate me because I lied. They hate me because I told the truth and made it too simple to ignore." That line went everywhere: TikTok, Instagram, even LinkedIn. And RFK Jr.? His campaign scrambled to regain footing. But Zohran wasn't playing defense anymore. He was building something larger than himself. A movement. This wasn't just a fight between two politicians anymore. This was about who gets to define truth in America. If you've made it this far, you're part of the story too. Drop a comment. What would you have asked RFK Jr. if you were sitting across from him? 2 weeks later, it wasn't Zohran who stood on another stage. It was a woman named Farzana Malik. She was a single mother from Elmhurst, Queens. Hijab wrapped neatly around her head, voice trembling. She held a microphone in front of hundreds gathered in a high school gymnasium and said, "I never cared about politics. I work 2 jobs. I take care of my father. I don't have time to care. But when they went after Zohran, they went after someone who knocked on my door, looked me in the eye, and said, 'You matter.'" Applause. Long. Raw. That night, the event wasn't organized by a political party. It was a spontaneous gathering called by neighbors, students, baristas, janitors, and undocumented workers. They weren't there because of strategy. They were there because someone had finally stood up and said what they couldn't say for years. Meanwhile, RFK Jr.'s campaign had begun to rot from the inside. Leaked emails showed infighting over whether attacking Zohran had backfired. Donors were pulling out. Young volunteers began quitting. On one viral Zoom call, a staffer was recorded saying, "He's not our enemy. He's just honest, and we don't know how to fight that." But the final blow didn't come from a speech or a video. It came from a ballot box. A local special election in Queens, previously considered a sleepy affair, saw record turnout. Zohran, despite not even being on the ballot, had endorsed a former public school teacher, Maria Calderon, who shared his values. The Kennedy-backed candidate lost by 19 points. That night, RFK Jr. went live on national television to try and regain ground. He spoke of unity, of forgiveness, of getting back to real issues. And once again, he tried to reframe the past weeks. "I don't believe Zohran Mamdani is a bad man," he said carefully, eyes locked on the camera. "I just think we need to ask harder questions of all our leaders, even when they're from our own party." But the people had already answered. Zohran didn't respond with another confrontation. He didn't need to. Instead, he posted a single photo on Instagram. It showed him sitting on a stoop, surrounded by volunteers from all walks of life. Some in hoodies, some in hijabs, some holding clipboards, all smiling. The caption? "You can lie about a man, you can distort a movement, but you can't silence a community." It became the most shared political post in New York that year. From that moment on, Zohran wasn't just an assemblyman. He was a symbol, not of perfection, but of courage. The courage to face power without flinching. The courage to stay honest when the smart move would have been to stay quiet. And maybe most importantly, the courage to listen when others are too busy talking. So when people say, "What did Zohran Mamdani do?" they think it's about RFK Jr. But the truth? It was never about Kennedy. It was about all of us finally realizing we don't need permission to speak the truth. If this story moved you even a little, tap the like button and share it with someone who still believes honesty matters. And if you believe more people need to hear voices like Zohran's, subscribe. It's free, and it means the world. No one gets to define my humanity for me. Zohran Mamdani's voice cut through the silence like a lightning bolt, standing defiantly at the edge of a narrow wooden stage inside Columbia University's packed Hamilton Hall. The audience froze. Phones trembled in midair. Riley Gaines, standing just 10 feet away, stared at him in disbelief, her expression caught between fury and shock. How did it get here? How did a simple campus panel turn into a national scandal, a media firestorm, and a moral crossroads? Why did Riley Gaines, a former swimmer turned conservative speaker, call out Mamdani for destroying women's sports? Why did she accuse him, an elected official, an immigrant, and a Muslim New Yorker, of being part of what she called a biological lie? And more importantly, why did Zohran Mamdani refuse to walk off that stage? It all began with a forum titled Truth and Fairness in Athletics, an event hosted by the university's Politics and Ethics Club. The idea was straightforward: gather voices from across the spectrum to debate inclusion, fairness, and biology in sports. But from the moment Riley Gaines walked in wearing a USA flag pin and a fixed smile, and Zohran Mamdani entered quietly with a folder under his arm, everyone in the room knew this was not going to be a polite exchange. The moderator barely got through the opening question when Gaines went off script. "With all due respect," she said, "what you're advocating for is not inclusion. It's erasure. You're erasing women like me from competition, from records, from spaces where we've fought to exist." Polite murmurs rippled through the crowd. Mamdani didn't interrupt. He just waited. Gaines continued, "You say trans women are women, but when they step into a race next to me, they're not running against a woman. They're running against a man. You may have political power, assemblymen, but you don't have the power to change reality. That's when Mamdani finally leaned forward. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't mock her. He simply said, "What you call reality is a comfort you inherited. What I advocate for is justice, and justice never comes without discomfort." Gasps, a few cheers, but Gaines wouldn't let up. "You say discomfort. I say delusion," she snapped. "Your version of justice puts men in women's locker rooms. Your politics aren't brave. They're cowardly. You're too scared to tell the truth." And then, like thunder cracking the air, Mamdani stood. "No one gets to define my humanity for me. Not a swimmer, not a senator, and certainly not someone who refuses to recognize the existence of people she shares a nation with." That line would be quoted across news networks, tweeted by celebrities, and printed in op-eds for weeks. But in that moment, it wasn't about headlines. It was about a man who refused to be erased. The room erupted, half applause, half protest. Security moved toward the stage. A student shouted, "Shame on you!" at Gaines. Another yelled, "Sit down, Zohran!" But he didn't. Gaines tried to speak again, but the moderator, sweating, shaking, stepped in. "Let's, take a breath. Assemblyman Mamdani, would you like to clarify your position?" He took a moment. Then he looked at Gaines and said, "My position is simple. Trans lives are not a threat to women. Hatred disguised as science is. And I won't apologize for saying that out loud." At that point, it wasn't a debate anymore. It was a stand. Reporters outside began texting their editors. Student protesters flooded the hallway, some chanting Riley's name, others Zohran's. Meanwhile, inside the room, the moderator looked like he wanted to vanish into the floor. And yet, neither Zohran Mamdani nor Riley Gaines walked away. Because this wasn't just about sports anymore. It was about identity. It was about what it means to share a country and a future with people you might never understand. What happened in that room would echo for days. Headlines would scream, "Clash on campus," and "Zohran versus Riley, who's telling the truth?" Twitter would spin itself into a storm of opinions and outrage. But for now, in this charged silence that followed Mamdani's words, no one knew what would happen next. What happens when the truth is inconvenient? What happens when one person's identity feels like a threat to another's? And what happens when the only way forward is through fire? Stick around. And if this already has you thinking, let me know in the comments. I read them all. And if you want more real talk like this, subscribing makes sure you don't miss a thing. The next morning, Hamilton Hall was surrounded by press vans, student organizers, and two unmarked NYPD cruisers parked just far enough to seem casual. But no one was fooled. What had happened inside that lecture hall wasn't just a moment. It had become a symbol. And symbols don't die quietly. Zohran Mamdani walked back onto campus wearing the same gray blazer from the night before. He hadn't slept much. His phone was a brick of missed calls and media requests, but he ignored them all. He wasn't there to defend a soundbite. He was there because the university had called an emergency follow-up panel, this time closed to the public. But Riley Gaines was already there, seated at the same table, arms crossed, flanked by two advisors from a conservative nonprofit that had flown in overnight. She didn't look shaken. She looked ready. A legal advisor approached Zohran. "She's threatening to sue the university," he said quietly, claiming they created a hostile environment. Zohran didn't flinch. "Did she mention that I got 3 death threats overnight?" he asked. The advisor hesitated. "We're trying to de-escalate." He nodded. "So am I." Inside the room, university officials looked exhausted. The president, Dr. Marilyn Cass, sat at the center, eyes bloodshot. "We're not here to relitigate last night," she began. "We're here because students are afraid. The campus is fractured, and our reputations are on the line." Gaines jumped in immediately. What about my safety? What about the women here who feel violated by policies that force them to share spaces with biological men? Zohran didn't look at her. No one is forcing anything, he said calmly. But if your definition of safety means erasing someone else's existence, then it's not safety, it's supremacy. Gaines turned to him sharply. Supremacy? I spoke up for fairness, not supremacy. You spoke up for a version of fairness that excludes, that always ends in supremacy. A long silence followed. One of the student reps, a nervous sophomore named Lena, raised her hand. I just don't understand why this exploded. It was supposed to be a discussion. Zohran leaned forward. Because there's no neutral ground when someone's existence is debated. You can't both sides someone's right to be. Dr. Cass held up her hand. Enough philosophy. Let's talk action. What are you proposing, Assemblyman Mamdani? He took a deep breath. I want the university to establish a formal policy protecting trans students from discriminatory speech in school-sponsored events. Gaines scoffed. So now words are violence? Some words are, he said, especially when they come wrapped in science and used to erase. Her voice raised. Then tell me, Zohran, do you think I'm a bigot? He looked at her, finally meeting her eyes. I think you're terrified of a world you can't control. And when people are afraid, they look for scapegoats. And that, Riley, is the most dangerous kind of cowardice. The room shifted. Even Dr. Cass blinked at the weight of the words. The meeting was adjourned without resolution. But something had shifted. Outside, a group of students waited. Some held signs. Protect trans lives. Truth is not a weapon. One held a poster with Mamdani's quote from the night before, written in black ink. No one gets to define my humanity for me. Later that evening, Zohran sat alone on a bench near the campus library, watching the city swallow the last of the sunset. A woman approached him, mid-40s, quiet presence, cautious eyes. Assemblyman Mamdani? He stood instinctively. Yes? She smiled, almost sadly. My son is trans. He saw your speech online. He cried. He said it's the first time someone in power said what he's been trying to say his whole life. Zohran didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. You didn't just speak for him, she continued. You made him feel real. And with that, she walked away. Back in his apartment later, Zohran scrolled through the chaos. Tucker Carlson had already featured the debate on his show. There was a photo of Mamdani mid-speech, mouth open, hand raised, a screenshot now turned into a meme by both the left and the right. But below it all, buried in the threads of noise and outrage, were the real messages, the quiet DMs, the thank yous from trans students across the country, the photos of parents hugging their kids, the drawings, the letters. One said simply, I want to be brave like you. Sometimes a scandal isn't a failure. Sometimes it's a mirror. And when you finally see your reflection, unfiltered and raw, the only question left is, do you look away? Or do you stare into it and finally speak? If you're still here, I want to know what you think. Comment below. Seriously. Speak your truth. And if this matters to you, subscribing is how we keep stories like this alive. By Friday, everything had exploded. Cable news anchors debated Zohran Mamdani's name like it was an ideology. Who does this assemblyman think he is? One host spat. Lecturing a female athlete on biology? Hashtags like #Mamdani, meltdown, and #ProtectWomenInSports were trending. Right-wing commentators called for his resignation. Death threats escalated from anonymous DMs to voicemails on his district office line. But Zohran didn't retreat. Instead, he returned to Columbia. Again. This time, not to debate, not to explain, but to listen. A group of LGBTQ+ students had organized a teach-in inside a quiet seminar room tucked behind the law library. They didn't want press. They didn't want speeches. They wanted space. And Zohran, despite the cameras outside waiting for another viral moment, chose that room over the spotlight. He sat in a circle of 15 students, all of them raw with anxiety and defiance. One spoke through tears, describing being misgendered in class. Another talked about being too afraid to go home for winter break. No one recorded anything. No one shouted. When it was his turn to speak, Zohran kept it simple. I'm not here to be your hero. I'm just here to say you deserve more than survival. But outside that calm, a storm brewed. Riley Gaines had scheduled a press conference in front of the main gates. Microphones lined up. A Fox News van idled nearby. She stood at the podium, confident, a printed stack of tweets in one hand. I was invited here in good faith, she said, and I was ambushed by a radical activist who wants to destroy women's sports. I will not be silenced by fringe ideologues. I will not apologize for telling the truth. She accused Mamdani of inciting harassment, of weaponizing identity politics, of using a public university to promote an agenda that erases women. When reporters asked her if she stood by calling trans women biological males, she didn't blink. I stand by science, she said, and I will not be bullied into pretending otherwise. The next day, she filed a formal complaint against Zohran with the New York State Assembly Ethics Committee, alleging defamation and intimidation. That night, Mamdani received an email from the committee asking for a written response. He stared at the screen for a long time. Then he opened a blank document. His first line, "There comes a point when silence becomes betrayal, not just of others, but of yourself." He didn't defend himself. He defended the students, the ones who came up to him with shaking voices, the ones who messaged him saying, "You made me feel like I wasn't alone." He submitted his response and turned off his phone. But the attacks didn't stop. Protesters showed up outside his district office. Conservative pundits posted photoshopped images of him in woke warrior armor. A state senator called him a disgrace to the assembly. Yet something else happened, too. Donations to LGBTQ+ youth shelters in New York tripled that week, with many notes saying, "In honor of Zohran." A group of parents in Queens organized a thank you rally. They didn't chant. They didn't yell. They simply held signs with their children's names and the words, "You spoke for my kid." Even inside Columbia, where fear still lingered, professors began to speak out. One anthropology lecturer wrote an open letter in the student newspaper titled, "The Courage to Stay." It read, in part, "I have never seen an elected official refuse to walk away from a fight so easy to abandon. In a time when most politicians hide behind strategy, Zohran Mamdani chose something far more radical: presence." Meanwhile, Zohran walked the streets of Astoria quietly, ducking into small shops, nodding to neighbors, sitting on stoops. Some recognized him and offered a thumbs up. Others looked away. But he never stopped walking. At a bakery on Steinway Street, an older man behind the counter asked, "You're the guy from TV, yeah?" Zohran nodded cautiously. The man leaned in. "My granddaughter's in high school. She came out this year. Said she wanted to be like you. Brave. Thank you." And then, without another word, he handed Zohran a coffee, on the house. It was in those moments, small, fleeting, honest, that he found clarity. Not from the headlines, not from the speeches, but from the quiet acknowledgments of people who had been told their entire lives to stay quiet, stay invisible, stay grateful. He knew the backlash wasn't over. In fact, it was just beginning. But he also knew this. Courage is not loud. It is not perfect. It is not without cost. It's just consistent. And sometimes, consistency is the bravest thing a person can offer. If this story is making you feel something, anger, hope, questions, leave a comment. Let's talk about it. And if stories like this matter to you, hit subscribe. That's how we keep the conversation going. The hearing was closed to the public. No cameras, no reporters. Just 12 members of the New York State Assembly Ethics Committee seated around a rectangular table in a quiet room in Albany, folders in front of them, faces unreadable. Zohran Mamdani walked in alone. He wore no tie, just a crisp shirt, a navy suit, and a look that was neither defensive nor afraid, just calm. He didn't bring a lawyer. He didn't need one, because what he was about to say, he believed completely. Assemblyman Mamdani, the chairwoman began, you're here today in response to allegations made by Ms. Riley Gaines following an event at Columbia University. She claims you verbally defamed her, incited harassment, and violated codes of conduct for elected officials. Do you understand these claims? I do, Zohran said. Do you wish to respond? He took a breath and stood. I want to be very clear. I did not attack Ms. Gaines. I did not incite violence. What I did, on that stage, and in every word since, was defend the right of people to exist without being debated like abstractions. He paused. We can disagree about policy. That's democracy. But what happened at Columbia was not disagreement. It was an attempt to use institutional credibility to strip human beings of dignity, and I won't apologize for opposing that. A few committee members shifted in their seats. He continued. I was elected not to represent comfort, but people. All people, including the ones this country has made invisible. If that makes me controversial, so be it. If that costs me re-election, so be it. But I will not betray the trust of those who finally felt seen, just because it became inconvenient for others. The room was quiet. The chairwoman nodded once. Thank you, Assemblyman. That will be all. As he stepped outside, sunlight hit his face. For the first time in days, the air didn't feel so heavy. That afternoon, the committee released its findings. No violation, no misconduct, no censure. Within minutes, #Zohran cleared began trending. But that wasn't the real victory. The real shift came 2 days later, back at Columbia, where the same students who had once looked down when passing reporters now stood in front of Hamilton Hall and hosted their own panel. Beyond the binary, speaking for ourselves. They didn't invite pundits. They didn't invite politicians. They invited each other. And when Zohran arrived, he stood in the back row, silent, proud, invisible by choice. A student named Amir took the stage, thin voice, nervous hands. When I saw Zohran speak, Amir said, it wasn't about agreeing with every word. It was about realizing that maybe, just maybe, someone up there sees me as more than a debate topic, that maybe my life doesn't have to be an apology. Applause rose, soft at first, then strong. Outside, a reporter tried to ask Zohran for a statement. He smiled, shook his head. Not tonight, he said. It's not my stage. But he wasn't done. That week, Zohran introduced a new bill in the Assembly, the Dignity in Public Discourse Act, aimed at protecting LGBTQ+ individuals from targeted harassment at public forums held by state-funded institutions. It didn't restrict speech. It demanded accountability. It demanded presence. It demanded decency. The bill was mocked by right-wing lawmakers. One called it the woke sensitivity law. But in the first 48 hours, over 30,000 constituents signed a petition supporting it. Hundreds of letters poured in from high school GSAs, college students, parents, even teachers. And then, something unexpected happened. Riley Gaines tweeted, "It wasn't an apology, but it wasn't an attack either. We disagree fundamentally, But I don't want Zohran Mamdani hurt. I just want a real debate. Let's both do better. That single tweet didn't undo the harm. It didn't erase what had been said. But it did something rare. It lowered the temperature. Zohran didn't reply. He didn't need to. Because this was never about scoring points. It was about something much harder. Holding the line when it's easier to walk away. And so, when the semester ended and campus quieted again, Zohran Mamdani stood at the same stage where it all began, long after the lights were turned off, looking out at the empty chairs. He whispered to no one in particular, "We're not done." Because heroes don't always arrive with capes. Sometimes they show up with trembling hands, steady hearts, and an unwillingness to leave. If you made it this far, thank you. I mean that. Drop a comment. What would you have done in Zohran's place? And if you believe stories like this matter, subscribe. It keeps the truth in the light.
Did you or did you not authorize the destruction of those emails, Mr. Giuliani? The question hung in the room like a noose. Every eye turned to Giuliani, who shifted in his chair, lips tight, jaw clenched. For a moment, the former mayor's bravado cracked. And in that second, Zohran Mamdani didn't blink. He waited. The silence wasn't empty. It was evidence. How did we get to this point? How did a relatively unknown state assemblyman bring one of America's most notorious political figures to the edge of implosion, in front of cameras, lawyers, aides, and a panel that included some of the most powerful people in Washington? Let's rewind. It began on a rainy Thursday morning inside room 212 of the Rayburn House office building. The hearing was meant to be procedural, almost forgettable. But Zohran had a folder, one he never let out of his sight. Inside were documents that hadn't been public. Not yet. They hadn't even passed through committee review. He hadn't submitted them into evidence. That would come later. For now, it was all about the timing. Giuliani arrived late, no apology, flanked by his legal team and wearing a tie too wide for the current century. He took his seat like a man still convinced the world owed him something. Zohran, in contrast, sat still. No notes, no laptop, no aides whispering in his ear. Just a small yellow legal pad with 6 lines written in sharp black ink. As the hearing began, other representatives postured, asked questions that meant little, offered sound bites for their own re-election campaigns. But Zohran waited. He let them all speak. He watched Giuliani become comfortable, and then, in the third hour, he leaned forward, adjusted his microphone, and calmly asked, "Mr. Giuliani, can you confirm who had administrative access to the shared drive labeled Eagle Source, Jan 6 files in January of 2021? Giuliani scoffed. "I have no idea what you're referring to." Zohran smiled, barely. "You will." What followed was not a debate. It was a demolition. Mamdani didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. One by one, he laid out timestamps, server logs, matching IP addresses, and internal communications from whistleblowers whose names weren't even on the committee's radar yet. The room got quieter with each revelation. Then came the printout, a redacted email chain between Giuliani and 2 individuals with known links to a foreign intelligence firm. The content didn't just suggest wrongdoing, it screamed it. One of the panel members, a Republican from Ohio, leaned in and asked Zohran where the documents came from. "Whistleblower protection prevents me from naming the source," Zohran said. "But I will say this, they came forward because they believe the truth has no party." A few murmurs rippled through the room. Cameras clicked from the back of the chamber. Giuliani's lawyer whispered something in his ear. He didn't nod. He didn't flinch. He looked like a man realizing the walls weren't just closing in, they were built by his own hands. And then Zohran asked the question again, slowly this time. "Did you or did you not authorize the destruction of those emails, Mr. Giuliani?" That's where we are now, with the world watching and the man once called America's mayor cornered, not by theatrics, not by anger, but by cold, precise facts. This isn't about revenge. It's not about partisanship. It's about accountability. And Zohran Mamdani, with nothing more than a voice in the truth, made that clear. If you think more people should see stories like this, consider subscribing or sharing your thoughts in the comments. Rudy Giuliani didn't answer the question. Not directly. Instead, he sipped from the glass of water in front of him and cleared his throat like he was preparing for a monologue. "I've served this country for decades," he said slowly, looking past Zohran at the cameras lining the back of the room. "I've been a U.S. attorney, a mayor, and an advisor to the president. I don't have time to entertain conspiracy theories dreamt up by—" Zohran cut in. "By who, Mr. Giuliani? By public servants? By whistleblowers risking everything while you hide behind memory lapses?" The room froze. Even the stenographer paused, pen hovering above the page. This wasn't grandstanding. Zohran wasn't performing for the media. He didn't need to. Every word he said was backed by something tangible, something waiting in that yellow folder. He opened it now, slowly, deliberately, and pulled out a second set of documents. "These are from an internal audit report conducted on your server 6 months after January 6th. The metadata suggests deletion of critical files by an account ending in RG admin 01. That's not a whistleblower. That's a forensic report." Giuliani's face flushed. "This is outrageous. That report's authenticity was verified by your own IT subcontractor 3 weeks ago. Would you like me to read their sworn statement?" He didn't respond, but the lawyers beside him leaned in urgently, whispering fast and low. Something had shifted. The armor cracked. One of the Republican committee members, previously half distracted by his phone, suddenly asked for a recess. But the chair refused. The mood had changed. Even the silence in the room sounded different. Zohran pressed forward. "Let's talk about the deleted messages exchanged with the individual listed only as JP," he continued. "The messages mentioned direct coordination with outside actors during a constitutional crisis. They were deleted on January 13th, recovered on February 3rd. Your legal team claimed they never existed. So which is it? Were they imaginary or were they a threat?" Giuliani glanced up, nostrils flaring. "This is a smear job." "This is federal record," Zohran said flatly. "It's not my opinion. It's your own digital footprint. And the reason you're sitting here isn't because someone hates you. It's because the truth has a longer memory than you thought." Another file, another silence. The committee staffers were visibly rattled. Phones were buzzing. Somewhere down the hall, a security aide stepped in, just in case. That's when Giuliani made the mistake Zohran had been waiting for. He leaned forward and muttered, "None of this would even matter if your party hadn't stolen the election." A collective gasp swept through the chamber. The chairwoman banged the gavel. "Mr. Giuliani." But Zohran didn't blink. He kept his eyes locked on Giuliani and said quietly, "Thank you." "For what?" Giuliani barked. "For confirming you never left the battlefield. Even when the war was against the truth." There was no smugness, no triumph. Just a young man speaking to an old one who thought power meant immunity. Outside that room, the headlines had already started changing. Giuliani melts down in ethics hearing. Mamdani's evidence stuns panel. The story was no longer about political theater. It was about exposure. And while Giuliani scrambled, grasping at distractions and slogans, Zohran Mamdani sat still, patient, precise, and prepared. It wasn't just about this room. It was about what would come next. If you're following this story closely, drop your thoughts in the comments. It matters more than you think. The room had shifted from formality to fragility. Giuliani was no longer sitting upright. His collar, once stiff and pressed, now sagged under the heat of exposure. One of his lawyers slid a handwritten note to him. He didn't read it. He just stared at the polished oak table in front of him like it held the answers he'd lost. Zohran Mamdani remained still. His posture didn't change. He wasn't chasing a viral moment. He was building a case, one brick at a time. And now he was ready for the cornerstone. "I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit 17, he said, holding up a packet of printed screenshots. The chair gave a slight nod. The staff moved to distribute copies. "These are internal messages from your encrypted messaging app," Zohran said, turning directly to Giuliani. exchanged with a group called Constitution Watchdogs, a name that appears in multiple coordination threads regarding January 6th mobilizations. Giuliani's mouth tightened. Never heard of them. Zohran nodded. That's fine, because at 2:14 p.m. on January 6th, someone using your IP logged into that group chat using a burner number tied to your office's VoIP account. He paused. Would you like me to read the message posted from that account? Giuliani said nothing. Zohran read aloud. Status green, capital breach confirmed. Stay in frame, media loop engaged. Gasps again. Audible now. A woman from the gallery covered her mouth. One of the older committee members closed his binder slowly, as if trying to process what he'd just heard. This message, Zohran continued, was sent less than 3 minutes after Capitol officers were overrun. While Americans feared for their lives, your account sent a message celebrating the breach, as if it were a chess move. Giuliani slammed a palm on the table. You're twisting everything. That message, if it even came from me, was part of a simulation exercise. Zohran leaned in just slightly. That's going to be a very interesting argument when the Department of Justice follows up, because a simulation doesn't usually end with a real flag planted inside a broken chamber door. Someone on the committee mumbled, Jesus, under their breath. Giuliani's lawyers went into panic mode. Papers shuffled, arms waved, but it was too late. The story had escaped the room. Reporters were already threading the timeline. The screenshots, the timestamps, the metadata. All of it was real and undeniable. Then Zohran spoke, softly this time. You didn't just distort truth. You played with it like a weapon, and for a while you got away with it. But the thing about truth is, it doesn't expire. It waits. The room was quiet again, but not in a ceremonial way. It was the kind of silence that lives right before everything crumbles. Giuliani stood up suddenly. This is a witch hunt. That's all this is. The chairwoman warned him to sit. He did, slowly, shoulders lower now. And still, Zohran didn't gloat. He didn't smile. He only said, You built your career claiming to clean up crime. I just never thought it would end with you scrubbing your own tracks. There it was, a sentence that would echo on every news panel that night. Not because it was loud, but because it was true. Truth has a sound, and today it belonged to Zohran Mamdani. If you've made it this far, you're the kind of viewer who sees beyond noise. Subscribe if you want to follow more stories like this, and let me know in the comments. Should public figures ever walk away from this kind of evidence without consequences? The final hour of the hearing wasn't loud. It was unnervingly still. Rudy Giuliani no longer tried to interrupt. His lawyers no longer whispered strategies. There was no strategy left. Everything that could unravel had unraveled, thread by thread, word by word, date by date. Zohran Mamdani wasn't dramatic. He didn't need to be. All he did was turn one final page. This, he said quietly, is the financial transaction report from December 28th. A private transfer, $112,000, made to an unregistered entity in the Cayman Islands. The account beneficiary is listed under an alias, matching a handle you used in private group chats. Giuliani stared at the floor. The chairwoman looked up. Mr. Giuliani, would you like to respond? He didn't move, not even a blink. Very well, she said. Let the record show the respondent has declined to offer further response. The silence was devastating. Then Zohran spoke, not as an accuser, but as a citizen. I grew up watching Mr. Giuliani on television, he said. For years, he told the story of order, of justice, of accountability, and people believed him because he said the right words. But somewhere along the way, those words stopped meaning anything, and the actions told a very different story. He closed the folder. This hearing wasn't just about violations of conduct. It was about what happens when powerful men stop fearing consequences. The reporters outside the room had already formed a barricade of cameras and microphones. Social media was exploding. Giuliani's team looked pale. His legal advisor whispered something about invoking executive privilege, but it sounded hollow, like a page torn from a burned-out script. And as the gavel came down one last time, sealing the end of testimony, the chair said something unusual. This panel thanks Assemblyman Mamdani for his clarity and composure. Your contribution today will be entered into the historical record. The moment didn't feel victorious. It felt heavy. Outside, flashing lights hit the windows like static. Reporters called his name, but Zohran didn't walk toward them. He turned to the aide waiting at the door and simply nodded. As he stepped into the hallway, someone shouted, "How did you know where to look?" He paused for the first time all day. "My mother used to say," he replied, "when someone talks too much about honor, they're usually hiding something behind their back." Laughter rippled through the crowd, but Zohran was already moving on. There would be more rooms like this, more hearings, more people who thought they were too big to answer questions. And he'd be there, not to destroy them, but to remind them the truth doesn't vanish just because it's inconvenient. And if you've stayed until the end of this story, thank you. Subscribe if you believe that accountability isn't a performance, it's a duty. And tell me in the comments, what does justice look like when the powerful finally sit down to listen? My name is Zohran Mamdani, and I didn't come here to play politics. I came here to end the excuses.
Is that a threat, Mr. Mamdani? Sid Rosenberg's voice cracked across the room like a whip, sharp and theatrical. Zohran Mamdani didn't flinch. He leaned forward slowly, placed both palms on the table, and looked Sid dead in the eye. "No," he said, voice low, unwavering. "It's a promise. You don't get to lie to my community and walk away untouched." What had started as a scheduled debate inside a packed town hall in Queens had spiraled into a national spectacle. Cameras were rolling, reporters whispering nervously into mics, and somewhere in the back, an NYPD officer's hand hovered just above his belt, unsure of what might happen next. How did it come to this? What did Sid Rosenberg say that pushed Zohran Mamdani, normally calm, measured, precise, to the edge of fury? Why were members of the Bangladeshi and Pakistani communities crying in the hallway just moments earlier? And what secret had Sid tried to bury, only for Zohran to dig it up in front of a crowd of hundreds? Let's rewind. It was supposed to be a community dialogue, live-streamed, lightly moderated, and, if all went well, uneventful. The location was the basement of Masjid Noor in Jackson Heights, a space often used for cultural events, legal aid clinics, and now a political showdown. It was neutral ground, or so everyone thought. Sid Rosenberg, the conservative talk radio host known for stirring up controversy, had agreed to debate Assembly member Zohran Mamdani on issues of immigration, public safety, and political integrity. Sid had called it a civil conversation. His listeners knew better. He had something planned. From the moment Sid entered, he owned the room's oxygen. With his smug smile and tailored suit, he shook hands with camera crews and even winked at a few elders seated in the front row. Zohran, by contrast, arrived quietly with a folder of notes, escorted by 2 aides and greeted only with modest nods of respect. The moderator, a soft-spoken professor from CUNY, barely got through her introduction before Sid pounced. "I'm not here to play nice," he announced. "I'm here to tell the truth that people like Mamdani don't want you to hear. He's soft on crime, supports illegal migrants over working families, and lives in a fantasy world where Hamas are heroes." There was a sharp gasp from the crowd. Zohran didn't respond. Not yet. Sid smiled wider, sensing blood. "You vote for him. You're voting for chaos. And don't get me started on the mosque funding. Oh wait, I will get started." Now Zohran lifted his eyes. "Are you finished? Or should I wait for the lies to slow down before I respond?" he asked, calm but cold. The moderator urged civility, but Sid had already won the early headlines. He pulled out papers, falsified, it turned out later, claiming that Zohran had personally redirected state funds to Islamic extremist education programs. It was a lie so deep, so dirty, that it took the audience a moment to process it. And Zohran? He didn't blink. He reached into his folder, pulled out a stack of emails, transcripts, and one document that would set the internet on fire that very night. A donation record tying Sid Rosenberg to a real estate pack that had quietly bought out rent-stabilized buildings in the neighborhood, displacing hundreds of low-income families, mostly South Asian immigrants. "I don't deal in hysteria," Zohran said, lifting the document slowly so the cameras could see. "I deal in proof." The room shifted. The elders who had sat silently now murmured. Some began nodding. A man in the second row shouted something in Urdu, fists clenched. Sid lunged verbally, calling it a setup, a smear, a lie from a fake Marxist. But it was too late. The room had turned, and Zohran, steady, quiet, unblinking, was no longer the underdog in this conversation. And then came the sentence that changed the whole night. "If you think I'm going to let you come into our neighborhood and spit on the people who built it, you're mistaken," Zohran said, "because we know who you are, and we're done being silent." The crowd rose. And Sid? For the first time, he looked unsure. Sid Rosenberg adjusted his blazer, but the chill in the room wasn't about temperature. It was the kind of tension that made even the walls seem to lean in. A dozen cameras blinked red, streaming everything live to thousands watching online. And on stage, Sid, once the king of provocation, was finally on the defensive. "I don't know where you got that nonsense," he barked. "That document is a forgery." Zohran didn't flinch. "It's from the State Housing Board, signed, dated, public record. You can Google it." Whispers grew louder among the audience. Young activists in the back row began pulling out phones, typing furiously, fact-checking in real time. The donation trail was real. The evictions were real. And Zohran had the receipts. "You took money from a pack that displaced low-income families, people who had nowhere else to go," Zohran continued. "Families who ended up living in their cars. Also, your investors could flip buildings and double the rent." Sid shot back, voice rising. "That's business. That's the market. Don't lecture me about capitalism, kid." Someone from the crowd shouted, "Tell that to my grandmother, Sid." Another voice joined in. "You sold our homes." Sid tried to grin through it. "This is all a distraction. He's dodging the real issue. The crime, the violence." Zohran cut him off. "Let's talk about crime, but let's talk about all of it. Not just what fits into your radio sound bites." He turned toward the crowd now. "Let's talk about the Bangladeshi student who was falsely accused of stealing last month, beaten, and left without charges. Or the Pakistani woman evicted without notice because her new landlord didn't want foreigners. Or the boy who stopped going to school because his dad was deported." His voice cracked slightly, not from nerves, but from fury tightly held. "Do you know what it means?" he asked. "To tell your mother there's nothing you can do when the city fails her? When her rent doubles overnight? When the neighborhood that raised you becomes unrecognizable?" Silence. Then soft applause. Then louder. Then standing. Sid's smile had vanished. His face grew redder, his fingers twitching on the edge of the podium. He leaned into the mic one more time. "I have First Amendment rights," he growled. "You can't cancel me." Zohran didn't laugh. He didn't need to. "No one's canceling you, Sid," he said. "We're just finally telling the truth, louder than your lies." Outside the mosque, local news crews had begun gathering. Inside, the atmosphere was electric, like a verdict had already been reached, even before the debate ended. And then, the moderator, sweating now, tried to intervene. "Perhaps we could return to the original agenda, immigration policy, sanctuary cities." But the room wasn't interested anymore in policy as abstraction. This was personal now. This was lived experience finally spoken out loud. Zohran took the mic one final time. "I wasn't elected to win debates," he said. "I was elected to protect people. And if that means standing here and calling out every lie, every slur, every corporate vulture dressed in conservative values, then so be it. The applause this time didn't fade. A middle-aged man in the front, quiet until now, stood up and spoke in a calm, firm voice. You're not just debating for yourself. You're speaking for all of us. Sid looked down at his notes. They suddenly felt useless. If you've been following this story and want to see more voices like Zohran's push back against misinformation, subscribe to the channel and drop your thoughts in the comments. Your voice matters here. By the time the crowd settled again, Sid Rosenberg had stopped pretending to be in control. His collar was loose, his hands restless. What began as a confident provocation had collapsed into a slow, public unraveling. He knew it. Zohran knew it. And every single person in that packed mosque basement knew it too. But Zohran wasn't done. He calmly lifted a second document, this one older, yellowed from the printer, and marked with a watermark. Confidential, 2021. The room collectively leaned in. This, Zohran began, is a leaked memo from Rosenberg's former media firm dated 2 years ago. It outlines a strategy to stir anti-immigrant sentiment in Queens to boost radio ratings and drive political donations. He turned it around for the cameras. It literally says, target Muslim and South Asian neighborhoods with urban decay rhetoric. And guess who signed off on the language? Sid's face drained of color. I don't recall ever seeing that document, he stammered, glancing wildly at the moderator as if she might save him. But the moderator had gone still, frozen by the weight of what had just been shared. This wasn't a debate anymore. This was exposure. You used our trauma to build a platform, Zohran continued. You turned working-class heartbreak into talking points, and tonight, that platform is cracking. A reporter from NY1, who had been mostly observing, suddenly stood up in the back and shouted, Mr. Rosenberg, would you like to comment on these allegations? Sid stood silent. Another reporter, will you apologize to the communities you misrepresented? Sid shifted. No one ever apologized to me when my father's deli was robbed. No one said sorry when... But the room didn't follow him. He was speaking a language that no longer had currency. The crowd had moved on. Facts had spoken. Lies had collapsed. Zohran took a breath. Not a victorious one. There was no triumph in watching someone spiral. But there was relief. Sid, he said softly, you could have come here tonight and talked to us. Not at us. You could have listened. You could have learned something. He paused, scanning the room. People were holding their breath. But you didn't come here for truth. You came for theater. You came for anger. And what you found was resistance. Someone in the back yelled, Tell him again! A young girl, no older than 12, stood next to her mother, eyes wide. She didn't understand every word, but she felt what was happening. Her mother leaned down and whispered something in her ear. The girl nodded, smiled. Zohran looked directly at the cameras. Let this be a message, not just to Sid, but to every person who thinks they can walk into our neighborhoods and profit off pain. We're not props, we're people, and we're done letting others write our story. The audience clapped, not out of obligation, but from something deeper, vindication. Then came a shift. A man in a pressed suit entered the back of the room. It was City Council member Rafael Estevez. He hadn't been scheduled to appear, but the second he saw the broadcast on his phone, he came. He stepped forward and extended his hand to Zohran. I don't always agree with your policies, Estevez said, loud enough for everyone to hear. But tonight, you spoke for every immigrant child, every evicted tenant, every silenced voice. Zohran nodded. We don't need to agree on everything. We just need to agree that people deserve dignity. It wasn't a line meant to go viral, but it did. By midnight, the clip had 2.4 million views. By sunrise, major outlets had picked it up. And by noon, Sid Rosenberg had locked his social media accounts. Meanwhile, the front page of the Daily News carried a photo of Zohran Mamdani standing tall with the caption, "He spoke, and they listened." If this story moved you, even just a little, hit subscribe. Let the algorithm know that truth still matters. And drop a comment. What part of this hit you hardest? The next morning, Jackson Heights didn't feel the same. Outside Masjid Noor, neighbors gathered in small clusters, some sharing videos from the night before, others replaying Zohran Mamdani's final words like a mantra. Children walked by holding their parents' hands tighter, not out of fear, but out of pride. For the first time in a long time, people felt seen. Inside the mosque, the cleanup team moved slowly. Chairs were still arranged from the event, camera cords still coiled in the corners. But something else lingered too, something you couldn't sweep away, a shift, a crack in the pattern. Zohran arrived just after 9 a.m. He came alone. No press, no staffers, no microphones. Just a folded copy of the Daily News tucked under his arm. The headline was real. The moment had been real. But he wasn't here to relive it. He was here to listen. He sat with the mosque's imam and a small group of elders over tea. They didn't speak about Rosenberg. They spoke about rent, about fear, about children bullied in school and parents afraid to report it, about city bureaucracy that punished the poor and let predators walk free. "I didn't win anything last night," Zohran said, breaking a long silence. "I just stopped one person from speaking over you, but the systems behind him, they're still here." The imam nodded. "But now," he replied, "we know who stands beside us." Meanwhile, Sid Rosenberg's world was crumbling. Sponsors were pulling out. His morning slot was temporarily suspended as the station reviewed recent public concerns. But that was PR language. Everyone knew what it meant. He tried to fight back online, posting that he was ambushed, that the event had been a setup by the radical left. But no one was buying it. The screenshots of his old emails, the donation records, the memo, they were too real, too damning. And the comments on his posts weren't loyal anymore. They were furious. Disgusting. Liar. You tried to destroy a community to boost ratings. It wasn't cancel culture. It was accountability. By day's end, Rosenberg released a statement, not an apology, but a retreat. "I am stepping back from media to reflect on how public discourse has become so toxic." No one held their breath for a comeback. Back in Queens, something remarkable was happening. Volunteers began organizing under the banner, "Our Voice Queens," inspired by what they witnessed the night before. Flyers were printed. Phone trees lit up. Elders who had never spoken publicly were signing up to testify at city council hearings. The community had been shaken, but not broken, awakened. One of the women who had cried during the debate, an undocumented tenant named Salma, stood in front of her building with a group of neighbors and told a reporter, "We always thought we had to wait for someone else to speak. Now, we know we already have someone. Zohran showed us how." That evening, Zohran posted a short message. "Power doesn't belong to the loudest voice. It belongs to the people who refuse to be silenced. Thank you for refusing. Thank you for fighting." No hashtags, no trending gimmicks, just a truth people could hold on to. And that's how a basement debate turned into a movement. Not because of a viral clip, not because a liar was exposed, but because one man refused to stay quiet while his neighbors were being erased. That night, the lights inside Masjid Noor glowed a little longer than usual. Outside, someone had taped a handwritten sign to the brick wall. It read, "We're not props, we're people." And below it, in smaller letters, someone had scribbled, "Thank you, Zohran." If stories like this matter to you, even just a little, hit that subscribe button. It tells us to keep going. And drop a comment. What would you have said if you were in that room?
You looked me in the eye and called me un-American. Say it again. Say it so the cameras can hear. Say it to the millions of Americans who look like me. The words rang out across room 226 of the Dirksen Senate office building like a gunshot in a cathedral. Silence followed. Not polite, not empty, but tense. Alive. Every head turned. Staffers froze. Aides gripped pens mid-note. Even the stenographer's fingers stopped on the keyboard for a beat too long. Tim Scott, standing at the front, blinked. He hadn't expected Zohran Mamdani to speak. He hadn't expected Zohran Mamdani to be there at all. This was a budget oversight hearing, a dry procedural slog meant for accountants and lobbyists, not confrontation. And certainly not confrontation with a man like him. Zohran, a New York State assemblyman, hadn't been scheduled to testify. But the committee had allowed external observers, and Zohran had quietly taken a seat in the back row early that morning, unnoticed except by a few staffers. He sat with a notebook and a calm face, like a student studying the chaos of power. That calm shattered when Senator Scott, speaking about increased funding for border enforcement, made what sounded like an offhanded comment. It's time we stopped letting radical state politicians redefine what it means to be an American. The room kept moving, as if it hadn't registered. But Zohran did register it, and more importantly, so did his microphone. He stood, not rushed, not angry, just deliberate. I think the senator may have been referring to me, he said, steady voice echoing slightly against the walls of the wood-paneled chamber. Tim Scott forced a half smile. Mr. Mamdani, this isn't the time or place for personal grievances. Zohran didn't move. Then let's keep it political. I'd like to respond to the record. There was a pause. The air smelled like paper and nerves. The committee chair looked uncertain, but all eyes were already on them. The cameras were already rolling. So Senator Scott nodded smugly. 2 minutes, Zohran said. Zohran walked to the witness table. No notes, no script. He began not with a rebuttal, but with a story of a woman named Fatima in Queens, who hadn't left her apartment in 4 months after her husband was picked up by ICE for a misdemeanor. Of children growing up afraid of sirens, of surveillance vans outside mosques, of being followed into stores, of being told to go back to your country in the same city they were born. This hearing wants to talk about federal spending, Zohran said. But what you're funding is fear. What you're building with our taxes is not just walls and drones, it's the quiet terror that haunts millions of us every day. A beat passed, and then, thinking his mic was off, Scott muttered at it. This is why we can't let people like that define America. He didn't shout, he didn't need to. The words were quiet, but they were enough. Enough for the microphone. Enough for Zohran. Enough for every single person watching that live stream to hear. Zohran turned slowly. You looked me in the eye and called me un-American, he said. Say it again. Say it to the camera. Say it so the people you work for can hear what you think of them. The room was no longer just a chamber. It was a fault line. Everyone felt it shift. Scott stood now, his expression tight. Let's not get emotional. Zohran smiled sadly. It's not emotion. It's experience. Outside that room, Twitter had already exploded. CNN had cut away from their broadcast to stream the clip live. In coffee shops, airports, waiting rooms across the country, people watched a moment they didn't know they'd been waiting for. A man who refused to swallow the insult, who stood and made them say it again. And somewhere in the background, Jasmine Crockett had just turned up the volume on her TV. Don't just scroll past this. If what just happened makes you feel anything, drop a comment. Let your voice be louder than theirs. And if you want more moments like this one, hit that subscribe. We're just getting started. By the time Zohran Mamdani stepped outside room 226 for a 10-minute recess, the air had shifted. Not just inside the Dirksen Senate office building, but across the country. Clips of the confrontation had already gone viral. Headlines were forming in real time. "You looked me in the eye and called me un-American" was trending above celebrity gossip and breaking international news. But back in the hallway, away from the hum of cameras, Zohran wasn't celebrating. He was still, focused, listening. He knew what would come next. They'd paint him as aggressive, as theatrical, as divisive. That was always the price of telling the truth too directly. Inside, Senator Tim Scott was pacing. Aides huddled around him, whispering damage control strategies. His expression was unreadable, somewhere between rage and confusion, like a man who had suddenly lost control of a story he thought he was writing alone. But the hearing wasn't over, and Zohran wasn't finished. When the committee reconvened, Senator Scott tried to reset the tone. "We're here to examine federal resource allocation, not stage political theater," he said. "Let's keep it professional." But professionalism, as Zohran would soon show, isn't the absence of emotion. It's the presence of truth under pressure. "I appreciate the reminder, Senator," Zohran said, now back at the table. "Since we're talking about allocation, I'd like to know why $1.7 billion is going toward border surveillance technology while entire districts in my state lack clean water infrastructure. Is that the American value we're defending? Cameras in the desert over clean taps in the Bronx?" Scott didn't answer, so Zohran pressed again. "What do you call protecting the nation? Many of us call policing our identities. And if we're un-American for questioning it, then maybe it's time we redefine what American means." The room shifted again. This wasn't shouting. It was worse for his opponents. It was surgical. Scott tried to pivot. "You know, Assemblyman Mamdani, I wasn't questioning your citizenship." Zohran leaned forward. "You questioned my belonging." A pause, and then he added, "That's always been the trick, hasn't it? You don't need to revoke our papers. Just make us feel like our place here is temporary, conditional, fragile." The power of that moment wasn't just in the words, it was in how Zohran said them. Not like a politician trying to score points, but like someone who had lived every syllable of what he was saying. Outside the building, Jasmine Crockett had already called her staff. "Tell them to pull the clip, full quality, don't cut anything," she said, and set up a meeting with Mamdani. Today. Back inside room 226, a young intern sitting in the corner, quiet, unnoticed, was crying. Not loudly, just a few tears, discreetly wiped away. Because for the first time in her professional life, she saw herself in the testimony. Her last name, her skin, her silence finally mirrored by a man refusing to flinch. And then it happened again. Another offhand comment. This time not from Scott, but from Senator Wilcox, an older member of the committee seated 2 chairs down. "They always make it about race," he muttered to his aide, unaware or uncaring that his mic was still on. The room tensed. Zohran's gaze didn't move. He heard it. He filed it. But this time he didn't respond. Not yet. Because something bigger was forming. After the session ended, a reporter caught up with Zohran in the hallway. "What do you say to those calling your comments today disrespectful?" Zohran paused, then said, "If respect means silence, I'd rather be rude." His phone buzzed. A message from Jasmine Crockett. "Meet me in the Capitol. We need to talk." This wasn't over. Not even close. If you're following this story and it hits something in your gut, don't just stay quiet. Leave a comment. Let them see how many of us refuse to be erased. And if you're here for the full truth, go ahead. Subscribe. You won't want to miss what comes next. Zohran Mamdani walked into the Capitol building not like a politician chasing headlines, but like a man walking straight into a storm he had already chosen. Jasmine Crockett was waiting in a quiet conference room just off the rotunda, her phone on the table, screen flashing every few seconds with new messages, mentions, alerts. She looked up as he entered. No smile, no greeting, just, "Do you understand what you did back there?" Zohran sat across from her. "I didn't plan it, if that's what you're asking." Jasmine didn't look convinced. "You didn't plan to humiliate a sitting senator on national television? To turn a budget hearing into a referendum on American identity?" "I plan to listen," he said. "They gave me more than I expected." She studied him for a second longer, then nodded. "Good." What followed wasn't a strategy session, it was a reckoning. They laid it all out, the policies, the media framing, the ways progressives were always forced to explain, to apologize, to water down their truths so they wouldn't sound too radical, too brown, too foreign. Jasmine was tired of it. So was Zohran. This hearing isn't about numbers, she said. It's about erasure. And they didn't expect you to resist it, especially not like that. Now they're scared. Zohran raised an eyebrow. Scared of me? She shook her head. Scared of what you represent. A man with no patience for pageantry. A man they can't control with backroom flattery or public shame. And then she said the thing that changed everything. I want you back in that room tomorrow, as my witness. Zohran hesitated. They'll block it. Let them try, Jasmine said. We'll force the vote. On record. If they say no, they'll answer for it. He didn't speak right away. The weight of what she was asking settled in his chest. Not just political, but personal. This wasn't just about responding to slander. This was about making it impossible to ignore the voices they'd always pushed aside. Back in room 226, meanwhile, panic was quietly brewing. Tim Scott had received over 18,000 emails in less than 24 hours. Most weren't kind. Conservative networks tried to spin the moment, calling Zohran disruptive, a plant, a threat to order. But the clip kept circulating. The rawness of it, the silence afterward, the look in Scott's eyes when Mamdani didn't back down. And the younger generation wasn't buying the spin. Students were posting reaction videos. Activists were stitching his words into songs. Someone even started printing t-shirts. Say it again. Say it to the camera. Zohran's words were no longer his. They had become a current, and the system wasn't prepared to hold it back. Late that night, alone in his hotel room, Zohran sat by the window, looking out at Washington's pale orange lights. He could hear sirens in the distance, occasional laughter from a nearby suite, but mostly it was quiet. He opened his notebook, wrote down 3 words: belonging is battle. Then, without thinking, he turned to a fresh page and began writing what he would say if they let him speak again. Not to defend himself, but to make sure the country heard what no one else at that table would say, that sometimes patriotism sounds like defiance, that sometimes America looks like the people it tries to ignore, that sometimes the most American thing you can do is refuse to be silent. If these words reach you, don't just let them pass through. Leave a comment. Be part of this story. And if you haven't already, subscribe, because we're not done telling the truth. The next morning, room 226 felt different. The wood walls were the same, the lights just as harsh, the chairs just as stiff, but something in the air had shifted. Everyone knew it, even those pretending not to. Reporters whispered behind phones, committee aides passed notes. There was tension in the silence, like before a verdict. Or a riot. Tim Scott sat at the head of the table, tie tight, jaw tighter. He had rehearsed his tone, controlled every syllable in the mirror, and still he looked like a man hoping the cameras wouldn't catch the sweat just below his collar. He cleared his throat. Today's hearing will proceed as scheduled. I'd like to remind all attendees, this is not a platform for grandstanding. But the moment Zohran Mamdani entered the room, escorted by Jasmine Crockett, every camera swung toward him like they had minds of their own. He wasn't supposed to be here. Technically, he wasn't on the witness list. But Jasmine had worked the rules. She'd pushed it through committee with one unexpected procedural move. And now Zohran was seated at the center table, nameplate freshly printed, a glass of untouched water beside it. He didn't flinch. Scott tried to move on. Our first topic today is the Department of Homeland Security's expenditure reporting. Jasmine interrupted. Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I'd like to yield my time to Assemblyman Mamdani. There was a beat. Scott opened his mouth, but the microphones were already live. The room was watching. America was watching. He nodded, tense. Very well, Mr. Mamdani, you may proceed. Zohran didn't look at notes. He didn't shuffle papers or clear his throat. He just began. I wasn't born in this building. I wasn't born into its rituals, its passwords, its costumes. I was born thousands of miles away, in Kampala, Uganda, to parents who believed that speaking truth to power wasn't a career. It was survival. He paused. Let it sit. When I came to America, I came with the dream that justice was louder than a tradition, that facts mattered more than feelings, that if you showed up with courage and clarity, this country would meet you halfway. He looked up, his eyes locking onto Tim Scott's. I was wrong. He turned back to the room. I sit here today not because I was invited, but because I would dare to show up. Because someone in this very room looked me in the eye and called me un-American. Because someone forgot that you don't get to define American by skin tone, accent, or birthplace. His voice rose, but never lost control. You get to define it by action, by sacrifice, by principle. And if standing here and refusing to be erased makes me un-American in your eyes, then I accept the label. But let me be very clear. Your discomfort with my identity is not my problem to fix. There were no coughs, no murmurs. Even the camera operator stopped blinking. My name is Zohran Mamdani, he said finally, and I am as American as your silence. And that was it. No applause, no walk-off. Just a man who refused to be less than the full truth of who he was. Later that evening on the Capitol steps, Jasmine Crockett stood beside him. Dozens of reporters gathered, mics out, cameras flashing. One journalist asked, Assemblyman Mamdani, what do you say to critics who claim today's hearing was hijacked for political theater? Zohran paused, smiled slightly. I'd say theater has always been political, but today wasn't a performance, it was a mirror. A second reporter, what happens now? Jasmine answered this time. Now, she said, now we build something they can't ignore. Now we stop waiting for seats and start building the table ourselves. That night, hashtags flooded every feed. Tara as American as Mamdani. Say it again, our silence is not neutral. And for one brief moment, in a city built on hierarchy and hush, a man like Zohran Mamdani didn't just speak, he was heard. If this story moves something in you, don't just close the tab. Speak up in the comments. And if you believe voices like this need to be louder, hit that subscribe. Because silence is easy, truth is not.
You lied to the American people, and you did it with a smile. The words cut through the silence like a knife. The entire room froze. Zohran Mamdani, calm but unflinching, stood across from Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. Cameras clicked. The crowd murmured. This wasn't just a policy disagreement anymore. It was a public reckoning, and nobody saw it coming. How did a state legislator from Queens bring one of the nation's most powerful health officials to his knees? Why was a soft-spoken voice suddenly being hailed as the only one brave enough to say what millions were thinking? And most importantly, what was Vivek Murthy hiding? To understand how it came to this, we have to go back. 2 months earlier, everything seemed normal. Or at least it appeared that way. Vivek Murthy was enjoying a wave of goodwill following a round of televised interviews on pandemic response and mental health initiatives. He was praised for his compassion, for his calmness, for his polished words. But beneath the surface, a quiet unrest was growing. In clinics across the country, frontline healthcare workers were whispering. Medications were running low. Suicides in rural hospitals were on the rise. And in New York, Zohran Mamdani was receiving reports that didn't match what Murthy was saying on national television. Then came the whistleblower email. It was sent anonymously, an encrypted PDF with the subject line, "You're our last shot." Inside were internal memos from the Office of the Surgeon General, memos that revealed a chilling pattern: deliberate suppression of pharmaceutical supply chain disruptions, misrepresentation of mental health statistics, and worst of all, signatures authorizing silence in exchange for political favors. Mamdani didn't sleep that night. By morning, he had verified the authenticity of the documents with 2 independent sources, both terrified for their jobs. And still, he hesitated. Exposing someone like Murthy wasn't just a political risk. It was a personal one. But then he met Jasmine. She was 14, sitting on a hospital bed in the Bronx, waiting on medication that hadn't arrived in weeks. She didn't say much, just looked at him with eyes that had already given up on adults telling the truth. That's when he decided he wouldn't let this go. The next few weeks were a blur of subpoenas, stonewalling, press calls, and mounting pressure. Murthy's office denied everything, brushing off Mamdani as an attention seeker. But Mamdani didn't flinch. He kept asking questions in public hearings. And that's what led to the moment America couldn't stop replaying. You lied to the American people, and you did it with a smile. Murthy blinked. For the first time in his polished career, he had no words, no talking points, just silence. And the silence said everything. What happens when truth meets power in the middle of a broken system? Can one man expose a lie so big that it spans across agencies, networks, and elected offices? If this story moves you, don't forget to subscribe and let us know your thoughts in the comments. The silence didn't last long. Within 24 hours of that hearing room explosion, Vivek Murthy's office released a carefully worded statement. We categorically deny the allegations made by Assemblymember Mamdani. These claims are not only unfounded, but dangerous to the integrity of our nation's public health infrastructure. The media picked it up like wildfire. CNN questioned Mamdani's motives. Fox News painted him as a radical fire starter. Some called him brave, others called him reckless. But no one was ignoring him anymore. That's exactly what scared them. Behind closed doors, Zohran was facing mounting pressure. Senior colleagues pulled him aside. Back off, you've made your point. Others warned of political suicide. Donors began pulling out. Even members of his own party distanced themselves quietly, fearing fallout from a showdown with the Surgeon General. But the documents didn't lie. The second batch came in a manila envelope, no return address. Inside were call logs and internal chat transcripts, people begging for help, being told to keep quiet, being offered promotions or transfers to stay silent. And Murthy's name came up more than once. Zohran sat alone in his office that night, reading line after line. He didn't want to believe what he was seeing. Murthy had once been respected, even admired, but admiration doesn't erase responsibility. And this was something else. He looked again at Jasmine's photo, still taped above his desk. That night, Zohran did something he hadn't done in months. He called his mother. She didn't ask questions. She just listened. Then she said, "You always said you wanted to serve. So serve. Not the party, not your career. Serve people." The next morning, he walked into the State House with his head high. By noon, Mamdani had filed a formal request for a congressional ethics investigation into Murthy's office. The documents were submitted. Every page, every memo, every signature. Murthy's allies were quick to act. A smear campaign began almost instantly. Rumors circulated. Zohran was a foreign plant, anti-science, unstable. Social media bots flooded his mentions. One morning, his car tires were slashed. Another morning, someone left a dead pigeon on his doorstep, a childish but chilling gesture. But he didn't stop. He went on air, night after night, local radio, independent YouTubers, tiny podcasts, anyone who'd listen. Not to build a brand, but to build a wall of truth so high, no lie could climb over it. And something strange began to happen. Nurses began emailing him, pharmacists, mental health workers, all saying the same thing. We've seen this too. We tried to speak out. They threatened us. Keep going. Mamdani had gone from a lone voice to a movement. Not by yelling louder, but by refusing to back down. And in Washington, Vivek Murthy, once the face of calm leadership, was now quietly lawyering up. Truth had found its voice, and it wasn't going away. If you believe stories like this need to be heard, drop a comment below. One voice becomes many. It was supposed to be a formality, a midweek ethics subcommittee hearing, Quiet, procedural, buried under a dozen other headlines. No cameras, no live stream. Just a small room, beige walls, and nameplates. But word had spread. And when Zohran Mamdani entered the hearing chamber, the room was full. Reporters lined the back wall. Healthcare workers sat shoulder to shoulder. And outside, on the Capitol steps, a crowd had formed, holding signs, chanting his name, not out of fandom, out of desperation. Because they knew what this hearing really was, the last chance to say out loud what had been hidden for too long. Mamdani stood alone at the witness table. No legal team, no advisors. Just him, a water bottle, and a thick folder. He opened with a single sentence. I didn't come here to be right. I came here because people are dying. The room fell quiet. He began reading, not from opinion pieces or social media threads, but from internal emails, signed letters, official memos, one after another. Pages that bore the names of real people, directors of supply chains, regional mental health administrators, Murthy's own deputies. Then he read the numbers. Wyoming, 10 out of 14 rural clinics have reported suicide spikes in the last 6 months. Georgia, 7 cancer patients dead after chemo drug shortages. Bronx, Jasmine Carter, age 14, collapsed in a hospital hallway waiting for medication. Someone in the back gasped. It wasn't political anymore. It was moral. Murthy's legal counsel attempted to interrupt, citing confidentiality, chain of custody, alleged fabrication, but Mamdani held firm. If I'm lying, he said, take me to court. But if I'm not, then who answers for this? The committee chair leaned forward. Assemblymember Mamdani, do you have direct evidence tying these actions to the Surgeon General himself? Zohran didn't flinch. Yes, and it's on page 84. He handed over a copy. Murthy's digital signature, dated 6 months prior, authorizing language redaction in a mental health impact report, timed just days before his primetime press tour on historic progress. The committee erupted. For the first time, members of Congress from both parties turned pale. This wasn't just bad optics, it was criminal. And in that moment, the crowd outside began to chant again. Not Zohran, not resign. They chanted, tell the truth. The hearing ended with a formal motion to initiate a bipartisan investigation into the office of the Surgeon General. Murthy declined to appear that day. His team called it a political circus. But that excuse didn't hold up when 5 former department staffers submitted sworn affidavits, backing up everything Mamdani had just said. By nightfall, the nation was listening. Cable networks reversed course, hashtags trended. Independent outlets dissected every document Mamdani submitted. And for the first time in weeks, Jasmine Carter's story made it to national news. Zohran didn't celebrate. He just sat alone on the Capitol steps, watching the sun go down, replying quietly to thank you messages from strangers. One of them said, "You made my sister feel seen." If you think people like Zohran deserve louder microphones, hit like. It's free and it matters. 3 days after the hearing, something shifted. Vivek Murthy, once untouchable, was no longer speaking in front of flags or walking through hospital corridors with TV cameras trailing behind. Instead, his press appearances were canceled. His spokesperson issued vague updates. And then, silence. But the silence wasn't just from Murthy. It spread through the institutions that had protected him. Pharmaceutical companies began distancing themselves. Senators who once praised his leadership now spoke in clipped tones, citing concerns and a need for transparency. Internal memos from federal agencies leaked to the press, each one confirming what Zohran Mamdani had risked everything to say. They knew. They all knew. And they said nothing. In the middle of the chaos, Zohran did something unexpected. He declined an invitation to go on a major late-night show. His team was confused. "This is your moment," they said. "You're trending. You're the guy." But Zohran wasn't chasing virality. He was chasing accountability. Instead of interviews, he returned to the Bronx. To the same hospital where Jasmine Carter had waited for her medication. He didn't go for the cameras. He went because the director had called him, quietly, off the record. Supplies had begun arriving again, slowly. But there was still more to fix. There was always more to fix. A week later, Congress issued a formal subpoena for Vivek Murthy to testify under oath. The Surgeon General resigned before the date arrived. His resignation letter cited a desire to focus on family and the toll of public service. But the headlines told the real story. Murthy steps down amid investigation. Whistleblowers vindicated. Assembly member Mamdani's documents confirmed. The same anchors who once questioned his credibility now aired full-hour specials retracing every move Mamdani had made. They called it The Reckoning. Some even compared it to a new era in political courage. But Zohran wasn't waiting for applause. He introduced new legislation, the Jasmine Carter Public Health Accountability Act, a bill that would require full transparency in supply chain disruptions, mandatory whistleblower protections, and an independent mental health crisis task force. It passed with bipartisan support. One of the Republicans who voted for it said simply, "It's the right thing to do. I don't care who brought it to the floor." Jasmine's mother was there when it passed. She held Zohran's hand, tears in her eyes, and whispered, "She would have believed in you." Outside the Capitol, reporters asked if he felt vindicated. "No," he said. "I feel responsible." In a world of managed optics, Zohran Mamdani had done the one thing few dare to do. He told the truth, and he didn't stop when it got hard. He didn't stop when he was threatened, and he didn't stop when it would have been easier to walk away. He stopped when it changed something. And that's what made him a hero. If stories like this give you hope, hit the subscribe button. Sometimes all it takes is one voice to break the silence. You signed the paper that let poison seep into the lungs of children, and now you want applause for walking away clean? A gasp tore through the chamber. Andrew Cuomo, the once invincible titan of New York politics, didn't speak. He couldn't. His fingers trembled against the desk. All the old weight of his name, his legacy, his iron grip on the system, it evaporated in a breath. Because someone had finally said it. And that someone was a 31-year-old assemblyman from Queens with nothing to lose. But how did it get this far? How does a housing complaint turn into a scandal that makes the Capitol shiver? It started quietly. A stack of medical reports, a few parents whispering outside Zohran's district office in Jackson Heights. Their kids were getting sick, nosebleeds, migraines, asthma attacks, all from one place, Ridgeview Heights. To most, Ridgeview was invisible. One more aging, low-income complex left to rot behind a forgotten rail line. But to Zohran, it was the canary in the coal mine. He paid attention, really paid attention, while others nodded politely and filed complaints in drawers that were never opened again. He sent inspectors, independent ones, not the state's. What they found buried beneath the concrete shocked even the seasoned engineers. A chemical leak, toxic residue, radiation levels so high they had to evacuate entire basements. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the signature. A single, quietly filed waiver from 2014, during Cuomo's third year as governor. It exempted Ridgeview Heights from mandatory environmental oversight. No inspections, no cleanup mandates, nothing. And the man who approved it? Andrew Cuomo. When Zohran's team uncovered the document, it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like dread, because he knew what would happen next. First, the silence. Then, the pressure. He reached out to Albany's Environmental Committee. No response. He requested a hearing. Denied. Whispers followed him in hallways. He's pushing too hard. He doesn't know how things work. He'll get himself blacklisted. Still, he pressed on. He called a press conference, held it on the steps of Ridgeview Heights. Surrounded by coughing children and exhausted mothers, he read the waiver out loud. Cameras rolled, reporters leaned in, and a headline was born. Zohran Mamdani accuses Cuomo of environmental cover-up. The Cuomo machine struck back instantly. Leaked stories. Claims that Zohran doctored the report, that his office was politically weaponizing tragedy. Anonymous sources saying he was linked to extremist urban activists. But none of it stuck, because the truth doesn't shake. And then came the subpoenas. Under public pressure, the State Ethics Board was forced to open a formal inquiry. Cuomo was called to testify. So was Zohran. That's how they ended up in the same room for the first time, eyes locked across a mahogany table as TV crews filmed every breath. And it was there, at that boiling point, that Zohran leaned into the microphone and delivered the sentence that would ring across New York like a thunderclap. Governor Cuomo, how many more neighborhoods have you poisoned in silence? The entire chamber went still. No one moved, not even Cuomo, because that wasn't just a question, it was a warning, and he knew this wasn't over. Cuomo didn't answer, not at first. His lawyers shifted nervously beside him, but he held up a hand, silent authority still clinging to his every gesture. His voice, when it finally came, was controlled. Too controlled. Assemblyman Mamdani's accusations are speculative, misguided, frankly, beneath this chamber. But his tone was off. Not the usual towering Cuomo, but something thinner, cracked. Mamdani didn't blink. He slid a new folder across the table. This isn't speculation, he said, calm but cold. These are internal memos from 2013, emails from your staff acknowledging the contamination risk. You knew. You buried it. A collective inhale swept through the room like a wave. That folder was never supposed to surface. It had been obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request Zohran had filed, quietly, over a year ago. And buried in pages of redacted government jargon was a 3-sentence summary from a staff toxicologist. Immediate remediation required. Soil infiltration confirmed. Long-term exposure risk to residents, especially minors, exceeds federal limits. And in the margin? A note, scribbled in blue ink. Waiver, still the better option. Legal blowback, minimal. Zohran read that note aloud. Cuomo's face didn't move, but everyone else in the chamber did. This was no longer a political spat. It was criminal negligence. After the hearing, things moved fast and ugly. Cuomo's inner circle launched a scorched earth campaign. Mamdani's phones were tapped. One of his staffers received a threatening voicemail at 2:00 a.m. His landlord was pressured to raise the rent on his district office. Anonymous online accounts began spreading false claims tying him to foreign agitators. But Zohran didn't flinch. Instead, he did something no one expected. He walked back into Ridgeview Heights. No cameras, no microphones, just a folding chair and a group of tenants who had started calling him the only one who showed up. They told him stories the media had missed, about kids waking up with blood in their noses, about landlords refusing to break leases, about families stuck in limbo between hope and hopelessness. He took notes. And then, he filed a motion that had never been attempted before in New York Assembly history, a People's Environmental Tribunal, where victims could testify directly, publicly, under oath. He knew it would rattle Albany. He didn't know it would bring out her. During the third tribunal session, a woman stood up in the crowd, elderly, trembling, wrapped in a faded scarf. No one recognized her. until she introduced herself as Teresa Morales, former Chief of Staff to the Department of Environmental Conservation. She held a yellowed folder. "I was forced to resign in 2015, she said, voice shaking, "because I refused to sign off on the Ridgeview waiver." The room exploded. Inside the folder? A memo she had drafted, but which was never sent. It warned of catastrophic long-term harm to minority communities if waivers are signed under pressure from the governor's office. Her signature was never on it. But Cuomo's was, and the ink was fresh. The floodgates opened. More whistleblowers came forward. A retired state engineer, a former intern, even a city inspector who admitted under oath that his report had been altered, names erased, radiation levels lowered. Cuomo's defense was crumbling. But power doesn't surrender quietly. One morning, Zohran walked into his office to find his laptop smashed and a crude note taped to his window. "You're not a hero. You're a problem." He smiled and kept going. Because this wasn't about heroism. It was about justice. The kind that doesn't come with applause, but with silence. The kind that shows up at night when the cameras are gone. And that's when the call came. From a number he didn't recognize. A voice said, "You need to see the Ridgeview contracts, the real ones." And then the line went dead. The number was untraceable. The voice, unfamiliar, low, deliberate. Zohran stared at the silent phone screen for a long time, heart pounding, mind racing. The real Ridgeview contracts. That phrase hung in the air like smoke. By now, he knew better than to ignore anonymous tips. He also knew the cost of chasing them. But something about that voice, flat, serious, almost tired, told him this wasn't a setup. This was someone who had seen too much, waited too long. Within 24 hours, a flash drive arrived in a plain manila envelope with no return address. No note. Just a drive, and a single line written in shaky ink. Protect the originals. The files inside were worse than anyone imagined. Leaked internal procurement documents, real estate memos, bank transfers, hidden amendments signed under emergency order provisions. Cuomo's administration had quietly funneled Ridgeview's environmental remediation contracts to a shell corporation, with offshore ties. The company didn't even exist in New York. But the money did. Tens of millions in state funds had been approved under the guise of future development incentives. But no cleanup had ever been done. No soil testing, no decontamination, just paperwork. Stamped, filed, and buried. And at the bottom of one document, a digital signature, a name that had been kept in the shadows until now. Andrew M. Cuomo, Governor of the State of New York. Zohran sat alone in his office that night, lights dimmed, the hum of the city muffled behind the thick windows. He felt the weight of it, not just the scandal, but the betrayal. The betrayal of trust, of public service, of every mother who begged him for help when no one else would listen. He knew what had to be done. He called an emergency session. This time the press showed up before the legislators did. Cameras were already rolling when he stepped into the Capitol rotunda, files in hand, eyes steady. This isn't about politics anymore. This is about corruption and complicity and the cost of silence. The room erupted. Social media exploded. Hashtags like #Cuomo cover-up and #Justice for Ridgeview trended nationally. National media turned their attention back to Albany, and still, Cuomo refused to speak. But behind closed doors, panic set in. Allies distanced themselves, donors pulled funding, lawyers prepared statements, and then came the subpoena. This time from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Federal investigators entered the scene. Cuomo's legal team tried to stop it, filed injunctions, claimed political targeting, even blamed Mamdani for tainting the jury of public opinion. It didn't work, because Zohran had done something rare. He had documented everything. Every phone call, every whistleblower, every memo, time-stamped and notarized. And when the hearings resumed, it wasn't Cuomo who held the spotlight. It was a 12-year-old girl named Lila Gomez. She took the stand, eyes wide, breathing through a small medical mask. "My doctor says my lungs are like I'm 60, she said. "I never smoked. I just lived there." The silence in the room was unbearable. Cuomo's lawyers tried to object. The judge overruled. Lila continued. "My mom said maybe we'll move, but we can't. And even if we do, what if I'm still sick?" That moment shattered the last line of Cuomo's defense, because there are some things no spin can fix. After the session, as Zohran walked Lila and her mother out of the building, a crowd had gathered. Not protesters this time. Neighbors, teachers, nurses, young activists who had never attended a hearing in their lives. They didn't chant. They just watched. And one elderly man stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "You're making them nervous. That means you're doing it right." Later that night, Zohran sat back in his apartment, the city still humming outside his window. His phone buzzed, a text, unknown number. "They'll try to bury you next." He stared at it, then calmly put the phone down, because there was still one more file he hadn't released, the one Cuomo's team didn't even know he had. And it had one word scrawled across the top in thick black marker. Red line. The folder was thin, but heavy. Inside were only 3 pages, but those pages could set the entire state on fire. Zohran had received it weeks ago, before the first hearing, before the subpoenas, before the girl with the mask. He hadn't released it. Not yet. Not until the world was finally listening. And now they were. The front page was marked in thick black ink. Red line, do not file. It was an internal risk assessment, commissioned in 2012 by the Office of the Governor. The subject? Environmental threats posed by neglected state-owned sites, including Ridgeview Heights. But this wasn't just a report. It was a playbook. Each section was paired with recommendations, not for remediation, but for media handling, legal deflection, and public perception control. In bold red font, under Ridgeview Heights, it read, "Minimal press coverage. Residents lack political capital. Recommend waiver. Delay public action unless media pressure becomes unmanageable." And next to it, in handwriting unmistakably Cuomo's, "Proceed quietly. No cleanup. Risk acceptable." Acceptable. They had calculated it, measured the value of human life in legal settlements and PR blowback. Zohran stared at the word, hands shaking, not with fear, but fury. This wasn't just negligence, it was a decision. Cold, strategic, dehumanizing. He took the folder, placed it gently in a manila envelope, and walked into the Capitol for the last time that session. He didn't speak to the press. He didn't rally a crowd. He simply handed the envelope to the U.S. attorney waiting outside the Ethics Committee office. By nightfall, the story broke. Leaked red line memo confirms Cuomo admin calculated harm to Ridgeview residents. Albany erupted. The governor's allies abandoned ship. One by one, aides resigned. Committee chairs publicly apologized. And Cuomo, stone-faced, cornered, called a last-minute press conference. He denied everything. Called it a smear campaign by a fringe assemblyman. Claimed the memo was a fake. Accused Mamdani of being dangerous, reckless, and politically motivated. But the people weren't buying it anymore. Outside, protesters gathered, not just in Albany, but across the boroughs. Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx. They held signs with 2 words, acceptable risk? The next morning, Cuomo was served with a formal indictment notice. Charges: willful neglect, environmental fraud, obstruction of justice. And Zohran? He didn't celebrate. He went back to Ridgeview Heights, not with cameras, not with press, just to sit on a park bench and watch kids play in the courtyard. Kids who, for the first time in years, were being told their homes would finally be cleaned, their soil tested, their futures no longer bartered behind closed doors. One of the mothers approached him, holding her toddler. "You didn't have to fight this hard," she said. He smiled. "I did." Because he knew something most in Albany had forgotten. That justice doesn't always come in applause or headlines or even convictions. Sometimes justice is quiet. It's the absence of sirens. It's a child breathing without a mask. It's a mother sleeping through the night without fear. It's knowing someone didn't look away. As he walked back down the street, a small group of teenagers passed him. One of them recognized him, paused and shouted, "Yo, Mamdani! Keep shaking the ground, man!" He laughed, and he would. Because in a city full of powerful men who thought silence was strength, Zohran Mamdani chose a different path: to listen, to speak, and to never, ever accept what someone else labeled acceptable. If this story moved you, hit the like button and drop your thoughts in the comments. Should more politicians be forced to answer for who they harm when no one's watching? And if you haven't already, subscribe. Stories like this deserve to be heard. You call that masculinity? Zohran Mamdani's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Andrew Tate froze mid-sentence. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Cameras zoomed in, journalists raised their pens, and for a brief second, even Tate, always quick with a comeback, had nothing to say. A member of the New York State Assembly, challenging one of the internet's most divisive figures in front of a live global audience? No one expected this, and no one was prepared for what would follow. But what led to that moment? What pushed an American politician and a self-proclaimed alpha male into a confrontation that would shake millions? And how did this turn into a national reckoning about power, masculinity, and the future of influence? Let's go back to where it all began. It started with an invitation. An unusual one. Andrew Tate, riding a new wave of relevance after his controversial release from house arrest, announced a Global Masculinity Summit in London, an event packed with influencers, athletes, and YouTubers. Surprisingly, among the guests invited for the final debate panel, Zohran Mamdani. Why him? Some say Tate wanted to provoke a woke politician live on air. Others believe Zohran was added as a token voice, someone to demolish publicly, to flex dominance over in front of millions. But Mamdani didn't flinch. He accepted the invitation without hesitation. What followed was more than just a debate. It was a cultural clash, an ideological storm. And from the first moment Zohran stepped onto the stage, wearing no suit, no tie, just a plain shirt and his trademark quiet calm, the atmosphere shifted. Tate opened first, pacing like a general, speaking about weak men, feminized culture, and the collapse of traditional values. The audience, largely his own fan base, cheered wildly. Then came Zohran. No theatrics, no raised voice, just facts, stories, and questions. Why is your idea of strength rooted in domination? Why do your teachings only serve those who already have power? It was calm, but it hit harder than any insult. Tate laughed it off. At first. But Zohran kept going. He talked about young men in his district struggling with depression and poverty, who felt inadequate not because they were weak, but because they were told they weren't man enough. He spoke about single mothers raising boys in broken systems, and how they're dismissed as failures by men like Tate. And that's when it happened. Tate interrupted with a smirk. That's emotional weakness. Men need to be warriors. Zohran paused, turned to him, looked him in the eye. You call that masculinity? And just like that, everything changed. Even the live stream comments shifted. Something deeper was happening. An awakening, maybe. But the real fire hadn't even started yet. Zohran didn't just confront Tate's ideas. He exposed the empire behind it. The sponsors, the money, the manipulation. And as the minutes ticked by, a carefully crafted online persona began to unravel. This wasn't just a debate anymore, it was a dismantling. And if you're already intrigued, don't forget to drop a comment. What does masculinity mean to you? Before the lights, before the crowd, before the words that silenced a room, Zohran Mamdani had already won half the battle. Not because he was louder, not because he had more fans, but because he came prepared in a way Andrew Tate never saw coming. It started 3 weeks before the summit. Zohran sat in a dim office in Queens, surrounded by community organizers, mental health counselors, and a small media team. On a whiteboard behind him were 2 columns, Tate's image and reality. Under Tate's image were phrases like self-made, strong, unapologetic, alpha provider. Under reality, though, promotes exploitation, profits from fear, uses trauma as leverage, avoids real policy conversations. Zohran leaned back in his chair. I'm not going there to trade insults, he said. I'm going there to hold up a mirror. The team knew Tate would try to dominate with charisma, that he'd mock, interrupt, flex. So they studied his every move, his podcast cadence, his tells when he gets defensive, the moments where logic fails him. But what gave Zohran the real edge wasn't strategy. It was his motivation. He wasn't doing this for clout. He wasn't there to win. He was doing it for the boys in the Bronx who got bullied for not being aggressive enough, for the immigrant dads who cried in silence because no one taught them how to feel without shame, for the women raising sons alone, watching those sons slowly slip into online rabbit holes promising strength but delivering only rage. As the summit approached, Tate ramped up the hype. Teasers flooded TikTok. One soft politician versus the top G? This will be a bloodbath. His fans laughed. Meme pages lit up. But Zohran stayed silent. No response videos, no Twitter spats, just preparation. And when the day finally arrived, something unexpected happened. The security team at the venue had to increase their presence, not because of threats against Tate, but because of support for Zohran. Young people showed up in the dozens wearing shirts that said, "Strength equals empathy." Others held up signs, "Our worth is not your brand." The debate was meant to be entertaining, a circus, a spectacle, but now it was looking more like a reckoning. Backstage, just minutes before the showdown, a staffer whispered to Zohran, "Are you nervous?" He smiled. No, but he should be. What the cameras didn't catch, what wasn't seen by the millions watching online, was the moment Zohran stepped into the green room and quietly handed Tate's assistant a folded paper. No words, just a nod. Later, we'd learn what was written on it. A list of online handles. Young men who had reached out to Zohran's office after falling victim to pyramid schemes Tate had promoted. That single paper would ignite a chain reaction. But on stage, Zohran held onto it. He waited, patiently. He let Tate posture. He let the crowd laugh. And then, just when the noise peaked, he began laying the foundation brick by brick. He didn't attack Tate directly. He asked him questions no one had dared to. Do you think selling a dream built on shame is freedom? Do you ever think about what happens when your followers grow up and realize strength doesn't look like this? And when the room got quiet, when even Tate started to shift in his seat, Zohran reached into his pocket, held up the paper. These are the names of young men who believed in your empire. They were promised strength. What they got was debt, isolation, and silence. Do you want me to read them out loud? Tate didn't laugh this time. The audience stopped recording on their phones. No one saw that moment coming, not even Tate. And yet, this was still only the beginning. If you've made it this far, you're clearly not here just for drama, so why not subscribe? There's so much more coming. And tell me, has someone ever made you feel not enough? Let's talk about it in the comments. The audience thought it was just a debate. Andrew Tate thought it was a performance. But Zohran Mamdani? He treated it like testimony, and when he held up that piece of paper with names, real young men, something inside the room shifted. Tate didn't respond right away. He reached for his water bottle, smirked slightly, then leaned into the mic. Anyone can claim victimhood. That doesn't make it real. The crowd was unsure. Some laughed, some didn't. But Zohran stayed locked in. These aren't just names, he said. They're case files, verified by consumer protection groups. Young men who paid into your so-called hustlers' university, only to be left broke, confused, and ashamed to tell anyone. A few audience members gasped, not because of the claim, but because of what came next. Zohran had brought receipts, literally. He unfolded a second paper, screenshots, testimonies, and complaint numbers filed across multiple states. It was no longer opinion, it was evidence. Tate's eyes narrowed. You're digging up internet stories to take down a man who teaches self-respect, he shot back. I've made more men than you've ever helped. That's when Zohran stood up. He didn't yell, he didn't insult, he just asked, if your empire is built on helping men, why do so many walk away feeling more lost than before? And that silence, it was different now. It wasn't awkward. It was heavy. Because people weren't watching a fight anymore. They were witnessing a collapse. And the internet felt it instantly. Clips of the exchange went viral in real time. Twitter feeds exploded with hashtags like #Mamdani moments and #strength is truth. But what few knew, what only came out hours later, was that a group of former Tate affiliates had been sitting in the audience, invited by Zohran's team, not to protest, but to speak. Backstage, one of them, Dylan, 22, from Newark, gave a short statement to a small press group. I followed Tate for 2 years, bought in, defended him. Then I lost my job trying to build his affiliate scam. I ended up homeless. Zohran listened. He didn't laugh. He didn't preach. He helped me get housing. It wasn't just a scandal anymore. It was a story of contrast. On one side, power, image, wealth. On the other, empathy, accountability, quiet strength. That night, Zohran's office released a public statement, not to celebrate, not to claim victory, but to share a growing list of support programs for young men struggling with mental health, financial loss, and identity confusion. We don't need more warriors, the statement read. We need more healers. Tate, meanwhile, went live on his own platform hours later. He dismissed the entire debate as edited propaganda, called Mamdani a leftist puppet, and doubled down on his persona. But something had changed. The comment section, once an echo chamber, was filled with questions. What if he's right? Why does Zohran feel more honest? Is Tate scared? That last question would haunt him. A revelation no one expected, involving a whistleblower, hidden finances, and a private message that would blow open the entire Tate empire from within. You won't want to miss it. And hey, if this story's opening your eyes, don't just watch from the sidelines. Hit subscribe and let's keep questioning power together. Drop a comment too. What does real strength look like to you? No one expected the message, not even Zohran. It came 2 days after the summit. An anonymous email sent to his public office address, labeled only, "You should see this." Attached? A PDF of internal documents from a shadow company based in the British Virgin Islands, documents that linked Hustlers University and several of Andrew Tate's shell companies to offshore accounts, inflated affiliate earnings, and undisclosed financial kickbacks. The sender? A former web administrator who had built part of Tate's back-end infrastructure and now wanted out. Zohran didn't go public right away. He did something else. He verified. Worked quietly with a legal team, financial analysts, and 2 journalists from ProPublica. And then, on a quiet Monday morning, 5 days after the debate, the story dropped. Inside the Empire, how Hustlers University became a global funnel scheme. The piece went viral in under an hour. It had everything: falsified testimonials, ghost instructors, secret terms of service clauses that waived liability, and even bots inflating student count. But the part that hit hardest? A leaked voice note of Tate himself, allegedly saying, "They'll pay for hope. You just have to sell the pain first." That was the final crack. And Zohran? He stayed silent. No victory tweet, no press tour, no gloating. He went to work. He drafted a bill within days, the Digital Consumer Accountability Act, focused on regulating influencer-run education platforms and protecting minors from financial exploitation. On the assembly floor, he spoke not of Tate, but of patterns. We're raising a generation online. The least we can do is make sure the promises sold to them are real. The bill passed committee review unanimously. Meanwhile, Tate's platforms took a hit. Major sponsors pulled back. Streaming deals collapsed. Even longtime fans started deleting videos, saying they no longer stood by the message. But the moment people will remember most? A short video, just under a minute, uploaded by Dylan, the former follower from Newark. He sat on a park bench holding his phone. No script, no edits. "I used to believe Andrew Tate made me stronger, but honestly, he just made me feel afraid. Afraid to feel. Afraid to be kind. It was Zohran who helped me rebuild. That's real masculinity." That video hit 3 million views in 48 hours. Not because it was flashy, but because it was honest. And in an age of filters and posturing and alpha branding, honesty was revolutionary. Zohran Mamdani didn't become a household name overnight. He didn't ride the moment for fame. But people noticed. Teachers started quoting him in classrooms. Parents forwarded his speech to their sons. Men who had never felt seen by politics finally felt like someone spoke their language. Not with force, but with clarity. And maybe that's the lesson. Sometimes, strength isn't about who shouts the loudest. It's about who listens, who stands firm, who speaks not just to win, but to heal. As for Andrew Tate, he's still online, still performing, still flexing. But the mask is cracked, and the world is watching with different eyes now. Because when the dust settled and the noise faded, one thing was clear. In a battle between ego and empathy, empathy won. Thanks for watching. If this story moved you, hit that subscribe button. And tell us in the comments, what kind of strength do you want to see in the world? Let's build something better, together. Are you saying, Ms. Weiss, that the freedom to criticize injustice ends the moment it makes you uncomfortable? The room went silent. Cameras rolled, but even the hum of the lights seemed to hold its breath. Bari Weiss blinked, just once, her practiced confidence cracking for the briefest second. Across from her, Zohran Mamdani leaned forward, not with aggression, but with clarity. Not to provoke, but to expose. What followed wasn't a debate. It was an unmasking. How did we get to this moment? How did a live-streamed conversation between a New York assemblyman and one of the most influential media figures in America spiral into a national reckoning? and what made millions rally behind a name that, just weeks ago, many had never heard. Let's rewind. It all began with a panel. Columbia University had invited Zohran Mamdani and Bari Weiss to a student-moderated forum on free speech and moral responsibility in media. What sounded like a standard academic discussion turned into a cultural earthquake. Weiss, known for her outspoken criticism of what she calls woke orthodoxy, had painted herself as a free speech warrior. Mamdani, on the other hand, was there to talk about accountability, truth, and the media's complicity in shaping narratives that harm marginalized communities. From the start, the tension was palpable. Weiss opened with a speech that drew polite applause, full of intellectual flourishes and carefully chosen anecdotes. But when Mamdani took the mic, he didn't just respond, he reframed the entire conversation. "There's a difference," he said calmly, "between freedom of speech and freedom from consequences." The crowd murmured. The moderators exchanged glances. And Weiss? She tightened her jaw. But Mamdani wasn't finished. He brought receipts, literal ones. Articles Weiss had written, platforms she'd defended, and in particular, her consistent attacks on student activists who spoke out against Israeli policies in Gaza. Mamdani, the son of a Ugandan academic and an Indian filmmaker, wasn't speaking hypothetically. He was speaking from a lived history of displacement, of watching media reduce entire peoples to one-dimensional narratives. "When Palestinian children are killed and you say nothing," Mamdani said, "but when students chant for peace and you call it anti-Semitism, that's not journalism, that's propaganda." The room exploded. Some booed, some cheered, but no one stayed silent. Weiss fired back, accusing Mamdani of conflating criticism of Hamas with criticism of Palestinian people. She claimed she had always stood for human rights. But Mamdani, unflinching, responded, "Then where were you when the human rights were being violated?" It was this back and forth that went viral. Overnight, the clip of Mamdani's quiet but powerful challenge reached 10 million views. But it wasn't just the content, it was the tone. Calm, reasoned, precise. No yelling, no personal attacks. Just a firm moral compass pointed due north. Mainstream outlets scrambled to cover the fallout. The New York Post accused Mamdani of being radical. Fox News labeled him dangerous. But something unexpected happened. Every attempt to smear him only made his voice stronger. Young voters began organizing under hashtags like #IStandWithZohran. University groups re-invited him to speak. Even some media professionals began to question their own silence. And yet, this was only the beginning. Because what came next was more than a debate. It was an investigation. If you're enjoying the story so far, tap subscribe. It helps us keep sharing voices that matter. In the days that followed the debate, what began as a moment turned into a movement. Zohran Mamdani's name was suddenly everywhere, from TikTok reels dissecting his speech to think pieces in left-leaning journals. But while the public cheered, he stayed quiet, deliberate, focused. Why? Because he knew something deeper was at stake. You see, what most people didn't know, yet, was that Mamdani had received a message just hours after the event. An anonymous tip, a name, a document, and one sentence. "You were right about her." The attachment was a leaked internal memo from a major media nonprofit, an organization that claimed to champion journalistic integrity. In it, Bari Weiss's name appeared repeatedly, not as an employee, but as an informal advisor. The memo detailed strategy sessions on how to protect media allies and discredit anti-Zionist influencers under the guise of anti-Semitism. It was dated 2 years prior. Mamdani didn't rush to expose it. He understood the weight. He needed confirmation. And so he did what few politicians would. He paused, and he dug deeper. While he investigated behind the scenes, Bari Weiss went on the offensive. In an op-ed for her platform, the Free Press, she painted herself as a victim of a coordinated smear campaign by radical leftists. She accused Mamdani of weaponizing identity to shield extremism and claimed he had openly sympathized with terrorists. The smear campaign was ugly, but it didn't work. Because for every accusation, Mamdani responded with transparency. He posted his full speech transcript. He did interviews not with partisan outlets, but with young independent journalists. And he made one thing clear. This isn't about me, it's about power, who has it, and how they use it to shape truth. Then came the bombshell. A former editor at a major national newspaper contacted Mamdani's team. She had resigned quietly months earlier, burned out and disillusioned. She offered hours of internal emails, communications showing how Weiss had influenced coverage decisions, stories buried, phrases changed, entire narratives reframed. One email read, "Don't use occupation in the headline. Bari says it alienates donors." Another, "We need to make this op-ed about safety, not censorship. Frame it as a free speech issue." This wasn't journalism. It was manipulation dressed in moral language. Still, Mamdani hesitated. He knew releasing the emails would ignite a firestorm. His advisors warned him, "You'll be accused of doxing, of revenge, of being un-American." But truth, he believed, was never un-American. And silence was never neutral. So, in a quiet press conference with no corporate sponsors, no grand stage, no teleprompters, Mamdani did what many feared to do. He told the public the truth. He laid out the documents, the emails, the patterns. He didn't name-call. He didn't gloat. He said only this: democracy depends on informed citizens, and citizens deserve more than curated outrage. They deserve facts. They deserve transparency. They deserve media that does not speak power to comfort, but truth to power. The response was seismic. Newsrooms went into panic mode. Weiss, usually composed, released a tearful video denouncing cancel culture and warning of a witch hunt. But this time, the public wasn't buying it. The phrase weaponized victimhood began trending. And yet, Mamdani hadn't even revealed the most damning part. That was still to come. And when it did, it wouldn't just shake the media. It would shake the foundations of political influence in America. Before we move on, if this story has you thinking, take a second to leave a comment. Do you believe mainstream media shapes what we see or hides what we shouldn't? Just when the media frenzy began to settle into confusion, another shockwave landed. A whistleblower came forward. Her name was Mira Youssef, a former research analyst who had worked under one of Bari Weiss's closest allies at a think tank focused on national security and information integrity. She wasn't a household name. She wasn't a partisan. She was, by her own words, someone who believed in the system, until I saw how it worked. And what she brought with her wasn't a rumor or a blurry PDF. It was a blueprint. A literal strategy document titled Narrative Containment Framework, Red Lines in the Age of Digital Uprisings. Dated 2021. Its stated purpose: to identify and neutralize rising public figures whose platforms threaten Israel-aligned narratives in progressive circles. Zohran Mamdani's name was listed. So were others, activists, journalists, even artists. There were pages describing how to create viral media moments to distract from headlines about Gaza, recommendations on how to infiltrate campus groups and shift the tone of debates, and a whole section labeled Preferred Media Figures, listing Bari Weiss as a high-trust amplifier. The bomb dropped. Mira didn't come forward quietly. She appeared next to Mamdani in a joint interview streamed live on multiple independent news platforms. Calmly, she walked the audience through what she'd seen, what she'd reported internally, and how her concerns were buried, until she had no choice but to walk away. The reaction was thunderous. People were stunned, not just by the content, but by the sheer detail. For years, critics had claimed certain voices were disproportionately platformed, while others were silenced. Now there was proof. But what made the moment explosive wasn't just the whistleblower. It was Mamdani's response. He didn't claim victory. He didn't posture. He asked questions. How many other voices have been erased before they ever reached the public? How many stories were never told, not because they were false, but because they were inconvenient? And then he paused. Why are we okay with truth being filtered through private agendas? That line echoed everywhere. Suddenly, public trust in major media plummeted. Even traditionally liberal networks couldn't ignore the story anymore. Some tried to downplay it as a misguided policy document. Others claimed Weiss wasn't aware of the full extent. But screenshots proved otherwise. There were emails, direct annotations, even calendar invites bearing her name. The dam had broken. Protests erupted, not just on campuses, but in media offices themselves. Junior staff at major newsrooms demanded independent audits of editorial influence. Donors to once trusted institutions began pulling out. For the first time in years, the myth of a neutral, untouchable media establishment was cracking, and Zohran Mamdani was at the center of it. Still, he refused to center himself. Instead, he called for a town hall, a real one. No corporate sponsors, no invites for elites, just open doors in a Queens community center. Hundreds showed up, not just activists, but teachers, grocery workers, parents, people who said they hadn't trusted politicians in years, until now. He stood there, not as a savior, but as a neighbor, and he said, "I'm not here to win a media war. I'm here to win back reality." A short, sincere reminder. If this story is resonating with you, share it. And if you want more voices like this, subscribe. It takes 2 seconds. By now, the truth was undeniable. The media machines had spun, twisted, and stumbled, but they couldn't unsee what had been laid bare. The leaked documents, the testimonies, the whistleblower. None of it could be dismissed as conspiracy or opinion. This was coordinated narrative manipulation, exposed in full daylight. And Bari Weiss? She vanished from public view. Her podcast paused indefinitely. Her writing ceased. She released a single statement through her legal team, calling the allegations mischaracterizations weaponized by political extremists. But no one was listening, not anymore. Instead, all eyes were on the people reclaiming their power. Zohran Mamdani didn't gloat. He didn't tweet a victory lap. He walked into the state assembly with the same quiet stride he always had. But now, people stood when he entered, not out of protocol, out of respect. He proposed a new bill that very week, the Media Accountability and Transparency Act, aimed at publicly disclosing financial and advisory relationships between news outlets and lobbying groups. It was bold. It was controversial. And yet, it passed committee with bipartisan support. But for Mamdani, it wasn't about legislative points. It was about clarity, about making it harder for stories to be bought, for silence to be packaged as objectivity. In the weeks that followed, something shifted. Journalists began signing open letters demanding independence from wealthy donors. University programs reviewed their media partnerships. Even some longtime critics of Mamdani began admitting, albeit grudgingly, that he had forced a necessary conversation. And amid it all, Mamdani stayed rooted in his district, visiting schools, listening at mosques and synagogues, sitting in laundromats and bodegas asking what stories weren't being told. In one particularly moving moment, a teenage girl stood up at a local forum in Jackson Heights, clutching a printed copy of his debate transcript. "I've never felt like someone in power could say what I feel in my gut," she said, her voice shaking. "But when you spoke, I finally believed I wasn't crazy. I just wasn't being heard. Mamdani didn't respond with a speech. He just nodded, eyes full, and said, "That's why we're here." The scandal that began as a clash between two voices ended as something else entirely. A reckoning with the gatekeepers of information and a revival of belief in public truth. He had no corporate backers, no media empire, no billionaire donors whispering behind him, just a mic, a chair, and the courage to speak. And in the end, that was enough to shake a system. Zohran Mamdani didn't win because he shouted louder. He won because he listened deeper, because he asked the questions no one dared to, and because when the lights were brightest, he didn't perform. He told the truth. And maybe that's what a hero really looks like. If you believe voices like Zohran's deserve to be heard, subscribe. And let me know in the comments, what truths do you think we've stopped asking about? Thank you for watching. You talk a big game, Mr. Shapiro, but you've never lived a day under the systems you defend. You intellectualize pain that people like me inherited at birth. That sentence, those exact words, turned the entire room to ice. The studio lights were blinding. The audience had been clapping just a moment ago. But now, silence. 1,000 eyes turned to Ben Shapiro. He blinked. He smirked. But something had shifted. And deep down, he knew it. Was this supposed to be just another debate? Another headline-grabbing moment on a political talk show? Or was it something bigger? Could a 32-year-old state assemblyman from Queens really go head-to-head with one of America's most relentless conservative commentators and win? That day, Zohran Mamdani didn't just speak. He stood. He stood for the voiceless. And he made it personal. But how did we even get here? It all started with a tweet. Weeks earlier, Mamdani had criticized a bill Shapiro endorsed, one that would increase police funding by nearly $3 billion nationally. Zohran called it state-sponsored intimidation. Shapiro responded in the way only Shapiro can, dismissive, biting, and viral. "Typical socialist drivel," he wrote. "People who've never had a real job want to decide national security." That post went everywhere. Fox, MSNBC, Twitter, Threads, Reddit. Suddenly, Mamdani wasn't just a local politician. He was a target. So when Shapiro's producers invited him to appear on his podcast, no one expected him to say yes. But he did. And not just that, he walked into the studio alone, without handlers, without notes, without hesitation. What followed was not a debate. It was a confrontation between two worlds. The conversation began calmly, about crime rates, funding, theory versus practice. Shapiro led with his usual confidence, quoting statistics, referencing philosophers, speaking fast enough to spin circles around most guests. But Mamdani didn't flinch. He waited, listened, and then he cut through it all. "Ben," he said quietly, "your numbers are polished, but they're lifeless. What do you know about being pulled over 6 times in 1 year just because of your name? Or about having a landlord double your rent while hiding behind market forces? You treat these things as ideas. I live them as reality." And just like that, the studio turned into a courtroom. The audience wasn't watching a podcast. They were witnessing a reckoning. You could see Shapiro shifting in his seat, his hands moving more than usual. But Mamdani wasn't done. "You believe capitalism self-corrects, but it doesn't correct for people who never get to start. I'm not asking for handouts. I'm asking for a system where someone like me isn't born already, 10 steps behind you." The crowd, made up of liberals, conservatives, and everyone in between, sat stunned. The control room whispered, unsure if they should cut to commercial. They didn't. And Mamdani leaned forward, sealing the moment. You don't need to agree with me, Ben. But if you really cared about the truth, you'd leave this desk and spend 1 week in a housing court in the Bronx. Then come back and tell me the market fixes everything. It was the kind of truth no algorithm could filter out. No clever edit could dilute. And when the clip hit the internet, it exploded. But that was only the beginning. This story, this collision, would spiral into something neither of them could have predicted. It would uncover old secrets, force apologies, and even shake up a national movement. And Zohran, he wasn't done yet. And if this story's already got your mind spinning, hit the like button and let me know in the comments. Do you think political debates actually change minds? By the time the full interview aired, it had already gone viral. Clips of Mamdani's calm, razor-sharp rebuttals were everywhere. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts. Teenagers in cafeterias were mimicking his tone. Teachers were quoting his lines in lectures. And perhaps the most telling sign of impact? Conservative outlets stopped replaying the interview halfway through. But inside Ben Shapiro's circle, the narrative was different. He was grandstanding, said one Daily Wire contributor. An opportunist, said another. Shapiro himself tweeted, "Props to Mamdani for showing up, but emotion isn't an argument. The facts still stand." Except something unusual happened next. The very communities Shapiro often cited in his arguments, the business owners, the suburban voters, the police unions, began sending emails. They weren't attacking Mamdani. They were asking questions. Why haven't we heard this side before? Is it true rent laws are rigged like that in New York? What if he's right about the courts? And Zohran didn't stay silent. He returned to Queens that week and held a public assembly in an old community center. No press, no headlines, just people. Over 600 showed up. Some wore masks, others came straight from work in uniforms. They weren't looking for a politician. They were looking for someone who got it. He stood at the front in a wrinkled shirt and no tie and said, "You saw me on a screen, but I want you to see me here, because no matter how viral a clip gets, nothing changes unless we build something together." The room lit up with applause. Then a woman in the back stood and said, "But Zohran, what now? You embarrassed a big guy on camera. They'll try to crush you." He smiled. "That's the point," he said. "They already are." And then, almost as if on cue, it happened. That night, Mamdani's office received a leak, an anonymous email with internal memos from a right-wing think tank outlining a campaign to discredit him. It included coordinated media pieces, rumors about his college years, and even a proposed strategy to pressure New York donors to pull their support. He brought the leak straight to the public. On his Instagram story, he posted a screenshot of the memo with the caption, "When you speak the truth, they don't argue back. They try to erase you." The internet erupted again. But this time, it wasn't just activists or progressives supporting him. A handful of Republican voters, small business owners, even a retired NYPD officer reposted it with their own commentary. Didn't agree with him at first. Now I'm listening. And yet, the most surprising twist came not from a voter, but from Ben Shapiro himself. In a follow-up podcast titled Correcting the Record, Shapiro spent 10 minutes, 10 entire minutes, talking about Mamdani's claims. Not mocking, not ridiculing, responding. Was it damage control, genuine reflection, or something else? Either way, the tone had shifted. And that's when a New York Times journalist, digging through old political funding disclosures, made a discovery. One of Shapiro's sponsors was directly linked to the very landlord conglomerate Mamdani had been criticizing. The story broke the next morning. Headline: Debate Fallout. Shapiro's sponsor, tied to predatory rent practices. Suddenly, it wasn't just a cultural clash. It was a scandal. Mamdani had walked into that interview alone. But now, he had an army behind him, and he wasn't interested in revenge. He wanted transformation. What he did next shocked even his supporters, and it forced Ben to make a choice he'd never imagined. And hey, if you're still watching, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You won't want to miss what comes next. When the headlines hit, the timing couldn't have been more perfect or more dangerous. Ben Shapiro's sponsor, a multi-million-dollar real estate conglomerate known for quietly funding media platforms, was now under public scrutiny. And not just because of Zohran Mamdani's comments, because of receipts, leases, eviction letters, emails, the kind of evidence you can't argue with. Reporters began connecting dots. One of the conglomerate's properties had evicted 34 families in Brooklyn in a single month using a loophole Mamdani had tried to close years ago with a bill that died in committee. Now, that bill had a second life. Within 48 hours, Zohran reintroduced it, this time with 5 new co-sponsors, including 2 who had never voted with him before. But that wasn't all. In a live stream watched by over 180,000 people, he explained exactly why. "This isn't about Ben," he said. "It's about power. It's about who gets to speak and who gets silenced. And I'm done watching families get tossed out like garbage while corporations buy podcasts to distract you." He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The truth carried it. That night, the hashtag #PassMamdaniBill trended #1 in New York. Meanwhile, Shapiro was in damage control. His team issued a formal statement distancing the Daily Wire from their sponsor's real estate practices. But it was too late. For once, the man known for controlling the conversation was on the back foot. And Zohran? He just kept going. He walked into housing court in the Bronx the next morning, no cameras, no speechwriters, and sat in the back row for 4 hours. At lunch, he stood outside and gave coffee to the tenants waiting for their case numbers to be called. One man, mid-50s, turned to him and said, "You're the guy from the internet, right?" Zohran nodded. "Thank you," the man whispered, "for saying what we couldn't." But just as the public pressure reached its peak, the pushback arrived. A coordinated ad campaign hit TV and radio, painting Mamdani as anti-business, radical, even un-American. One radio ad ended with, "Do you want your neighborhood run by people who never built anything?" Zohran didn't respond directly. He went back to work. He met with tenant unions, faith leaders, and even moderate opponents. In a city council forum, someone asked if he thought he'd gone too far with the Shapiro confrontation. He paused. "No," he said, "because I didn't go in to fight. I went in to speak, and the truth did the rest." Then came the bombshell. A leaked email, again anonymously sent, revealed internal communication from a Shapiro-affiliated donor group urging lobbyists to delay Mamdani's bill using procedural fog. But this time, Zohran didn't post it himself. Someone else did, a centrist Democrat. With the caption, "We don't agree on much, but this game has gone too far. Let him bring the bill to the floor." And just like that, the dam cracked. Public opinion shifted again, hard. Even skeptics began to see the pattern. A politician who never backed down, who refused to smear, who responded with action, not attacks. That weekend, in a rare interview with a centrist political podcast, Zohran was asked one simple question. "What do you want people to take from all this?" He looked into the mic and said, "That your voice matters more than theirs, if you actually use it." The comment section flooded. And in Washington, people started whispering. Could this guy, this assemblyman from Queens, be the beginning of something bigger? One more part to go, and it's the moment that decides everything. Drop a comment if you've followed the story this far. Do you think Zohran's bill will pass, or will power silence him again? The chamber was packed. For a housing bill, that was rare. But this wasn't just any bill. This was the one Zohran Mamdani reintroduced after a media firestorm, death threats, smear campaigns, and an online war with one of the most recognizable conservative voices in the world. Now, it came down to one vote. As Zohran stepped to the podium in the New York State Assembly, the air felt tight. He wasn't nervous, not anymore. He was tired. But behind that fatigue was clarity. He looked around the room, not just at allies, but at opponents, at the faces who'd once laughed off his legislation like a college essay with no future. And then he spoke. This bill isn't perfect, but if you vote no today, make no mistake, you are voting for evictions. You are voting for the mother who will have to tell her daughter they're moving again. You are voting for a system that profits off people disappearing. Silence. He continued. Some of you said this was just a Twitter moment. Maybe it was, but behind every trending topic, there are real lives, and for once they're watching us. Right now. There was no anger in his voice, just truth. When the clerk began reading names, Zohran stepped back and folded his hands. One by one, the votes came in. A few nays early on, then a trickle of ayes, then more, then more. When the final name was called, there was a pause, then a gasp, then applause. The bill had passed, by just 3 votes. Outside, a crowd that had gathered around the Capitol building began to cheer. Inside, some lawmakers smiled, others looked away. And Zohran? He didn't raise his fist. He didn't run to the cameras. He simply closed his eyes for a moment, whispered, "Thank you," under his breath, and walked out. But the story didn't end there. That night, Ben Shapiro tweeted something no one expected. We disagreed strongly, but Mamdani fought with conviction. I'll admit, it made me think. And then he followed it up with something else. Maybe it's time I visited the Bronx housing court. The replies exploded. Some mocked, some praised. But one thing was undeniable. Something had shifted. Because for once, a debate didn't end in posturing, it ended in policy. In people's lives actually changing. Weeks later, national news outlets picked up the story. Not just the drama, but the impact. Several states began reviewing similar housing loopholes. Tenant unions named Zohran their legislator of the year. And whispers about his future grew louder. Congress? Maybe. But when a journalist asked him where he saw himself in 5 years, Zohran just laughed. I'm not chasing a title. I'm chasing the people who've been ignored for too long. Then he paused and added something quietly. They listened once. Maybe they'll listen again. And maybe they will. Because in a world that runs on sound bites, it's rare for someone to speak with heart. Rarer still for them to win. But that's what happened here. Not because he shouted louder, but because he never stopped telling the truth. If this story moved you even a little, don't let it end here. Subscribe for more. And tell me in the comments, would you vote for someone like Zohran Mamdani? Why or why not? Mr. Trump, with all due respect, you're not above the Constitution, and I won't let you pretend you are. The entire chamber fell into stunned silence. The former president blinked, leaned back in his chair, and smirked as murmurs rippled through the room. But Zohran Mamdani didn't flinch. He stared straight ahead, gripping the microphone with the kind of calm that only comes when truth weighs heavier than fear. How did it come to this? How did a quiet assembly member from Queens end up in a live televised showdown with Donald J. Trump, where every word became a headline and every second counted? This wasn't supposed to be a scandal. It started as a policy hearing. One more empty room, one more set of rehearsed answers. But someone underestimated Zohran Mamdani. Someone thought he would play along, smile, nod, and move on. They were wrong. It all began weeks earlier when rumors emerged that a controversial real estate development in Queens was being funneled millions in federal funds, allegedly pushed through by figures connected to Trump's inner circle. On paper, the project was about revitalizing housing. But whispers in the neighborhood told a different story. Forced evictions, inflated land prices, and broken promises. Zohran, who had grown up just blocks away from the affected district, took notice, and when he tried to request documents through the official channels, doors were shut. Calls went unanswered. People started warning him to pick his battles. But Zohran wasn't the type to back down quietly. Then came the moment the nation didn't see coming. The congressional oversight hearing, where Trump had been invited, not summoned, not subpoenaed, just invited to clarify his role. Most thought he wouldn't show up, but he did. Surrounded by lawyers, flanked by his allies, Trump entered the chamber like it was another rally. He joked, deflected, and dismissed questions with that familiar bravado. And that's when Zohran stood up. Calm, precise, devastating. He laid out document after document, emails, wire transfers, testimonies, tying the development's financial trail back to shell companies owned by Trump associates. He didn't shout. He didn't insult. He didn't even look angry. He just told the truth. And then, as Trump tried to interrupt, Zohran leaned in and dropped the line that would loop on every screen for the next 72 hours. Mr. Trump, with all due respect, you're not above the Constitution, and I won't let you pretend you are. It wasn't just a quote. It was a moment. And that moment set fire to a scandal that neither side could walk away from. But here's the real question. What would happen next? Would Trump retaliate like he always does? Public smears, legal threats, media spin? Would Zohran cave under pressure, or would he dig in even deeper? And maybe the biggest question of all, could one voice in a room full of noise actually make a difference? If you're still watching, drop a comment. Do you think Zohran went too far, or not far enough? And if this story has you hooked, don't forget to subscribe. We're just getting started. By the next morning, every major network had the clip. Zohran Mamdani's name trended globally, and predictably, Donald Trump responded, fast. His first post hit Truth Social before sunrise. Another radical leftist, nobody trying to make a name off mine. Sad. Then came the second. Zohran Mamdani. Never heard of him. But he'll regret trying to smear the greatest president in history. Trump's media machine kicked into full gear. Fox News ran segments calling Zohran dangerous, divisive, and ungrateful. One host said, "He should be investigated, not Trump." They dug into Zohran's past, his activism, his family, his campaign donors, searching for something, anything, to use against him. But Zohran stayed quiet. He didn't tweet. He didn't rant. He worked. While others talked, he started building a case. He met with whistleblowers, construction workers who hadn't been paid in months, tenants who'd been evicted without notice, and former city officials pressured to move faster. Each interview painted a clearer picture. The Queen's development wasn't about housing. It was about laundering influence. And the deeper Zohran went, the closer he got to something that made people nervous. One night, after a town hall in Astoria, a staffer approached Zohran with a shaky voice. "They're watching you," she whispered. "Not just the press, people you don't see." Zohran nodded. He already knew. Still, he wasn't prepared for what happened next. A week after the hearing, an anonymous email landed in the inbox of a small independent journalist. Attached was a folder labeled Q Actual. Inside, a spreadsheet mapping property sales, LLC ownerships, and undisclosed political contributions, all flowing through a pattern. At the center, a name Zohran recognized instantly. Jared Kushner, the former White House senior advisor, Trump's son-in-law, and the quiet architect of real estate deals across New York. The files were stunning. Transactions disguised through shell companies, campaign donations masked as consulting, and a paper trail leading right back to the same Queen's development. It wasn't just corruption. It was national-level abuse of influence. The journalist, unsure what to do, forwarded the file to Zohran's office. When Zohran opened it, he didn't speak for almost a full minute. This changes everything. But going public meant war. The kind of war that destroys careers, or worse. So he made a choice. He set up a press conference. No spin, no games, just facts. As he stepped onto the stage, reporters buzzed. He held up the folder. "What I'm holding in my hand," he began, "is not speculation. It's evidence." He didn't name Jared Kushner directly. Not yet. But he made it clear that the corruption ran deeper than one man. This is about how power protects itself. This is about what happens when politics is used as a shield for profit. And it's time we ripped that shield away. The next day, Trump's legal team fired back, calling it slanderous, deeply flawed, and a cheap political stunt. But behind the scenes, phones were ringing off the hook, congressional staffers were panicking, and someone at the DOJ quietly requested a copy of the files. So, what happens when the truth threatens the powerful? Will they crush it before it spreads? Or is this the moment someone finally holds them accountable? If you believe this story deserves to be heard, hit the like button and drop a comment. Should Zohran release the names, or is he already in too deep? The clock was ticking. Zohran Mamdani had the files. The public had questions. And somewhere in the marble corridors of power, people with very expensive suits and very deep pockets were getting nervous. The documents hinted, but Zohran hadn't said the names out loud. Not yet. Until that Thursday morning. It was a gray, rainy day in D.C. The press was already gathered, expecting more vague accusations or another cautious speech. But when Zohran stepped to the podium, the tone shifted instantly. "I'm going to say 3 names," he began. "And I want you to understand. This is not about revenge. This is about responsibility." He paused. Then, slowly, clearly, he said them. Jared Kushner, Stephen Schwartzman, Tom Barrack. Gasps. Cameras clicked. Reporters fumbled to type. These weren't just businessmen. They were insiders, loyalists, gatekeepers of Trump's financial world. Zohran continued. These men, through layers of LLCs and offshore accounts, redirected federal redevelopment funds meant for working-class families in Queens. They turned promises into leverage, communities into commodities, homes into headlines. There was no turning back now. And with that, the retaliation escalated. That night, Zohran's office was flooded with angry voicemails. His parents received phone calls from unlisted numbers. Anonymous messages warned of career-ending dirt that would soon surface. But Zohran knew fear wasn't the enemy. Silence was. The next morning, he met with a former DOJ investigator who had reached out privately. "There's chatter," the man said. "Someone's talking about fast-tracking a case against you. Campaign finance violations. Totally fabricated, but they only need a headline." It was a scare tactic. Classic. But the timing wasn't random. Zohran had just sent a sealed envelope to the House Ethics Committee. Inside, a formal complaint with full evidence. He knew they might bury it, delay it, pretend it never arrived. So he took a different route, too. He uploaded a redacted version of the documents to a secure public archive, then posted a link on his official page with a simple caption. "If something happens to me, this doesn't go away." It exploded. Social media lit up. Young voters, activists, even conservative critics who'd grown tired of political games started paying attention. "This guy's got guts," one headline read. Another, "The most fearless politician you've never heard of, until now." But not everyone was cheering. That same night, Donald Trump called into a news segment and said, "Zohran Mamdani, he'll be remembered for 15 minutes. Then we'll see what happens." It was meant to intimidate. But Zohran wasn't rattled. He was already planning the next move. Because the documents, those were just the tip of something bigger. He'd found emails, internal memos, notes scribbled in margins from Trump-affiliated strategists referring to QZ9, a code for a network of questionable zone acquisitions. In plain language, it was a map of gentrification driven by corruption, and Queens was just one dot on a much larger board. The media began to shift. Some asked, could this be Trump's biggest scandal since leaving office? Others whispered, could Zohran be setting himself up for something more? And through it all, Zohran stayed grounded. No flashy suits, no grandstanding, just focus. Because he knew, this fight wasn't about personal glory. It was about making sure the people who got steamrolled by politics finally had someone on their side. If this story has you thinking, don't just scroll, leave a comment. Could you stand your ground under pressure like this? Would you risk everything for truth? The hearing room was packed. 3 weeks had passed since Zohran Mamdani publicly named the figures at the heart of the Queen's scandal. 3 weeks of headlines, threats, support, fear, and one unshakable question. Would anything actually change? On this day, Zohran wasn't alone. The families who'd been displaced showed up, mothers holding eviction letters, children clutching school backpacks, elders in wheelchairs with tears in their eyes. They weren't there for politics. They were there because someone finally said what they'd been screaming for years. Enough! Zohran stepped forward again, this time before the House Oversight Committee. The same room where Trump once dismissed his questions now bore witness to something different. Clarity. He began not with facts, but with a story. When I was 7, he said, my neighbors were kicked out of their building overnight. No notice, no relocation help, nothing. I remember watching them pack everything they owned into trash bags. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. Then, with calm precision, he unpacked the full map, how federal housing money was funneled into real estate front companies, how those companies were tied to PAC donations, and how 3 men, Kushner, Schwartzman, and Barrack, benefited directly under programs Trump had quietly expanded before leaving office. He showed signed memos. He revealed internal White House notes labeled Property Opportunity Targets. He even produced a text thread between a senior Trump advisor and a Queens City official that read, "Push it through. ZM is just noise." And that's when the room changed. Silence, then gasps, then murmurs, real, angry, rising. One congresswoman whispered to her aide, "This could be bigger than Teapot Dome." Later that evening, the Department of Justice issued a formal notice of inquiry. It wasn't a trial yet, but it was the first official crack in a wall that had seemed impenetrable. Trump, meanwhile, called into a news show again that night and said, "This kid is delusional. There's no scandal. It's all made up by the radical left to stay relevant." But America was listening now. Not just pundits, not just partisans. People. A viral video clip showed Zohran speaking to an elderly woman in a Queens park. She held his hand and said, "You're the first person who made me feel like I wasn't invisible." That moment was shared more than the hearings, more than the evidence, because it wasn't about the scandal anymore. It was about a shift. A month later, congressional hearings opened into abuse of federal redevelopment funds. Jared Kushner refused to testify. Schwartzman lawyered up. Barrack's PR team issued a 5-line denial, then disappeared. Zohran didn't gloat. He went back to Queens, back to doorsteps, back to the people who had trusted him when it was dangerous to care. A young man stopped him on the street and asked, "How did you do it, man? How did you stand up to Trump and not fold?" Zohran smiled. "Because I wasn't standing for me." And that's what made him different. He wasn't trying to be famous. He He wasn't trying to go viral, he was trying to be useful. And in a political world addicted to spectacle, that kind of sincerity was almost revolutionary. So, what do we take from all this? That courage doesn't always come with a podium. That telling the truth won't always make you popular, but it might make you proud. And that sometimes, the biggest scandals don't end with handcuffs. They end with someone refusing to be quiet. If you made it to the end of this story, thank you. And if you believe we need more leaders like Zohran Mamdani, consider subscribing to the channel, because these are the stories they hope you'll never hear. Are you calling my entire community a threat to Western civilization? Zohran Mamdani's voice sliced through the tension like broken glass. The room fell into a stunned silence. Across from him, Douglas Murray sat back, lips curled into the faintest smirk, as if he'd just triggered a trap he'd spent years setting. It was supposed to be a civil panel discussion, an elite, invitation-only event at the Royal Institute for Strategic Studies in London, held in the grand marble hall that once echoed with Churchill's footsteps. The chandeliers still trembled with the heat of the cameras. The topic: crisis and cohesion in the West. What it became was a slow-motion detonation of assumptions, identities, and moral authority. So what did Douglas say that pushed Zohran to the edge? He leaned forward earlier that evening, polished and deliberate. The problem, you see, isn't immigration per se. It's the type of immigrant. Some values simply don't integrate. And unfortunately, we see that most clearly in communities from South Asia and the Middle East. It was dressed in civility, wrapped in academic language, applauded by a few nodding heads in the front row. But Zohran had heard every syllable like it was a nail being hammered into a coffin labeled them. So now, on camera, in front of politicians, scholars, and streaming millions, he asked again, "You speak of values. Which ones? Dignity, equality, or the unspoken value that some lives are worth more than others?" Murray smiled faintly. "Let's not play rhetorical games, Zohran. You know precisely what I mean. The West thrives on freedom of speech, on reason, on tolerance. These are not universally held." "You mean," Zohran said slowly, rising from his chair, "that my mother, who taught ESL classes to newly arrived refugees for 2 decades, didn't understand freedom? That my father, who risked his life as a cab driver every night in this very city, didn't value reason?" The moderator shifted uncomfortably. Cameras zoomed in. Murray blinked but held the line. "And you? Watching this right now, what would you have said in Zohran's place? When centuries of displacement, of prejudice, of polite exclusion finally erupt in one brutal moment of truth, how do you respond? Do you stay quiet to keep your seat at the table, or do you flip the table?" The audience didn't expect the next words, because what Zohran did next wasn't a rebuttal. It was something far more dangerous. He turned to the audience, not to Murray, not to the moderator, to them. "For too long," he said, voice firm but trembling with rage, "we've let people speak about us, without us. You write op-eds, deliver lectures, collect fees for dissecting the problem of people like me. But let me make one thing very clear. We are not your sociological experiment. We are the West." That line cracked something open. In the back row, someone started to clap. Then another. Then, slowly, the room that had once felt like an exclusive cathedral of power turned into a courtroom of reckoning. But it didn't stop there, because Murray, visibly rattled for the first time, leaned in and whispered into his mic, "You wouldn't dare quote the Quran in here, would you?" And Zohran did, not to provoke, not to convert, but to reclaim space. He quoted a verse his grandmother used to recite when the world seemed to forget their worth. Do not let the hatred of others make you swerve to wrong and depart from justice. Be just. That is closer to righteousness. And with that, centuries of silencing collapsed into a single breath. If you're watching this now and think politics is just about votes and sound bites, ask yourself, what happens when someone finally stops asking for permission to exist? If this moment shook you even a little, hit subscribe and tell me in the comments, what would you have said in Zohran's place? The silence after Zohran quoted the verse wasn't just silence. It was displacement of authority, of control, of the careful balance that kept voices like his at the margins. Douglas Murray blinked, his usual composure dented for a fleeting second. He shifted in his seat, and for the first time, he looked uncertain whether to speak or stay quiet. The moderator finally cleared his throat. Thank you, Mr. Mamdani, for that passionate response. Perhaps we can return to the original topic. But it was already too late for original topics. A young woman in the audience stood up, not waiting for a microphone. Why is it, she asked, that every time someone speaks truth to power, it's called passion? But when that same power speaks with cruelty, it's called analysis? Another person stood, then another, and another. The hall, designed for control, was becoming a site of protest, orderly, still within the rules, but entirely out of the old guard's control. Murray's voice cut in, sharp, defensive. Let's not allow the room to descend into a moral circus. There is still such a thing as civil discourse, Mr. Mamdani. You, of all people, should understand the value of restraint. Zohran turned back toward him slowly. I do, he said. I understand restraint. I was raised on it. Restraint is what my parents showed when landlords refused to rent to them. Restraint is what I showed when someone spit on me in the subway and said I should go back to where I came from. Restraint is what my community has practiced every single time a newspaper editorial describes us as a demographic threat. He paused. But maybe restraint is a privilege you demand from those you don't have to listen to. There it was, the raw, unfiltered truth of it, and yet Murray doubled down, his voice rising just slightly. If the West is so intolerable, so hostile, why do people from your background fight to come here? You speak of injustice while enjoying every benefit this society offers. Isn't that the very definition of hypocrisy? Zohran didn't react immediately. He let the question hang in the air like poison. Then he asked something no one expected. Do you know the name Yasmin Ahmed? Murray furrowed his brow. Should I? She was a Somali refugee, Zohran said. She arrived in the UK as a child. She worked her way through school. She cared for her siblings while her mother worked night shifts. She made it to university on scholarship, became a lawyer, and spent 5 years defending immigrant women in domestic violence cases. She was born in a war zone and died of COVID in a London hospital because she didn't have access to proper PPE while working a frontline job. He looked straight at Murray. You ask why we come here? We come here to survive. And when we do, we rebuild your society from the ground up. But we die quietly. And you write books about us. The audience was still again, but this time the tension wasn't about discomfort. It was about exposure. The rules had been bent. Something dangerous had begun. Moral clarity in a place designed for polite ambiguity. Murray leaned forward, clearly trying to take back control. You've personalized a political discussion. That's not debate. That's performance. But Zohran wasn't interested in debating anymore. This isn't performance. This is testimony. And your refusal to recognize it is exactly why so many people have stopped trusting these rooms, these platforms, and these so-called intellectual gatekeepers. And then he did something radical. He walked down from the stage and handed the microphone to the young woman who had first stood up. She introduced herself as Sarah, the daughter of Algerian immigrants, a nurse who had just come off a double shift. Do I get to speak? She asked. The crowd murmured, unsure. And Zohran replied simply, "That's what this should have been about all along." What followed wasn't a shouting match. It was a reckoning. One by one, people in the audience began standing, not with slogans, but with stories. Stories of exclusion masked as policy, of silence mistaken for consent, of generations treated as case studies instead of citizens. And Douglas Murray? He watched. For once, without the final word. If you believe stories matter more than spin, if you think reclaiming space is an act of courage, don't scroll past this. Tap like, subscribe, and tell me, when was the last time you saw someone refuse to be spoken for? The organizers didn't know what to do. What had started as a highly curated panel with predictable talking points had morphed into something they hadn't scripted. The people in the audience were no longer spectators. They were participants. And in their voices, nurses, students, cleaners, postal workers, was a depth of experience no think tank white paper could manufacture. Some attendees tried to leave, unsettled, but many stayed, pulled in by something they couldn't name yet. A shift, a rupture, a moment of clarity that, once seen, couldn't be unseen. Zohran sat quietly among the crowd now, not towering above them on stage, but among them, listening. His phone buzzed non-stop. News alerts, social media mentions. A short clip of his Quran quote had already gone viral. A hashtag was trending, #We're the West. Back on stage, Douglas Murray remained seated, arms folded, brow tense. He hadn't left, but he hadn't spoken again either. He watched as his usual ground, the polite arena of detached debate, slipped away from him. It wasn't just that he was being challenged, it was that his language, his rhythm, his terrain, was no longer the default. Someone else now held the room. An older man stood to speak, his accent thick with East London grit. "I'm not a religious man," he began. "I've voted Tory all my life. But I'll tell you what I do know. The night my son came home with a fractured jaw because he stood up for a Muslim classmate in school, that night I realized something. The problem ain't immigration. It's cowardice. Cowardice of the kind that lets people speak hate and call it heritage." No applause. Just breathless agreement. A woman in a headscarf followed, sharing a story about losing her job after refusing to remove it, even though she had the highest customer service reviews in her department. Another woman, white, mid-60s, nodded and added, "She trained me when I started. She was the best damn supervisor we ever had. I quit the day they let her go." It was no longer a panel. It was a reckoning, and Zohran was at the center of it, not as a performer, not as a pundit, but as a catalyst. Suddenly Murray spoke again, more quietly this time. "You're not wrong to feel angry," he said. "But are we really saying that tradition, cultural identity, even nationhood, are obsolete ideas? That they don't matter at all anymore?" Zohran turned to him calmly. "No," he said. "I'm saying they matter too much to leave in the hands of those who only define them by exclusion." And for the first time, Murray didn't interrupt. That's when the moderator, clearly overwhelmed, suggested a 5-minute recess. Cameras kept rolling, but people stood, stretched, whispered, tweeted. A journalist from a major outlet approached Zohran. "This wasn't supposed to happen," she said. "You hijacked the narrative." He smiled faintly. "No," he replied. "I gave it back to the people you wrote out of it." Outside, reporters clustered by the entrance. The Prime Minister's communications office had called twice. Rumors swirled that a certain cable news anchor in the U.S. wanted Zohran on live tonight. But he wasn't interested in media cycles. Instead, he turned to the young woman from earlier, Sarah, and asked, "Do you want to go back in there with me?" She nodded. Back inside, the room hadn't emptied. It had grown. Word had spread. Staffers let in people who'd been waiting outside. A few more stood along the walls. Something rare was unfolding. The illusion of neutrality had cracked, and no one wanted to miss what came next. And what came next wasn't fury, it was focus. Zohran stepped back up, not alone this time, but flanked by voices that had been invisible just an hour before. He didn't shout. He didn't gloat. He asked a question. Who decides whose pain is political and whose pain is just noise? The room was still again, and that silence, unlike earlier, was not discomfort. It was attention. If you've ever been told your experience is too emotional for serious spaces, if you've ever been shut down with words like objective, rational, respectable, this moment is for you. If it hit home, hit subscribe, and let me know in the comments. Who's been written out of your story? The final moment didn't arrive with a bang, but with something far more unsettling. Truth spoken without fear. Zohran Mamdani stood center stage again, not by design, but because no one else dared speak after him. Even Douglas Murray had fallen silent, not defeated, but displaced. He had come to this stage expecting to debate ideology. What he got instead was a reckoning with lived reality. And the thing about lived reality is, it doesn't ask for your permission. Zohran looked across the room and said calmly, "This is not a debate. This is a mirror. And if it frightens you, maybe it's time to ask what you've become so afraid to see." There was no anger in his voice anymore, just clarity. And when clarity enters a room built on complexity, it feels like heresy. He turned to Douglas Murray. "You built a career on elegant fear. You package it well, British diction, expensive suits, Oxford commas, but peel it back, and it's still fear. Of change, of difference, of a world where you are no longer the sole narrator." Douglas shifted in his seat, not indignantly, almost reflectively. Zohran continued, "I don't hate you. I don't even want to silence you. I just refuse to let you be the only voice people hear when they ask, 'What is the West?'" And then, without waiting for a response, he turned to the audience, not just those in the room, but through the live stream, the millions watching around the world. "My name is Zohran Mamdani. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a legislator. I'm the son of immigrants, and I belong here, not in spite of who I am, but because of it." There was no applause line, no dramatic crescendo, just that statement, clear, undeniable, whole. But what happened next was something no one could have predicted. Douglas Murray stood up. He didn't speak. He didn't argue. He didn't try to reclaim control. He simply walked down from the stage, stopped in front of Zohran, and said softly, audible only because every camera zoomed in and every microphone strained, "I still disagree with you, but today I heard you, and that rarely happens in these rooms." Zohran nodded. "Then maybe," he said, "this was worth it." It wasn't about agreement. It never was. It was about visibility, dignity, the refusal to be patronized, caricatured, or managed. And as the event ended, not with a scheduled closing statement, but with people still speaking, still sharing, still lingering, the headlines had already begun to spread. Mamdani redefines the debate on Western values. From clash to conversation, a new politics emerges in London. Zohran Mamdani doesn't ask for a seat, he builds the table. Later that night, clips from the panel flooded social media. Not the usual 15-second sound bites, full testimonies, raw voices, real pain and unpolished truth. Young organizers began sharing quotes. Elder immigrants cried watching their experiences finally spoken aloud. Even those who had once feared change said, "I didn't expect to feel this moved." But most powerful of all was the message Zohran received from a 17-year-old boy in Birmingham. "I used to be ashamed of my name, but today I saw someone say it with pride and make a room full of power listen. Thank you." And in that message, in that quiet gratitude, lay the final proof of what had just happened. This wasn't just a viral moment. It was a cultural shift. Because every empire that built itself on exclusion eventually forgets how to listen. And every moment like this reminds them the future isn't asking for permission. It's arriving, loud, brilliant, unfiltered. And Zohran Mamdani, he didn't win a debate. He rewrote the rules entirely. If this story moved you, even just a little, subscribe. Then tell me in the comments, what kind of future are you willing to speak into existence? Because silence never built justice. But truth? It just might. You promised public safety, but all you delivered was public silence. Do you hear them, Mr. Mayor? These are your victims, and they're invisible to you. Gasps filled the air. Reporters looked at one another in disbelief, and for a moment, even Adams didn't move. What just happened? How did a relatively unknown assemblyman bring the mayor of New York City to a standstill, on live television no less? What led to this showdown, and why are millions now calling Zohran Mamdani a hero? Let's go back, just a few months before that defining moment. It started with a quiet surge of evictions across New York, barely mentioned in the media. But Zohran noticed. He wasn't one of those politicians who waited for the headlines. He listened to the tenants, the organizers, the mothers being pushed out of rent-stabilized homes in Astoria, Crown Heights, Jackson Heights. He saw patterns no one wanted to admit. The evictions were strategic. The neighborhoods were shifting. And the mayor? Nowhere to be found. Eric Adams, meanwhile, was on television, promising a revitalized New York. He spoke of clearing the streets and bringing back order. But those weren't just catchphrases. Underneath them were policies that allowed landlords to use police intimidation, bureaucratic red tape, and loopholes to force families out. Legally, but mercilessly. When Zohran tried to raise concerns in City Hall, he was brushed off, told to play ball or risk being shut out. But that wasn't his style. He wasn't there to be liked. He was there to fight. It began with late-night meetings in community centers and basements, tenants coming together, crying, telling their stories. Zohran didn't just listen. He started collecting the evidence. Dozens, then hundreds of eviction notices, each one telling the same story: silence from the city and fear in the homes of the working class. And then came the leaked memo. A confidential document from inside the mayor's office, exposed by a whistleblower, revealed a shocking phrase: strategic vacancy for urban redevelopment. It was bureaucratic language for displacement. The plan was real, and Zohran had proof. But taking on Eric Adams wasn't easy. He was a former cop, media-trained, with powerful donors and citywide influence. When Zohran raised the issue publicly, the mayor's office called him a grandstanding socialist, accusing him of spreading disinformation. Media outlets parroted the line. Pundits mocked him on morning shows. Still, he pushed forward. He challenged the mayor directly at a public hearing. And when Adams dismissed the accusations with a smirk, Zohran did something no one expected. He held up those eviction notices, real families, real names, and said, "If I'm lying, sue me. But if I'm right, then every second you delay is a betrayal." The room went cold, and the city, watching from thousands of screens, finally looked up. People started paying attention. Tenants began filming their stories. Hashtags trended. Journalists dug deeper. And Zohran's inbox flooded with thousands more documents. The next confrontation was inevitable. A live city council session, with cameras rolling. And this time, Zohran didn't come alone. He came with stories, with receipts, and with one burning question. "Mayor Adams, how many families have to disappear before you call it a crisis?" Sometimes the most powerful voice isn't the loudest, it's the one that refuses to be silenced. Enjoying this story? Drop a comment and let us know your thoughts. And if you believe stories like this matter, consider subscribing. It helps more than you think. Eric Adams didn't flinch, at least not in public. When Zohran Mamdani asked how many families had to vanish before the mayor saw a crisis, Adams leaned forward, composed and calm. He gave a rehearsed answer, sprinkled with statistics, optimism, and vague promises. He called it necessary urban renewal. He spoke of making the city livable again. But he never addressed the evictions, not once. Outside the chamber, it was a different story. The mayor's media team went into overdrive, calling Zohran a divisive radical. They painted him as out of touch, accused him of endangering economic growth. Overnight, tabloid headlines branded him the eviction alarmist. But something was different this time. The public wasn't buying it, because New Yorkers had seen the truth with their own eyes. Whole buildings emptied out, schools losing students, rent prices tripling, and now they had a name for it: strategic vacancy. Thanks to Zohran, the words had gone viral. Zohran didn't chase cameras. He didn't tour studios. Instead, he doubled down, door by door. In neighborhoods like East Harlem and Flatbush, he stood on stoops and read eviction notices with residents, sometimes crying with them. People began calling him the assemblyman who shows up. But behind closed doors, things were getting ugly. City Hall insiders warned him that he was playing with fire. Donors pulled funding from his housing initiatives. And then came the audit. Out of nowhere, the city's Department of Investigations launched a formal probe into his finances. The message was clear: back off. Zohran knew the playbook: smear, distract, overwhelm. But he didn't blink, because by now he wasn't alone. He had organizers, tenants, even city employees reaching out. One of them, an anonymous housing clerk, sent Zohran an internal spreadsheet. It showed the timeline of evictions matching up almost perfectly with rezoning applications and corporate real estate activity. Zohran didn't sleep that night. He called his team at 3 a.m. "We have the map," he said. "Now we show it to the people." The next day, he held a town hall in the Bronx. Hundreds showed up, some sitting on the floor. He projected the spreadsheet on the wall. Building after building, code after code, families removed, developers moved in, and then he showed the kicker: campaign donations, direct links between real estate companies and Adams's re-election committee. The same companies listed in the rezoning zones. No one moved. People recorded every second. The mayor's office called the presentation baseless theater. But New Yorkers knew better. This wasn't theater. This was evidence. By now, even national outlets had picked up the story. CNN asked to interview Zohran. He declined. "Let the people talk first," he said. "They've been silenced long enough." That humility struck a chord. Clips of his speeches hit millions of views. A 76-year-old grandmother posted a TikTok about how Zohran saved her building. And in a city exhausted by corruption, someone finally felt honest. But Eric Adams wasn't done. The mayor scheduled a primetime press conference. He smiled. He denied wrongdoing. And then, without naming Zohran, he called on certain assembly members to stop politicizing housing. He waved papers in the air and claimed to have proof that the eviction wave was a myth. What he didn't expect was for Zohran to walk into that very press room. In front of flashing cameras, without invitation, Zohran stood silently at the back. And when Adams finished, reporters turned, almost in unison, to him. "Assemblyman Mamdani!" someone called out. "Do you have a response?" He stepped forward, pulled a folded paper from his pocket, and said just one line. "This isn't a myth, Mr. Mayor. It's your signature." He handed the paper to the nearest reporter. It was a scanned document, an approval form. Eric Adams's actual signature on a rezoning notice that triggered mass evictions in a low-income neighborhood. No one spoke. Not even Adams. And the next day, everything changed. If this is the kind of truth you believe deserves more light, hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments. For the next 48 hours, the city buzzed. The image of Zohran holding up that signed resounding approval circled the internet like wildfire. Headlines flipped overnight, from "Radical Assemblyman Disrupts Mayor" to "Mamdani's Evidence Raises Serious Questions." Even the usual political commentators, who once called him idealistic, now said he might have exposed the biggest municipal betrayal since the Bloomberg rezoning era. Eric Adams, however, didn't retreat. Instead, he pushed harder. Within a day, his team released a press memo suggesting that the signature on the document might be forged. They implied Zohran had used doctored paperwork to smear the mayor. They called for a criminal investigation, not into the evictions, but into Zohran himself. It was the dirtiest move yet. And it backfired. Because less than 24 hours later, the original rezoning notice, with Adams's digital signature and timestamp, was publicly retrieved from the city's own open data portal. Thousands of users downloaded it, posted it, printed it. One woman even wore it on a t-shirt. "This ain't forged, it's failed leadership." But still, the mayor didn't back down. Instead, he appeared on a major news network, claiming the city's ungrateful activists didn't understand what was required to keep New York safe. He said sometimes tough decisions need to be made, and that leaders can't get distracted by noise. Zohran watched that interview on a borrowed laptop in a tenant's cramped kitchen in Queens. He shook his head. Not out of anger, but out of disbelief. Because he realized something that night. Adams wasn't just denying what he did. He genuinely believed it was necessary. That changed everything. This wasn't just about housing anymore. It was about power and how easily people in suits can make entire neighborhoods vanish with a smile, a speech, and a pen. So Zohran made a decision. No more half measures. He wasn't going to just expose the system. He was going to dismantle it. He called a citywide meeting, bringing together tenant unions, displaced families, whistleblowers, even ex-City Hall staffers. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't televised. But it was powerful. And from that meeting came a plan. A public hearing, called not by the mayor's office, but by Zohran himself. Using procedural loopholes, he organized a civilian-led tribunal in the People's Forum downtown. It wasn't official, but it didn't need to be. The people showed up. Thousands tuned in. Hundreds packed the room. And one by one they spoke. A single mother evicted with 2 weeks' notice. A disabled veteran displaced after 22 years. A teenager reading a goodbye letter from her best friend who had to move to Pennsylvania after losing their apartment. Each testimony chipped away at the illusion of necessary policy. And every name, every date, every building mentioned had receipts, real documents, mapped on screens behind them. And then the final testimony came. A former deputy from the mayor's economic council, anonymous but calm, who read aloud a 3-page internal memo detailing a step-by-step redevelopment roadmap. In it, entire zip codes were marked as targetable, with phrases like maximum rent turnover potential and low media exposure risk. When the hearing ended, no one clapped, no one cheered. They just stood in silence, a kind of grief, a collective knowing. And Eric Adams? He ignored it, publicly. His office dismissed the forum as political theater by professional complainers. He went on with his daily appearances, ribbon cuttings, and fundraisers. But behind the scenes, pressure mounted. City council members who once stayed silent started asking questions. Reporters dug deeper. Even the NYPD, which had been used to carry out some of the evictions, began leaking footage showing orders coming directly from the mayor's office. The walls were closing in. And Zohran? He wasn't done yet. Because while Adams tried to ride out the storm, Zohran was preparing his final blow. If you've listened this far, it means the truth matters to you. A quick like or comment helps this reach others who need to hear it. The subpoena hit the mayor's office like a thunderclap. Issued not by the NYPD, not by City Hall, but by a coalition of state-level oversight officials and city comptrollers, citing overwhelming public evidence and digital records compiled from Zohran Mamdani's months-long investigation. The memo, the spreadsheet, the signed documents, all part of the official record now. Eric Adams didn't speak to the press that morning. For the first time since taking office, his public schedule went blank. No ribbon cuttings, no late-night interviews, just silence. And in that silence, the city finally listened to someone else. Zohran didn't gloat. He didn't claim victory. He stood on the steps of a housing complex in the Bronx and read the names of 183 families who had been evicted in silence, names no headline had ever mentioned. And he ended with just 5 words: "This is who I serve." Across the city, something shifted. Protests turned into organizing drives. Tenant unions expanded overnight. Local officials, once aligned with the mayor, started distancing themselves. Even longtime city bureaucrats began leaking internal messages, emails, call logs. The curtain was fully open now, and behind it, no genius plan. Just greed. Just neglect. The media tried to catch up. They ran retrospectives on how the eviction crisis had been ignored. Zohran appeared on national programs, not to celebrate, but to warn. "This isn't just New York's story," he said calmly. "This is what happens when politics forgets people." And then the real twist came. A group of real estate donors, those same names tied to Adams's funding, publicly withdrew their support. Not out of guilt, out of fear. The pressure was too high, the exposure too raw. No one wanted to be next. Adams held one last press conference. He stood at the podium, eyes tired, voice flatter than ever. He denied criminal wrongdoing, but announced he would not seek re-election. He blamed a toxic political environment and mischaracterizations of his intentions. But no one was listening anymore, because that night, in a packed community hall in Queens, something else was happening. No cameras, no suits, just people, families, students, elders. They weren't celebrating a downfall. They were building something new. And Zohran? He sat quietly in the back for most of it, just listening, until an older woman approached him with a trembling hand and asked if he could speak. He didn't prepare a speech. He walked to the front, looked out at the crowd and said, "They built their power on silence. We broke it with truth. And from here on, we speak together." The room rose with applause, not because they saw a politician, but because they saw someone who never walked away when it mattered. In the weeks that followed, the city council passed emergency tenant protections. Investigations into displacement-linked contracts were opened, and Zohran introduced the Right to Remain Act, ensuring automatic legal representation and freeze protections for families facing sudden evictions. It passed, and his name was etched into a city resolution, not as a savior, not as a saint, but as a public servant who refused to sit down. In a city where noise is constant, where stories flash and disappear by the hour, one voice stood steady, not because it was the loudest, but because it refused to echo power. It spoke for people. Zohran Mamdani didn't win by yelling louder. He won by refusing to be quiet. And the city? It remembered. If you believe voices like this need to be heard, just take a second to like, subscribe, or drop your thoughts in the comments. That's how truth keeps moving.
No, Senator Vance, you don't get to decide which Americans deserve dignity.
The words cut through the room like a knife. The Senate chamber, usually a dull sea of murmurs and formality, had fallen into stunned silence. All eyes locked on the young assemblyman from Queens, his voice shaking slightly. Not from fear, but fury. Zohran Mamdani had just done what no one else dared. He stood up, not with polite disagreement, but with raw, unapologetic truth, challenging Vice President J.D. Vance to his face during a live televised session. What led to this confrontation? Why did Mamdani risk everything, his alliances, his reputation, possibly even his career, to call out a man second only to the president? And more importantly, what did J.D. Vance say to provoke such defiance? It began weeks earlier, buried in the quiet folds of committee transcripts, when Vance had proposed a new immigration measure, one that would strip healthcare access from undocumented children, effectively punishing them for being born on the wrong side of a border. He framed it as economic realism, but to Mamdani, it was cruelty in a suit. The outrage didn't come overnight. It built slowly, like pressure behind a dam. Zohran watched as moderate Democrats offered only mild criticism, their eyes glued to polling numbers instead of moral lines. Even progressive voices fell unusually quiet. But he couldn't stay silent. He wouldn't. Because he knew what it felt like to be the other. He carried those memories in his bloodstream, his name, his skin, his heritage, all reminders that some Americans are always asked to prove they belong. So when the Senate session convened that Monday, and J.D. Vance smugly declared, "We need to stop pretending everyone is entitled to the American dream," something broke. Not just in Zohran, but in the entire room. There was no script for what he did next. He walked to the microphone uninvited, stared directly into the face of power, and said what no one else would. "Your policies are not economics. They are eugenics with a budget plan." A gasp, then dead silence, then murmurs. Some senators stood, some walked out. J.D. Vance leaned back, trying to laugh it off, but his face had gone pale. In that moment, the hierarchy cracked. But Zohran didn't stop there. He invoked real stories. A 7-year-old girl from El Paso with leukemia whose mother worked 3 jobs and still couldn't afford treatment. He read letters from American-born children terrified that their parents would be deported under Vance's plan. And then he said it. If protecting billionaires' tax cuts is patriotic, but feeding hungry children is socialism, then maybe it's not me who doesn't understand America. Maybe it's you. Was it planned? Not exactly, but every word had been living inside him for years. The media exploded. Headlines screamed across screens. Mamdani versus Vance, the speech that shook the Senate. Overnight, Zohran went from obscure assemblyman to national symbol of resistance. Cable networks played the clip on loop. Social media turned it into a rallying cry. And J.D. Vance? He tried to dismiss it as a tantrum from the radical left. But no one missed the way his hands trembled when asked about it again. Still, this was just the beginning. Because what Zohran said that day would trigger investigations, leaks, and revelations no one saw coming. Secrets buried deep in the vice president's legislative record. And when the truth started to spill, it wasn't just about immigration anymore. It was about power, corruption, and the price of silence. If you're feeling this, don't scroll past. Take a second to subscribe. That's how we keep these stories alive. In the days that followed the confrontation, Zohran Mamdani barely slept. His inbox was flooded. Thousands of emails poured in, some hateful, but most grateful. Parents, students, immigrants, teachers, even disillusioned conservatives, they all said the same thing. Thank you for saying what we couldn't. But Zohran didn't feel victorious. Not yet. Because something in J.D. Vance's eyes that day, it wasn't just anger. It was fear. And fear meant there was something worth hiding. It started small. A late-night message from a former Vance staffer who refused to give a name. Just 2 lines. Look into the Cincinnati contracts. It's bigger than immigration. Then nothing. But it was enough. Zohran quietly reached out to an investigative journalist he trusted, someone who owed him nothing, someone with a reputation for taking risks. Together, they began combing through publicly available records. J.D. Vance's career had always looked polished. Ivy League, tech investor, best-selling author, vice president. But beneath the surface, cracks appeared. They found oddities, a series of healthcare infrastructure contracts signed during Vance's time as Ohio's senator, funneled to a company run by a former college roommate. The contracts had been masked as opioid treatment programs. In reality, they diverted millions toward lobbying efforts to dismantle Medicaid expansions. The kicker? That same company had donated heavily to the very political PAC that launched Vance's vice presidency. And yet, it wasn't just money. It was intent. The documents showed that Vance had personally revised sections of the healthcare policy to exclude children of undocumented immigrants, long before he ever brought it to the Senate floor. The cruelty wasn't a byproduct. It was the plan. Zohran had the proof. But the question loomed. What now? Going public would trigger a war. The vice president's office had already begun painting Mamdani as a reckless radical, accusing him of trying to dismantle the government from within. Conservative media pounced. They aired old footage of Zohran at protests, twisting them to look like riots. They dug into his background, mocked his accent, questioned his patriotism. It was exhausting. But he didn't flinch. He called a press conference. No notes, no teleprompter. Just his voice, raw, unwavering. I don't care if I lose every donor I've ever had. I don't care if I'm blacklisted from every newsroom in this country. What I do care about is the child in Ohio who didn't get treatment because the vice president prioritized politics over lives. That child had a name. Her name was Talia, and she died. I've seen the records. Reporters gasped. One shouted a question. Are you accusing J.D. Vance of criminal negligence? Zohran didn't blink. No, I'm accusing him of something worse, knowing, planning, and profiting from suffering. Within hours, it was everywhere. Hashtags exploded. Congressional calls for an ethics inquiry erupted. The White House released a carefully worded statement expressing confidence in the vice president, but the tone was different, uneasy. And behind the scenes, Vance's team scrambled. Memos leaked, staffers resigned, donors backed out. One senator, caught on a hot mic, muttered, "We're hemorrhaging." But for Zohran, it was never about the politics. It was about restoring something that felt almost extinct, moral clarity. He didn't want applause. He wanted answers, accountability, justice. And yet, with every truth revealed, the threats grew louder. One night he received a handwritten letter slipped under his office door. No name, just one sentence, scrawled in red ink. You don't know how deep this goes. If you believe stories like this matter, take a second to leave a comment. Your voice might be the reason someone else speaks up too. The letter changed everything. Zohran Mamdani stared at the red ink for a long time, the words looping in his head like a warning bell. You don't know how deep this goes. It wasn't just a threat. It was a signal. Someone on the inside wanted him to keep digging. So he did. With the help of the same journalist, they traced the healthcare contracts to a larger shell network. 6 companies with almost identical business addresses in 3 states, all tied to one central figure, Martin Sloan, a longtime GOP fundraiser with direct ties to J.D. Vance's Senate office. But Sloan wasn't just a donor. He was also the registered owner of a charter school in Columbus, one that had recently shut down under mysterious circumstances after receiving a multi-million-dollar federal grant, co-sponsored by Vance himself. Where did the money go? No one knew. The pieces started to fit together. Painfully, precisely. It wasn't just about excluding immigrants. It was about siphoning money from public programs, using policy as a weapon, and building an empire behind a curtain of patriotism and Christian values. And the deeper Zohran went, the more dangerous it became. Suddenly, his phone was glitching. Staffers noticed strange men lingering outside the office late at night. One intern's car tires were slashed, another was followed home. The message was clear: back off. But if they thought fear would silence him, they had the wrong man. Zohran had grown up watching his mother weep in silence after being treated like a criminal at airport checkpoints. He'd seen his neighbors evicted from rent-stabilized apartments by billion-dollar developers. He'd been called a foreigner in his own city, in his own language. He knew what it meant to be erased, and he had promised himself years ago that if he ever had a microphone, he would use it. So he called for a full congressional investigation. On record, on camera. And once again, he didn't hold back. "There's a rot in our system," he said, looking directly at the press gallery. "It doesn't wear a mask or hide in back rooms. It wears tailored suits, smiles for cameras, and passes laws that kill people quietly." Reporters were stunned. Even progressive politicians hesitated to echo his language. But across the country, something unexpected happened. Small-town mayors, teachers' unions, nurses, even veterans, they began releasing statements of support. Not because they agreed with every policy Mamdani had ever proposed, but because they recognized truth when they heard it. Meanwhile, Vance grew more erratic. He attacked Mamdani on national television, calling him an extremist plant and an enemy of the American family. But the words fell flat. Something had changed. His charisma was cracking, his mask slipping. Then came the leak. An anonymous source released internal vice presidential memos outlining strategic efforts to undermine Medicaid funding while quietly expanding tax havens for pharmaceutical corporations. The dates matched the shutdown of clinics across 3 states, including the one that had turned away Talia, the girl Zohran had named in his press conference. The public exploded. News anchors used words like fraud, blood money, and human cost. J.D. Vance's approval rating dropped 22 points in a week. Whistleblowers lined up, and for the first time, the phrase resignation appeared in headlines next to his name. But Zohran didn't celebrate, because he knew this wasn't over. Not yet. The system wasn't built to collapse from a single truth. It was designed to outlast outrage, to survive scandal, to rebrand, reshape, and resurface. But Zohran also knew something else, that if people stayed awake, if they didn't forget, if they kept pressing, then maybe, just maybe, the cycle could break. Sometimes, all it takes is a crack of light for the truth to flood in. If you're still with us, drop a comment. Say, "I'm watching." It helps more than you think. They told him to stop. Not in whispers anymore, not in veiled warnings. This time it was blunt. One of Zohran Mamdani's own colleagues, someone he'd campaigned beside, someone who'd once called him the conscience of the chamber, pulled him aside and said it straight. "You're making powerful people nervous. That's not a compliment. It's a death sentence." But he didn't flinch, because by now the stakes were bigger than his name, his seat, or even his safety. People were waking up. They weren't just outraged. They were organizing. Nurses held walkouts in solidarity. Immigrant rights groups plastered cities with posters that read, "Zohran speaks for us." 1,000 high school students in Cincinnati staged a protest in front of the very charter school J.D. Vance had once funded. Then came the hearing, broadcast live, millions watching. J.D. Vance sat before the committee like a man trying to outrun his own shadow. His jaw clenched, his answers rehearsed. Every question met with deflection. "I do not recall. That was under advisement. These matters are still under legal review." But then it was Zohran's turn to speak. He didn't shout. He didn't perform. He simply opened a folder, laid it gently on the desk, and read aloud the final letter from Talia's mother. Her daughter's name had been stripped from medical eligibility because of a clause Vance had personally signed. That clause saved the state $32,000. The same week, Vance's political committee received a $50,000 donation from the same healthcare firm. Silence. Zohran looked up. His voice, though steady, carried the weight of a nation's exhaustion. This isn't about left or right. This is about life and death. And we deserve better than leaders who see our children as line items. J.D. Vance didn't respond, because there was nothing left to say. The aftermath was seismic. Within 48 hours, a bipartisan coalition called for Vance's resignation. His legal team went into lockdown. Ethics investigations turned into criminal inquiries. And Mamdani, he didn't gloat. He didn't tweet victory. He went home, to his mother's kitchen, to the same place where he once wrote campaign flyers by hand. He sat down, turned off his phone, and cried for the first time in weeks, not because he'd won, but because he'd survived. The next morning, he returned to work. Same subway, same jacket, same bag heavy with papers. But everything had changed. People greeted him on the street, not with fame, but with familiarity. "Thank you," they said. "You made us feel seen." And for a man who'd spent his life being treated like a guest in his own country, there was no greater victory. This story didn't end with applause. It ended with accountability, and the quiet, steady belief that one voice, when it refuses to back down, can echo loud enough to shake the walls of power. If that moved you, just take a second to subscribe. No big speech, just a small click that tells the algorithm you care about truth. And if you've ever felt unseen, you're not alone, not anymore.
You're not going to silence me with your smirk, Carolyn. The room fell silent. Every camera in the New York City Council chamber zoomed in. Zohran Mamdani stood still, eyes locked on Caroline Levitt, who sat across from him with a rehearsed half-smile and a stack of printed accusations. For a moment, it didn't feel like a budget hearing. It felt like the climax of a courtroom drama. How did it get to this point? How did a routine session on public housing turn into a nationally televised scandal? Why was a rising Republican figurehead from New Hampshire sitting in a New York City Council hearing? And what did she really want from Mamdani? Was this about policy or something much darker? 3 days earlier, the large mahogany-floored chamber of City Hall was bustling with council members, community activists, and local journalists. The topic on the docket was the proposed Housing Equity Amendment, a bill Zohran Mamdani had spent months drafting with housing advocates across the Bronx and Queens. The goal? Allocate city funds to create non-police emergency response units for unhoused individuals. Nothing flashy, nothing national. Until Caroline showed up, she entered the room like a storm in heels. Appointed as a federal observer by a conservative think tank aligned with several right-wing donors, she claimed her presence was about oversight and fiscal transparency. But her first public comment revealed her real agenda. "Councilman Mamdani," she said, carefully pronouncing his name wrong, "isn't it true that this bill was written not for New Yorkers, but for your own ideological crusade? Isn't it true that several of your supporters are part of anti-police organizations under federal review?" Gasps rippled through the chamber. Mamdani didn't respond immediately. He adjusted his glasses, calmly flipped a page in his binder, and asked her to repeat the question. The tension was electric. That day set the tone. Each time the council reconvened, Caroline escalated, dropping loaded questions, waving selective documents, and speaking to the cameras more than to the council. But Mamdani didn't flinch. Instead, he gathered. He watched. He waited. Now it was Wednesday afternoon. A packed chamber. Even the balconies were filled with reporters and young activists clutching posters in support of housing justice. Mamdani stood as Caroline read aloud what she claimed was Damning evidence. Emails between Mamdani's staff and a local community group allegedly linked to radical disruptions. But then came the shift. Mamdani interrupted. Caroline, do you know how many tenants in this city go to bed afraid they'll be evicted tomorrow? Do you know what it's like to sleep next to your baby in a shelter with a broken lock? He pulled out a small photo, a mother and child, smiling faintly inside a city-funded shelter. That mother was in my office last week. Not one of your donors. Not a radical. Just a woman trying to survive. And you want to reduce her struggle to a political soundbite? Silence. What came next would change everything. Because Mamdani wasn't just going to defend himself. He was about to expose what no one in that chamber expected. Why Caroline Levitt was really there, and who sent her. If you're feeling hooked already, make sure to subscribe for more stories that matter. And leave a comment if you've ever felt your voice was ignored by those in power. Caroline Levitt's expression didn't crack, but the tension in her shoulders gave her away. The moment Mamdani lifted that photograph, the dynamics of the room shifted. He hadn't just deflected her attack, he'd humanized it. And now everyone was wondering the same thing. Why was Caroline so invested in sabotaging a local housing bill? Zohran didn't waste the moment. He reached beneath the podium and pulled out a slim folder, stamped with the logo of the very think tank that had sponsored Caroline's presence, the Liberty Council on Urban Policy. Its website boasted about reclaiming American cities from socialist rot. Its biggest donor? An investment firm that had purchased over 12,000 rent-stabilized units in Brooklyn in the past year. Caroline, Mamdani said calmly, your sponsors profit off evictions. You're not here to evaluate this bill. You're here to destroy it, because if it passes, your donors lose leverage. Isn't that the truth? She stood slowly, her voice sharp. That's a baseless conspiracy theory. He didn't raise his voice. Then let's talk facts. He read aloud from a printed document, a memo leaked from the Liberty Council, outlining key pressure points in opposing community-based housing initiatives in New York. In the margins, underlined in red, target vulnerable council members like Mamdani. Use media optics, force narrative around fiscal irresponsibility. The chamber erupted in murmurs. Councilwoman Ortiz leaned into her mic. Is that memo authentic? Mamdani nodded. Verified yesterday by independent journalists. Caroline tried to respond, but her voice wavered. This is a political stunt. No, he said firmly. What you're doing here is the stunt. People are dying on the streets, and you've made it a PR tour. He then turned to the other council members. We've allowed outside influence into this chamber under the guise of oversight. But if we bow to this, then who are we really serving? That's when something unexpected happened. Councilman Reyes, a moderate who'd remained largely neutral, spoke up. I came here unsure about this bill, but if what we just heard is true, then we owe it to our constituents to investigate who's trying to hijack this process. Carolyn's eyes flicked toward the press. She was losing the room, and fast, but she wasn't finished. Councilman Mamdani, you speak like a hero, but I've got emails too. Your staff encouraged protests during the NYPD funding hearings last year. You called for direct action. Is that leadership or anarchy? Zohran didn't blink. I called for people to be heard. You call for them to be quiet. Another silence. Then he said it. This isn't about me or you anymore. This is about whether this city belongs to hedge funds or to the people who live in it. There was no applause, only stunned stillness. Because deep down, even those who didn't agree with him knew he wasn't wrong. In that moment, Caroline realized her plan was unraveling. But she had one more card to play, something personal, something dangerous. And the next day, she would use it. If you believe in politics that fights for people instead of profit, don't forget to like this video. It helps more people hear what the media tries to bury. And tell us in the comments, should outside organizations have this kind of influence in local government? Thursday morning, the City Hall chamber buzzed like a hive. Word of the previous day's clash had gone viral. Cable news anchors replayed the confrontation on loop. Social media teemed with hashtags like had Mamdani vs. Levitt and #housing not headlines. Reporters waited outside the building, desperate for a second act. Inside, Mamdani took his seat early. His staff looked tense. He'd expected pressure, but not this level of exposure. Still, he sat straight, calm, until Caroline entered. This time she didn't smirk. She wore a somber look, dressed in darker colors, projecting gravitas. Something had shifted in her approach. She had dropped the performative outrage. Now she was playing a more insidious game. Before we resume discussion on the Housing Equity Amendment, Caroline began, I'd like to enter new evidence into the public record. The chamber tensed. She lifted a printed email and continued. This is correspondence between Councilman Mamdani and a now disgraced activist, someone who was arrested during last year's protest for disorderly conduct. In this exchange, Mamdani expresses support for actions that many would consider unlawful. Gasps echoed. She passed copies to the council and the media table. Is this the kind of leadership New York deserves, she asked? One that condones street chaos and radical defiance of law enforcement? Mamdani didn't flinch. He calmly approached the podium. That email is real, he said, and I stand by every word. That activist was arrested for handing out water to protesters. You left that part out. The room shifted again. Carolyn blinked. She was one of dozens targeted by a police department that has faced 3 federal investigations in 5 years. I wrote her a message of support, not because she was perfect, but because she had the courage to stand when others ran. Then his voice rose slightly. This isn't about me condoning lawlessness. This is about you weaponizing fear. You don't want safety. You want silence. He paused, letting it land. Caroline spoke again. So you're saying you'd do it again? Absolutely, he said, because no housing bill, no council seat, no political title matters if we're too afraid to stand up for what's right. Councilwoman Ortiz nodded slightly. Councilman Reyes folded his arms, thoughtful. Even a few journalists raised eyebrows, not in disbelief but in realization. But Caroline had one more twist. She displayed a photo. Mamdani at a community rally, fist raised, standing in front of a defaced NYPD banner. Your optics tell a different story, she said. He stepped forward. You mean this photo? He turned to the room. It was taken the day after the city cleared out encampments without notice. That rally wasn't about attacking anyone. It was about defending the right to exist. Then he turned to Caroline, his voice low. You came here with a script, a villain, a headline. But what you didn't expect was that the people you tried to smear would show up, that they would write their own story. Murmurs turned to nods. What started as political theater had become something rawer, more real. Caroline stood frozen. She'd thrown every stone she could, but Mamdani hadn't cracked. And worse, for her, he had found resonance. Tomorrow's vote would decide the fate of the bill. But the city had already chosen its story. If you've ever seen someone try to twist truth into scandal, you know how dangerous silence can be. Drop a comment if you've faced it too, and if this story matters to you, consider subscribing. Your voice helps amplify what others try to bury. The chamber was packed tighter than ever. It was Friday morning, and this wasn't just a council vote anymore. It had become a referendum on who gets to control the truth. News vans lined the streets. Students skipped class to be here. Faith leaders and tenants arrived early, taking up every seat they could. The city was watching, not because of Caroline Levitt's accusations, but because of how Zohran Mamdani had stood his ground. The council president banged the gavel. Today we vote on the Housing Equity Amendment. Councilman Mamdani, you have the floor. Zohran stepped up, hands steady, no notes this time, just his voice. I didn't grow up thinking I'd be in this room, he began, but I did grow up hearing stories of families evicted overnight, of children sleeping in buses, of mothers told their pain wasn't budget relevant. He looked around the room. And this week, instead of discussing solutions, we were dragged through a campaign of fear, personal attacks, manufactured outrage, distractions. He paused. But the people we serve, they don't get to be distracted. They don't have the luxury of walking away. They live this crisis every day. Then he raised a sheet of paper, blank except for one printed sentence, a quote from Caroline's own leaked memo. Mamdani is vulnerable to narrative manipulation. Exploit optics, seed doubt. He held it high. You tried to manipulate a narrative, but the truth speaks louder. Councilman Reyes stood. I'm voting yes. Ortiz followed. Yes. One by one names were called, and one by one the votes came in. Yes. 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 The bill passed, overwhelmingly. The chamber didn't erupt with cheers. It exhaled. A deep, collective breath from a city that had held itself together under pressure. Caroline stayed silent. She knew it was over. The cameras, once fixated on her, had drifted away. She gathered her papers slowly, not making eye contact with anyone. As she walked toward the exit, Mamdani turned to face her. No hard feelings, he said calmly. But if you ever come back, come for the people, not the headlines. She didn't respond. Outside, a crowd waited. They weren't holding party flags, they weren't shouting slogans. Just regular people. Many of them in city housing, watching quietly, some wiping tears, others clapping gently as Mamdani stepped into the sunlight. A reporter approached him. Councilman, any final word? He smiled, almost tiredly. This city doesn't need heroes, it just needs people who refuse to lie. That quote went viral within the hour. The following week, the Liberty Council distanced itself from Caroline Leavitt. Several donors pulled out. And as for the Housing Equity Amendment, it began transforming shelters across the city, one by one. Zohran Mamdani didn't become a celebrity. He didn't want to be. But in those 4 days, in that single chamber, he did what most couldn't. He stood tall, told the truth, and let the city decide. If you believe stories like this matter, hit subscribe. And if you've ever had to defend what's right when it wasn't easy, tell us in the comments. We're listening. I'm sorry, are you suggesting that brown people in this country should be grateful for being spied on? The words exploded from Zohran Mamdani's mouth like a lightning strike. The packed congressional hearing room froze. Every camera shifted. Every aide looked up from their phones. Kash Patel blinked twice, clearly unprepared for the fire he had just unleashed. The question didn't come from rage. It came from principle, from a man who had waited long enough to speak and refused to be silent any longer. And what led to that moment? What chain of events brought a soft-spoken New York assemblyman to publicly confront one of the most powerful intelligence figures in America? What secrets had been buried beneath patriotism and protocol, waiting for someone to dig them up? And what was Kash Patel hiding? Let's go back 48 hours. The location is Manhattan's historic Surrogates Court building, an imposing Beaux-Arts structure draped in American flags and watchful silence. It had been repurposed temporarily for a highly unusual closed-door congressional oversight hearing, a private forum to address abuses of surveillance programs on American citizens. Among the officials attending, Zohran Mamdani, invited as a guest advocate for civil rights, and Kash Patel, subpoenaed under increasing scrutiny for his post-9/11 role in domestic intelligence expansion. At first, it felt ordinary: polished shoes on marble floors, water pitchers sweating on long wooden tables, politicians delivering opening statements too rehearsed to remember. But something in the air was different. There was tension, not the usual theatrical kind, but something sharper, like a piano wire drawn too tight. Zohran sat with a worn legal pad, his pen tapping silently against it. Across from him, Kash Patel reclined like he owned the room, hands folded, smile firm. Zohran watched him closely, noting the small pauses, the calculated language. Mr. Patel, said one congresswoman, do you deny approving warrantless surveillance orders that targeted mosques in Queens and Brooklyn between 2005 and 2010? Kash adjusted his tie. I don't recall the specific directives, But if there were surveillance measures, they would have been within the legal framework of counterterrorism. It was then that Zohran quietly slid a manila folder onto the table. No grandstanding, no drama, just 3 sheets of paper. Memos. Signed, dated, stamped. The room tilted. The documents contained instructions to monitor specific religious centers, some of which had never been implicated in any investigations. But they were brown, and they were Muslim. And apparently that had been enough. Cash's expression didn't flinch. Those documents are taken out of context. Zohran leaned forward. What context justifies listening to Friday prayers? What context makes it okay to record children's Arabic classes? Patel hesitated, and then the real moment came. The moment that cracked through the layers of bureaucracy and media gloss. I'm sorry, Zohran said again, louder now, voice rising with each syllable. Are you suggesting that brown people in this country should be grateful for being spied on? The silence was not empty. It was charged. Reporters scribbled, aides stared. Members of Congress leaned in, realizing that this wasn't just another hearing. This was a reckoning, and the man leading it wasn't supposed to. He wasn't part of the committee. He wasn't rich. He wasn't establishment. He was Zohran Mamdani, and he had just changed the rules of the room. If this moment pulled back the curtain, what would the next hours reveal? What would Cash Patel do now that the spotlight burned directly in his face? Would truth emerge, or would power twist it yet again? Stay with this story. It's just beginning. The documents were no longer just papers on a table. They had become evidence, and evidence has a way of reshaping everything. Cash Patel sat unnaturally still, his eyes fixed on Zohran Mamdani, who, unlike most people who challenged Patel, didn't blink. It wasn't rage in Zohran's eyes. It was something more dangerous. Clarity. The kind that comes from knowing the truth and knowing there's no way it can be buried again. One of the aides passed the folder down the line. Whispers followed. The congresswoman who had asked the initial question leaned toward her mic. Mr. Patel, these memos suggest you authorized the collection of data from community centers without warrants. Would you like to revise your answer? Patel cleared his throat. Again, I don't recall authorizing any action that was not legally justified. These documents lack context. That word again, context. The political disinfectant of Washington, D.C., Zohran didn't wait. The context is Queens. A 9-year-old boy learning Quran recitation had his classroom bugged. The context is a grandmother in Flatbush who stopped attending her mosque because your agent started parking vans outside. You call that legal? Patel shifted, his bravado cracking just slightly. I didn't authorize vans. I wouldn't mic a classroom. But the memo said otherwise. Behind Zohran sat a single briefcase. Inside were more files, testimonies from families, former FBI techs who'd quit after realizing what they were doing, sworn statements suppressed for over a decade. And Zohran had brought them not to grandstand, but to ask one brutal question. Who gave you the right? At this point, the room was no longer watching a hearing. It was watching something unravel. Cash tried to pivot. You don't understand the threat landscape we were dealing with. After 2001, we had to make hard choices. Zohran's voice stayed low, steady. You made easy targets of the voiceless. You didn't chase terrorists. You chased shadows with brown faces. The chairman banged the gavel half-heartedly. He was losing control of the room, and he knew it. This wasn't in the script. This wasn't supposed to go viral. But the energy in the chamber had shifted, and cameras outside were already waiting. And then Cash did something unexpected. He laughed, a sharp, nervous chuckle. You think you're some kind of hero, he said. This is a hearing. You're a city assemblyman. Zohran's reply came without hesitation. No, I'm a citizen, and you forgot what that means. For a second, no one moved. It was as if the idea had startled everyone in the room. That being a citizen, without a title, without a badge, without a microphone, was still supposed to mean something. Patel tried to recover. All of this is political theater. You're trying to score points. Zohran tilted his head. If holding you accountable is theater, maybe you've been playing the villain for so long, you forgot this isn't your show. The tension could have been sliced with a pencil, and in that moment it was clear something bigger had begun. This wasn't just about surveillance. This was about who gets to feel safe in America and who gets followed home. This was about who writes the story and who's been written out of it. Outside the courthouse, protesters had begun to gather. Someone had leaked the exchange. The phrase "grateful for being spied on" was already trending. Cameras began setting up. Zohran's name, once footnoted in activist circles, was now echoing through newsrooms. And Patel? He was no longer sitting so tall. The man who once operated behind layers of bureaucracy was now on camera, exposed, uncertain. Zohran remained seated, motionless, hands folded on the table. He wasn't done, not yet. The surrogate's court, once a fortress of polished silence, was now humming like a pressure chamber. Outside, a crowd had grown, students, lawyers, hijabi mothers, and aging activists who'd stopped hoping anyone would speak for them. But inside, the air was still. Everyone watched Zohran Mamdani, wondering what he would do next. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't bang the table. He opened the briefcase. One by one, he laid the pages out. Not for show, not to impress, just truth in black ink. A memo titled Operation WhisperNet. A list of locations marked for low-profile surveillance, most of them bakeries, barbershops, and bookstores. All Muslim-owned, all in New York. Kash Patel, who had once sat like a man bulletproofed by clearance levels, now glanced at the pages as if they might burn his skin. "These are fabricated," he said flatly, but even he didn't sound convinced. "They're certified," Zohran said, and cross-referenced with invoices submitted to federal contractors for listening equipment. There it was, real numbers, real dates, government money, real lives disrupted, not by bombs or threats, but by microphones hidden in light fixtures and vans parked 2 blocks away. One of the committee members, an older senator from the Midwest, finally leaned forward. His voice was cautious. "Mr. Mamdani, what are you proposing we do with this information?" Zohran paused. It was the first time he had been asked a genuine question all day. "Don't sweep it under the rug," he said quietly. "Don't apologize and then fund the same thing under a new name. Hold someone accountable. Tell the American people what was done in their name. And maybe, just maybe, listen to those of us who've lived under suspicion for 20 years. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was reverent, and Kash Patel knew it. He straightened his spine, as if summoning the last ounce of institutional arrogance. "You have no idea what we prevented," he said. "There's a reason people like me made those calls." Zohran looked at him the way a son looks at a father who's finally confessed too much. "You didn't prevent violence. You planted resentment. You taught children to whisper. You made mothers afraid of their own prayer rugs. That's your legacy." And then came the noise. The side door slammed open, not with force, but authority. 2 plainclothes federal agents entered. They moved straight toward the witness table, ignoring everyone. One of them spoke in a low voice to the chairperson, who leaned away in surprise. "Mr. Patel," the chairman said slowly, "it seems there's been a request for you to remain on site. An internal affairs team has requested immediate access to your testimony under oath." Kash's face went pale. The man who had written policy, who had operated in the gray fog of national security, was now standing in direct sunlight. He didn't resist, but he looked around the room with quiet fury, as if betrayed not by the documents, but by the idea that someone like Zohran Mamdani had brought them. And Zohran? He didn't smile. He didn't gloat. He just gathered the remaining pages and pushed them toward the committee. "This is just the beginning," he said. "There are names on those lists who never got to speak. I'm here because I could." And for the first time that day, no one dared to interrupt him. Outside, the protesters were no longer chanting. They were listening to the live broadcast streaming from every phone. The story had broken. News vans circled the block. Someone had spray-painted a quote on the courthouse steps. "You forgot what being a citizen means." And inside, Zohran stood, not because he was dismissed, but because he was done being silent. By the time the hearing recessed, the surrogate's court had transformed from a quiet chamber into the beating heart of a national reckoning. The press had flooded the marble hallways. Protesters were now pressed against the barricades, chanting Zohran Mamdani's name. For years, people like him had been sidelined as activists, too radical, too uncompromising. But today, he wasn't the outsider. He was the voice the room didn't know it needed. Kash Patel remained at the witness table, flanked by two federal agents. His usual confidence had melted away, replaced by a shadow of calculation. How much of this would get out? How much could he still control? His legal counsel whispered frantically, but there was no script that could untangle the truth that had just been aired. His words had lost their power. Every denial he had given now sounded hollow. Zohran stepped outside into the thick New York air. The crowd erupted, not with applause, but with something deeper. Recognition. People weren't cheering for a politician. They were cheering for someone who'd finally said what they had been thinking for years. We will not be treated like suspects for existing. A young woman with a hijab stepped forward, clutching a handmade sign that read, "My mosque, my right." Her eyes were wet. "Thank you," she whispered, as if afraid gratitude might sound too small for the moment. Zohran nodded. "This isn't just my fight," he said, his voice calm but resonant. "We all know someone who's been watched when they shouldn't have been. We all know what it feels like to be treated like we don't belong." Cameras caught every word. Inside, Kash Patel's team scrambled to craft a statement. "This is a smear campaign," that one of his aides muttered to the press. "Mamdani is twisting the facts." But the reporters weren't buying it. The leaked memos were already circulating online. They were real. The signatures were clear. Even Patel's allies couldn't spin this storm fast enough. Back inside the courtroom, one of the committee members, a veteran congresswoman with a reputation for measured words, spoke up to the cameras. "This hearing was meant to examine surveillance policies," she said. "But what we saw today was bigger. It was about accountability and who we trust with our rights." That line became the headline. As Zohran walked down the courthouse steps, the weight of the moment settled on his shoulders. This wasn't the kind of victory you celebrate. It was the kind that makes you realize how much more there is to do. He wasn't interested in being a hero. Heroes fade when the news cycle moves on. What he wanted, what he demanded, was change. One reporter shouted above the noise, "Assemblyman Mamdani, what's next?" Zohran stopped. For a moment, the entire crowd hushed. "What's next?" he said, his tone steady, almost defiant. "We keep asking questions. We keep demanding answers. And we remember that power only works when we stay silent. I'm not going anywhere." The crowd erupted. Somewhere in the back, a man yelled, "Run for Congress!" The chant spread like wildfire. Zohran smiled, but just faintly. It wasn't about titles. It wasn't about climbing ladders. It was about standing his ground and showing others they could too. For Kash Patel, the story was over. He would face hearings, subpoenas, and maybe more. His name would now be linked not to security, but to surveillance gone wrong. He had underestimated the power of one person refusing to look away. As the sun dipped behind the courthouse, Zohran Mamdani stood on those steps, surrounded by people who had once felt invisible and realized something simple but powerful. Sometimes being a citizen is the bravest thing you can be. Subscribe if you want to hear more stories like this, Zohran would later say on a live stream, his voice as calm as it was fierce. And tell me, how many of you have felt like someone was watching when they shouldn't have been? Leave your thoughts below. I want to hear them.
Did you just say that out loud? The entire room fell silent. You could hear a phone drop. Even the camera crew paused. Zohran Mamdani, eyes steady, leaned into the microphone. His voice didn't shake, not because he wasn't angry, but because he had waited for this moment, because he knew what was at stake. Michael Knowles, sitting across the table in his perfectly pressed suit, had just uttered a sentence that would ricochet across every news platform in the country. A sentence that wasn't just politically incorrect, it was morally bankrupt. "Immigrants," he had said, "are diluting what it means to be American, especially the Muslim ones." What happens when someone draws a line so boldly, so publicly, that silence is no longer an option? What happens when the son of immigrants, a Muslim, a state representative, is forced to respond, not just for himself, but for every unheard voice? That was the moment Zohran Mamdani stood up. Not physically, but ideologically. Not with slogans, but with history, with facts, with fire. But how did we get here? How did a routine policy debate on live television spiral into the kind of scandal that would split a nation, rattle party lines, and put the concept of American identity on trial? Let's rewind. It all started with a special broadcast called America's Crossroads, hosted by a conservative media network known for inviting opposing views only to trap them in sound bites. Zohran Mamdani had been invited as the progressive voice on immigration reform. What he didn't know, what none of us knew, was that Michael Knowles had come in with a strategy, not to debate policy, but to bait identity. From the first minute, it was clear something was off. Knowles interrupted constantly. He mocked Mamdani's name, mispronouncing it even after multiple corrections. He rolled his eyes when Zohran referenced international law. The audience, hand-picked, of course, snickered. But Zohran stayed composed. He had grown up around this kind of disrespect. He knew how to redirect it. He made his case with clarity. Immigration reform wasn't just a legal necessity, it was a moral one. He spoke about the refugees his district had welcomed, about the jobs they had created, the neighborhoods they had revived. And just when the tide seemed to be turning, Knowles dropped his line. Immigrants like you are the reason America's in decline, especially the Muslim ones. Gasps, a few cheers, and then Zohran's now famous response. Did you just say that out loud? That sentence would go viral within hours, but what followed next would turn into a firestorm. Before we dive into how this scandal shook institutions and changed minds across the country, I'd love to hear from you. How would you have responded in Zohran's place? Let me know in the comments, and if you're moved by what's unfolding, hit that subscribe button to follow the rest of this story. The moment the cameras cut to commercial, chaos erupted behind the scenes. Producers whispered into headsets, unsure whether to continue the show or pull the plug entirely. But the cameras kept rolling, and Zohran Mamdani wasn't done. Michael Knowles leaned back in his chair, a smug smirk on his face, as if he hadn't just stepped on a political landmine. The show's host tried to change the topic, asking about border security, but Zohran didn't let it go. I'm sorry, he interrupted, calmly but firmly. I think we need to go back to what was just said, because if we let that slide, we're all complicit. Silence again. The host gave a nervous laugh. We'll revisit that later. No, Zohran said. We'll revisit it now. What unfolded next wasn't just a response. It was a dismantling. Zohran didn't raise his voice. He didn't resort to insults. He simply told the truth. About his mother, who had cleaned homes in Queens. About his father, who had driven taxis and put Zohran through college. About how they never asked for handouts, only opportunity. About how phrases like, Muslims are diluting America, weren't just offensive, they were dangerous. Michael Knowles tried to talk over him, tried to pivot to statistics. But Zohran had done his homework. He quoted reports from Pew Research. He cited real-world data. He brought receipts. Then, he paused. Michael, he said, your fear isn't about immigrants taking jobs or breaking laws. Your fear is that people like me, who look different, pray differently, love differently, might one day belong just as much as you. That line would be clipped and reposted millions of times. But what shocked the public wasn't just Zohran's words, it was what happened next. Because just as the host tried to move on again, a producer's mic accidentally stayed hot. And across the airwaves, viewers heard it. Get this Muslim off the stage before he makes us all look bad. That audio leaked. And the internet did what it does best. It amplified it. Within minutes, had "Get this Muslim off" trended on Twitter, but not in the way the network had hoped. Outrage poured in. Progressive leaders voiced support. Even some conservative figures distanced themselves, calling the remark unacceptable. The network scrambled to release a statement claiming the voice was undetermined. But audio specialists began dissecting the clip. Journalists dug into the show's staff list. And the nation began asking, if this is what they say behind closed doors, what else have they hidden? Zohran, meanwhile, refused to play the victim. He gave a brief interview that night, not to cry foul, but to recenter the conversation. "This isn't about me," he said. "It's about a culture that's grown comfortable dehumanizing others, and I won't let it pass." The next morning, Zohran's office phone didn't stop ringing. Constituents left voicemails thanking him for standing tall. A school teacher called and said her Muslim students walked into class that day with their heads higher. A father from Texas, a Republican, wrote, "I disagreed with your policies, but last night, you made me proud to be American." But not everyone was applauding. Threats began pouring in, emails, phone calls, even a message slipped under his office door with a single sentence, "You will regret this." Zohran reported everything. But instead of backing down, he did something unexpected. He scheduled a town hall, in person, in the very same district where Michael Knowles had once held a rally. Was it brave? Yes. Was it dangerous? Absolutely. But Zohran had made a decision. If the fight was public, then so was the healing. And what happened at that town hall would stun even the harshest critics. Before we dive into that emotional showdown and what Michael Knowles did next, drop a quick like if you've been following closely. And if this story resonates with you, go ahead and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming. There was tension in the air, thick, electric, unspoken. Hundreds of people had gathered in a modest high school gym in upstate New York, unsure of what exactly they were about to witness. Some had driven hours. Others had never heard of Zohran Mamdani until that now infamous exchange with Michael Knowles. But they were here, because something had cracked open in the country. And Zohran? He wasn't about to let it close again. There was no stage, no bulletproof glass, no security line, just a single microphone at the center of the gym, surrounded by folding chairs. Zohran stood quietly at the edge of the circle, waiting, not for applause, but for honesty. He began with a question. "What do you see when you look at me?" he asked the room. "Be honest. A politician? A Muslim? A threat? Or just a neighbor trying to do what's right?" The room was silent. Then, an elderly woman stood up. She wore a faded American flag pin and trembled slightly as she spoke. "I came here thinking you were the enemy," she said. "But you didn't sound like one on that broadcast. You sounded like my grandson." And just like that, the room shifted. Zohran didn't deliver a speech that night. He listened. One by one, people stood. A veteran who admitted he'd been fed lies. A teenager who said he never saw someone like himself in politics until now. A small business owner who said she once supported Knowles, but could no longer defend what he had said. For 2 hours, Zohran fielded questions, not about policy, but about identity, about belonging, about what it means to disagree without dehumanizing. Then someone asked the question that cracked everything open. "Why didn't you just walk off the show?" Zohran paused. "Because if I had walked away," he said, "he would have won. Not the argument, the narrative, the one that says people like me can't take the heat, that we're emotional, fragile. I stayed because silence isn't strength. Speaking with love, even in the face of hate, that's real strength." The room applauded, not a political clap, a human one. But while that town hall was bringing people together, Michael Knowles was doing the opposite. In the days that followed the scandal, Knowles doubled down. He appeared on podcasts, claiming he was the real victim of woke censorship. He accused Zohran of race baiting and called the leaked audio deep fake propaganda. His supporters rallied. Right-wing influencers shared doctored clips. Hashtags spread like wildfire. Yet every time Knowles tried to shift the narrative, a new clip of Zohran at the town hall would surface. A new quote would go viral. A new group would voice support. Faith leaders, educators, even veterans. One Sunday morning, an image appeared on social media. It showed a synagogue, a mosque, and a church, with a single banner strung across them all. We all belong. We stand with Zohran. The pressure was mounting. And then, the tipping point arrived. A former producer from the broadcast came forward anonymously. She released an internal email that confirmed the network had known about the hot mic comment. Not only that, they had discussed how to edit it out before rebroadcast. And worse, Michael Knowles had signed off on the plan. The scandal was no longer just about a racist remark, it was about a cover-up. Zohran, again, refused to gloat. In an interview, he said, "I don't need Michael Knowles to fall. I need this country to rise." But behind the scenes, he was preparing something bigger than any town hall, bigger than any debate, something that would turn the fallout into action. A legislative proposal, one rooted in education, transparency, and media accountability. And the day he walked into the state assembly to present it, even the loudest critics were forced to listen. Before we step into that final chapter, where truth meets power, drop a quick comment. Do you think public discourse can still heal a divided country? And if you're still with us, don't forget to hit subscribe. The ending is one you'll remember. It wasn't a rally. It wasn't a protest. It wasn't even on prime time. But when Zohran Mamdani stood before the state assembly that Thursday morning, it felt like history had quietly walked into the room. The chamber wasn't packed with cameras. Most networks had stopped covering the scandal by then, eager to move on. But Zohran didn't care. He wasn't there for headlines. He was there to finish what had started, not with outrage, but with solutions. He began with a simple statement. We don't need another viral moment. We need a moral movement. And then he introduced it. The Public Accountability in Broadcast Act, a proposal aimed at holding media organizations responsible for deliberately editing or suppressing harmful speech. It included transparency measures, protections for whistleblowers, and mandatory disclosure when audio or visual content is manipulated for political gain. Some rolled their eyes, others scoffed. But Zohran pressed on. He walked them through the events that brought him there, not just as a victim of slander, but as a witness to how fast truth can be twisted and how easily hate can be edited out to protect power. He said, when Michael Knowles called Muslims a threat, that was bad enough. But when his network tried to erase that moment to protect their brand, they didn't just lie. They robbed millions of people of the truth. That's not journalism. That's manipulation. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't accuse anyone personally. He just stood there, steady, with every word sharp as a blade, but delivered with the weight of someone who had lived it. And then something unexpected happened. A Republican representative stood and said, I don't agree with most of your politics, but I agree with this. We can't fix what we hide. Another added, it's not about being left or right anymore. It's about being honest. Within hours, the bill gained bipartisan traction. Reporters picked up the story again. Suddenly, the narrative shifted. This wasn't just about a scandal anymore. This was about reform, about responsibility. As momentum grew, Michael Knowles finally broke. He went on live radio to deliver a tepid apology, not to Zohran, but to anyone who felt misunderstood. But by then, it didn't matter, because the country had already decided who stood for something real. In the weeks that followed, something rare happened. Schools started using Zohran's town hall as a case study on civil discourse. Students wrote letters, not fan mail, but reflections. One 12-year-old wrote, "You made me believe that I could speak up too, even when people laugh." Faith leaders, journalists, and former critics all came together to say one thing. Zohran Mamdani hadn't just survived the scandal, he'd turned it into a lesson for a fractured nation. And just when it felt like the noise was dying down, a final moment sealed his place in the public's heart. It was during a small-town community meeting in Queens. A woman stood up, elderly, headscarf wrapped loosely around her shoulders, voice cracking. "I don't have power," she said. "I don't have money. But last month when my neighbor said Muslims should go back where they came from, I said no, this is my country too, because Zohran said so." The room went quiet. And Zohran? He didn't smile. He didn't cry. He just walked over and gave her the mic. Because for him, the goal had never been to be a hero. The goal was to remind people they didn't need one. They just needed to be heard. So if you've followed this story to the end, thank you. Maybe share it with someone who still believes we can do better. And if you believe voices like Zohran's matter, hit that subscribe button. Not for me, for every quiet voice still waiting to speak. Did you just call me a terrorist, Mr. Speaker? The chamber froze. You could hear the tension in the air like a stretched violin string. Cameras swiveled, phones lit up, aides froze mid-step. Across the room, Zohran Mamdani stood motionless at his desk, fists clenched, voice steady but shaking at the edge, not with fear, but with fury. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the Assembly, didn't blink. He leaned forward with a smile so faint it was nearly a smirk. "If the shoe fits," he said. And just like that, the floor of the New York State Assembly became a battlefield. But how did it get this far? How does a budget debate on housing lead to a verbal assault that ignites the entire political class? And who, in the end, would walk out as the face of courage in the chaos? Let's rewind. It started like any other late-night session in Albany. The chamber was mostly half asleep. Bills were being rushed through, and most lawmakers just wanted to vote, nod, and go home. But not Zohran Mamdani. When the housing provision known as Section 38C appeared, an amendment that would slash rental support in immigrant-heavy districts, Zohran did what Zohran always does. He stood up. He spoke not like a politician, but like someone who'd lived the pain. "This amendment," he began, "is not just a line item. It's a sentence of eviction, displacement, and despair. Let's stop pretending it's about budgets when we know it's about boundaries, racial, cultural, economic." Some rolled their eyes. Others whispered. But Mike Johnson didn't whisper. He didn't roll his eyes. He waited. And when Zohran finished, the speaker casually picked up his mic. "We appreciate your performance, Representative Mamdani," he said, eyes locked on Zohran. "But we're legislating, not broadcasting Al Jazeera." That was the first spark, a dig cloaked in condescension, but laced with something darker. The word Al Jazeera wasn't random. It was loaded. It was meant to paint Zohran, a Ugandan-born Muslim socialist from Queens, as foreign, as suspicious, as not fully American. Zohran didn't respond right away. He simply stared. You could feel the restraint pulsing through him like electricity under skin. The kind of restraint that only exists when you've heard words like that your entire life. In airport lines, on campaign trails, in angry emails. He let it go. That night. But the next morning, it escalated. During a closed-door session, witnesses later said Johnson doubled down. "I don't take lectures on American housing policy from someone who sympathizes with Hamas," he allegedly said to an aide, loud enough that 3 others overheard it. The leak hit Twitter within the hour. The fire was lit, and this time, Zohran didn't wait. He stormed into the chamber that afternoon, papers in hand, voice like steel. Mr. Speaker, I rise today not as a Democrat, not as a socialist, not even as a legislator, but as a man who refuses to be slandered in silence. He read the leaked quote aloud. The chamber gasped. And that's when it happened. Johnson, red-faced but defiant, stood up and said into the microphone what nobody thought he'd dare say out loud. You walk into this chamber in a keffiyeh, defending Palestine every chance you get, and you're surprised when people connect the dots? If the shoe fits. That's when Zohran said it. Did you just call me a terrorist, Mr. Speaker? Boom. Silence. And then, everything changed. If you're still watching this and your heart's racing like ours, take a second to hit that subscribe button. You won't want to miss what comes next. And drop a comment. Do you think Johnson crossed a line, or was this politics as usual? After that moment, did you just call me a terrorist? The room didn't just fall silent. It froze in history. Journalists in the press gallery stopped typing mid-word. The stenographer hesitated for half a breath, unsure whether to type terrorist as a direct quote or wait for an apology that never came. Mike Johnson gave none. Instead, he looked around the chamber like a man who believed every second of what he'd said. And maybe worse, he looked like he was enjoying the shock. But what Johnson didn't expect was what happened next. Zohran Mamdani didn't scream. He didn't shout. He simply reached for the microphone and said, You don't get to decide where I belong. And he began to speak, not with fury, but with focus. With the kind of clarity that only rises when you've been pushed too far for too long. You think this chamber belongs to people like you, men who talk down, smile sideways, and never think they'll be challenged. You've worn power like a birthright. I wore mine like armor. Because every time I stand up, someone like you tries to sit me down with slurs wrapped in sarcasm. He paused. My parents weren't born here. I was. But even if I weren't, my voice would still belong here, because democracy isn't something you inherit. It's something you earn. The applause came slowly, not from everyone, but from enough to shift the room's balance. A few Democrats stood, then more. Then even one Republican from upstate, visibly uncomfortable, but unwilling to sit through a moment that would haunt headlines. Mike Johnson tried to gavel order. Representative Mamdani is out of order. I'm not out of order, Zohran cut in, turning toward the speaker's desk. I'm out of patience. The room rippled. A motion was filed immediately after, a formal request to censure the speaker for hate speech unbecoming of the chamber. The GOP called it a stunt. Johnson dismissed it as woke theater. But cameras were rolling now, and the footage had already gone viral. Within 12 hours, the video had over 3 million views on TikTok, reposted with hashtags like #Zohran Speaks and #Not Your Terrorist. Outside the assembly chamber, crowds began to form. Young people with posters, Muslim organizers from Queens, renters' rights advocates, teachers, students, even elderly veterans, one holding a sign that read, I fought Nazis. That means I fight bigotry here too. Inside, the leadership scrambled. By the next morning, a closed session was scheduled. No press, no live stream, just the assembly members and one question. Should Johnson face disciplinary action for his remarks? Zohran wasn't even supposed to speak that day. But when his name was called for a procedural vote, he stood anyway and said something no one saw coming. I will not vote today, because this vote is not about me. This vote is about all the people who've ever been told, in subtle or blunt ways, that they don't belong in the very country they call home. Silence again. But I want you to look me in the eye when you cast your vote. I want you to decide, publicly, whether you're okay with hate wearing a suit and holding a gavel. It was a masterstroke. Not anger, not outrage, but moral framing that made every legislator confront the moment in their own conscience, not just their party line. Johnson smirked again. "I see the performance continues," he said quietly. But this time, no one laughed. A new motion was drafted, not just to censure Johnson, but to strip him of the speaker role entirely, citing persistent violation of ethical norms and inflammatory conduct. Suddenly, what started as a slur had become a political reckoning. And Zohran? He stayed calm. He didn't go on cable news. He didn't tweet a storm. He just kept showing up to the chamber, reading policy, voting bills, meeting constituents, letting the truth build behind him like a tidal wave. "You're still here? Then you know something's shifting. If you haven't already, tap subscribe. It helps this story reach more people. And seriously, tell me below, do you think Johnson will survive this? Or is his power finally cracking?" The assembly chamber had turned into a courtroom, not in procedure, but in spirit. Every eye was watching. Every word spoken felt like it would be etched into the state's political legacy. By the third day of the scandal, the speaker's seat looked smaller under Mike Johnson. The aura of control he once wore like a tailored suit now clung to him like an old, sweat-stained jacket. No press statements, no apologies, just silence and smugness. But silence doesn't erase what millions had already seen. The Ethics Committee convened a special review, citing extraordinary public concern. 2 Democrats broke party ranks to defend Johnson, claiming Mamdani was weaponizing identity. The right-wing media ate it up. Zohran didn't flinch. He arrived early that morning, alone. No entourage, no signs, no grandstanding, just a slim folder in his hand and calm in his eyes. When his time came to speak, he walked to the center of the chamber. Not his desk, not the mic at the side, but dead center, like he was claiming the heart of the room. And then, he began. Silence has always been the most comfortable kind of violence. It wraps itself in respectability and calls it professionalism. But here's the truth. When you use words like terrorist toward a sitting member of this body, you don't get to demand calm. You want quiet? Try a library. This is democracy. It's meant to be loud. A few scattered claps broke out. Johnson tried to speak, but Zohran raised a hand, and to everyone's shock, the chamber allowed it. "This isn't about offense," Zohran continued. "I'm not asking for your sympathy. I'm demanding your clarity. Either you believe that hate speech has no place in this room, or you believe it does, as long as it's spoken in a suit and tie." He opened his folder. Inside were transcripts, not just from this week, but from previous sessions. Carefully collected quotes. Comments Johnson had made over the past year. Comments about immigrants, urban crime, welfare freeloaders, and what he once called jihadi-adjacent activism. It wasn't a speech. It was a pattern. One by one, Zohran read them aloud. With each line, the room grew more restless. Some turned red. Some avoided eye contact. Some, including moderate Republicans, looked genuinely horrified. It was no longer about a single slur. It was about the culture of permission Johnson had cultivated and concealed. "I didn't come here to be tolerated," Zohran said, finally closing the folder. "I came here to legislate, but every time I speak, you try to shrink me to a stereotype, and every time you fail, you get angrier." He looked directly at Johnson. "You think this seat belongs to you? It doesn't. It belongs to the people of New York. And if they saw what I saw this week, you'd already be gone." At that moment, Johnson stood up, voice raised. "This is character assassination. I have a right to speak my mind in this chamber, and I won't be bullied by a freshman socialist with a YouTube fan base." The room went quiet, but Zohran didn't even blink. "You do have the right to speak," he said, "but when your words are a loaded gun pointed at people like me, don't be surprised when we fire back with the truth." That quote went viral. By evening, hashtag #FireBackWithTruth was trending nationally. Students were printing it on shirts. Late-night hosts began mocking Johnson's collapse. Editorials, even from traditionally conservative outlets, called his remarks indefensible. Then came the tipping point. A leaked audio recording, captured during a closed-door caucus lunch, revealed Johnson referring to Zohran as that little terrorist puppet. The recording, raw, scratchy, undeniable, ended with the unmistakable sound of laughter. Everything shattered. 4 Republican members publicly withdrew their support for Johnson. A censure vote was officially scheduled. And Zohran? He said nothing. He let the machine chew its own tail. He spent the day answering calls from constituents, visiting a local school in Queens, and helping an elderly tenant file a housing complaint. No press conference, no mic drops. But everyone knew who owned the moment. If you've made it this far, you're not just watching, you care. So hit that like button, share this with someone who still thinks words don't matter, and drop a comment. What would you have said if you were in Zohran's shoes? It was raining in Albany the day of the vote. Heavy, unrelenting rain, the kind that blurred windows and turned sidewalks into mirrors. Inside the assembly, everything felt hushed, not from lack of noise, but from the weight of what was about to happen. The resolution to remove Mike Johnson as Speaker was on the agenda, and Zohran Mamdani, he didn't look like a man about to take a victory lap. No swagger, no celebration. He looked like a man who understood that justice, even when served, comes late and bitter. The chamber was packed. Press lined the gallery. Protesters gathered outside, chanting in the rain. Inside, every seat was filled, not just by politicians, but by their choices, their values, their silences, their cowardice, or their courage. Johnson sat in his chair like a deflated monarch, pale, angry, but still smirking, as if daring someone to dethrone him. The clerk read the motion aloud, and then the roll call began. One by one, names were called. One by one, votes were cast, some with shaking voices, some with dead eyes, some with the quiet fury of people who had once laughed along and now realized the world had been watching. When Zohran's name was called, he stood, but did not raise his voice. He simply said, "Let the record show, no one is untouchable, not in this chamber, not when you use your power to poison it." Then he sat down. Gasps, not because the words were harsh, but because they were true. The vote took 17 minutes. When the tally was read, it was over. Johnson was removed, 84 to 61. A coalition of Democrats, Independents, and even 6 Republicans made it happen. The Speaker's chair sat empty. For a moment, there was only stillness, a pause in history. Then Johnson rose, slowly. He looked at the chamber like it had betrayed him, when really, it had simply seen him. And then he walked out. No applause, no parting speech, just the sound of his shoes on the marble floor and the faint crackle of flashbulbs outside. But the story didn't end with his exit. After the session, a reporter asked Zohran outside, "Do you feel vindicated?" He shook his head. "I feel responsible." "Responsible for what?" the reporter asked. "For the people watching this who have never felt represented, who've been called names behind their backs, who've been told they were too loud, too foreign, too radical. I'm not here to win arguments. I'm here to make space, because if we don't hold power accountable, it becomes permission." The reporter paused, then said, "What do you say to those who think you went too far?" Zohran looked directly into the camera. "I didn't go far enough. Not for every kid who's ever been searched for wearing a backpack. Not for every tenant who gets a 10-day notice while luxury condos get tax breaks. Not for every Muslim who has to prove they're peaceful before they're heard. He walked away, no entourage, soaked in rain. The clip aired that night. It was shared millions of times. And suddenly, Zohran Mamdani wasn't just the assemblyman from Queens anymore. He was the voice people didn't know they'd been waiting for. He became the reason students wrote essays, the reason teachers rewrote civics lessons, the reason someone in Nebraska said, "I don't agree with everything he says, but damn, he's honest." Weeks later, the assembly passed the very housing bill Zohran had defended, this time without the cuts. Quietly, almost shamefully, as if admitting he'd been right all along, but he didn't gloat. He just went back to work. No viral tweet, no media tour, just a borrowed desk, a notebook of constituent issues, and a nameplate that now carried more than just his title. It carried the weight of what happens when you refuse to sit down. If this story moved you, even for a second, take a moment to hit subscribe. Stories like this matter, not just because they're dramatic, but because they're real. And I want to know your thoughts in the comments. What does leadership look like to you? And who would you stand up for when the room goes quiet? Thank you for being here. We're just getting started. You are a disgrace to the values you pretend to stand for. The room froze. Cameras stopped panning. Even the moderator blinked in disbelief. Zohran Mamdani had just said those words, calmly, clearly, and directly, to Nigel Farage on live television, during what was supposed to be a tame policy debate. The tension was thick, electric. Farage, visibly rattled, chuckled nervously and leaned back in his chair, but his eyes gave away what his smirk tried to hide. He had not expected this. Not from Zohran. Not here. Not like this. What had pushed the usually composed Mamdani to erupt like that? What truth had finally boiled over, refusing to stay buried beneath civility and talking points? And why did millions of viewers feel, at that very moment, like something real had finally cut through the fog of performative politics? To understand how we got to that line, a sentence now etched into internet history, we have to go back just 48 hours. It all began with a leaked audio file. The clip, barely 90 seconds long, made its rounds across Twitter, Telegram, and WhatsApp like wildfire. In it, Nigel Farage was allegedly heard mocking South Asian immigrants, calling them pet projects for liberal guilt, and sneering at what he called token MPs who couldn't point to marks from a mugshot. The accent was unmistakably his. The language? Blunt, ugly, unmistakably racist. But as usual, Farage claimed it was doctored, AI manipulated, a smear. His base clung to that defense, but one man wasn't having it. Zohran Mamdani, New York Assembly member and the son of Ugandan Indian immigrants, didn't just issue a press release. He demanded a face-to-face debate, on air, with no edits, no delays, no safety nets. For many, it sounded political suicide. Farage was a seasoned broadcaster, a rhetorical brawler. But Mamdani was after something else. He wasn't coming to win the debate. He was coming to expose the rot. The debate was scheduled for prime time. Public interest exploded. Headlines screamed, "Mamdani to face Farage over Racism Row." Twitter became a war zone of hot takes. And yet, when they finally sat down under those harsh studio lights, no one could have predicted how much deeper it would go. The first 20 minutes were polite, at least on the surface. They danced around policy, Farage throwing out buzzwords, Mamdani parrying with facts. But the audience could feel it. Zohran was circling something, like a shark under the surface, waiting. And then came the pivot. "So, Mr. Farage," Zohran said, tilting his head slightly, You've built your career convincing people that immigrants are the problem. Do you feel proud, knowing that your words have emboldened racists, split communities, and turned neighbor against neighbor? Or is this just another performance to keep your name in the headlines? The moderator tried to cut in. Faraj tried to laugh it off, but Zohran kept going. Let me tell you something, he continued. I've walked through neighborhoods where your rhetoric isn't theory. It's fear. It's vandalism on mosques. It's kids being told to go back to where they came from. And when I hear your voice mocking people like me, like my parents, like the people I represent, I'm not just angry, I'm done being polite. And that's when he delivered the line. You are a disgrace to the values you pretend to stand for. No shout, no theatrics, just a cold, cutting truth that landed like a hammer. The studio was dead silent. And outside, the world erupted. Clips flooded TikTok. YouTube titles screamed, Zohran destroys Faraj. Reddit lit up with discussions. Some were skeptical, others stunned. But no one could deny it. Something about that moment felt different. It wasn't politics. It was a reckoning. If you're still watching, do yourself a favor. Hit the like button. And if you've ever wanted to see what courage looks like in politics, you're going to want to hear what happens next. Within hours of the debate, Zohran Mamdani's name was everywhere, from morning talk shows to international headlines. But while social media praised his bravery and spine, the backlash came just as fast. Nigel Farage's media machine shifted into overdrive. His allies labeled Zohran a radical Marxist, anti-British, even dangerous. The Daily Mail ran a headline that screamed, "Immigrant politician tries to silence free speech." Zohran, of course, had done nothing of the sort. He had simply called out hate with clarity. But the spin was relentless. News programs began replaying the debate clip with slanted commentary. Farage doubled down in follow-up interviews, claiming Mamdani came for a character assassination, not a discussion. He painted himself as the victim, a man of reason under attack by the woke mob. And to the surprise of no one, the narrative worked, for a while. What they didn't count on, however, was the tape. An anonymous source uploaded a raw, unedited version of the original leaked audio to a file-sharing site. This time, the clip was longer, 5 full minutes, and it left no room for spin. Farage wasn't just mocking immigrants. He was laughing with donors about keeping the brown ones busy with diversity panels while we do the real work. His voice, his tone, crystal clear. And Zohran? He didn't gloat. He didn't retweet. He went quiet. For a full day, he said nothing. Then he posted a simple video. Just him, in a quiet room. He looked tired, but steady. I'm not surprised, he said softly. Because this isn't about one man caught on tape. This is about a system that rewards division and punishes truth. This is about what we tolerate, about how we let power get away with poisoning our society in plain sight. The video went viral, not because of fireworks, but because of its calm fire. No editing, no background music, just a man looking straight into the lens, refusing to look away from the truth. Within hours, the media tide began to shift. Even outlets that had rushed to defend Farage began to backpedal. Journalists started asking real questions. Who leaked the tape? Why had it been covered up? How many times had similar language been swept under the rug by editors and producers who thought, it's just Nigel being Nigel? Meanwhile, Zohran's inbox overflowed. Messages from teachers, immigrants, even ex-Tory voters flooded in. Thank you for saying what we've wanted to say for years. My daughter watched you speak. She cried. I never thought someone like me would be represented like that on national television. And yet, even with the surge of public support, Zohran faced the political cost. He received threats. Fake news sites published smear pieces about his foreign ties and communist agenda. A deepfake video of him burning a British flag circulated online. It wasn't just politics anymore. It was war. But Zohran stood firm. He began organizing town halls, not in New York, but in London, Birmingham, Bradford, places hit hardest by the same politics of fear Farage had ridden to fame. At first, the idea seemed absurd, an American politician rallying British working-class communities, but people showed up. Hundreds at first, then thousands. He didn't campaign. He listened. He asked questions no one else was asking. How many of you feel like your fear is being weaponized? When did being safe become more about skin color than school funding? Why are you told to blame immigrants when it's billionaires hiding money offshore? And they answered. Mamdani wasn't just reacting anymore. He was leading. It wasn't about party lines or passports. It was about breaking the spell of division. It was about reminding people that dignity and truth could still matter. The scandal had exposed Farage, but what followed was revealing something bigger. A hunger. A crack in the armor of old politics. A new voice, not from within the system, but one brave enough to call it out from both sides of the ocean. And if this story is resonating with you, leave a comment. What would you have said to Farage? What line would you draw in the sand? Sometimes one sentence changes everything. But what comes next? That's where true change lives. 3 weeks had passed since the debate, and Nigel Farage had vanished from the public eye. No interviews, no statements, just silence. And in his place, a flurry of headlines about internal investigations, cancelled appearances, and perhaps most damaging of all, former allies publicly distancing themselves. But Zohran Mamdani wasn't celebrating, not even close, because while Farage was retreating, something darker was brewing. Protesters began showing up to Zohran's events, not peaceful ones, organized, uniformed, aggressive, British flags, torches, shouting slogans that barely concealed their rage. Go home! American Marxist, get out! Don't speak for us! Zohran didn't flinch. In Birmingham, he calmly stood on stage as men screamed inches from his face. In Manchester, he walked through jeering crowds to meet a single mother who'd taken 2 buses just to say thank you. In Glasgow, he paused his speech to offer water to a protester who had collapsed. That video alone told the world what it needed to know. Not because of what Zohran said, but because of what he did. But back in the shadows, a smear campaign had begun to escalate. One morning, the UK tabloids published a scandalous photo. Zohran at a 2013 protest, holding a sign that read, "Abolish ICE." The headline? Radical American wants open borders for Britain. The irony was lost on no one, but that wasn't the point. The point was distraction, discredit, defame. What they didn't expect was the response. Zohran didn't apologize. He didn't deflect. He took to the BBC, live, and said, "Yes, that's me. I stood up for people being ripped from their families. I still do. And if you think that makes me unfit to speak about justice, then maybe ask why you're more outraged by a sign than by cages." The studio fell silent. Again. And once again the public responded, not with fury, but with reflection. Letters poured in, some angry, many thoughtful. A retired soldier wrote, "I disagreed with your stance on immigration, still do, but I respect that you say what you believe, not what polls tell you to." But while Zohran was facing down smear campaigns and disinformation, a deeper problem emerged, one that caught even him off guard. He was being followed, not metaphorically, physically. A black SUV parked outside his temporary flat. The same 2 men in different cities, subtle but unmistakable. The harassment had crossed a line. Still, Zohran refused extra security. "If I let fear change how I walk through this world, then they've already won," he told his team. But privately, the toll was mounting. Friends worried. His mother called daily. And during one quiet evening, While reviewing speech notes alone, he received a chilling email. No text, just an image. A photo of his parents' old house in Kampala, taken recently. The message was clear. But Zohran wasn't alone anymore. By now, activists, organizers, and even some journalists had started tracking the network behind the threats. A rogue shell company tied to former Farage donors, anonymous IP addresses pinging from the same Russian server farms that had meddled in other campaigns. It was deeper than hate. It was organized. And still, Zohran pressed forward. He appeared before Parliament, invited not as an American politician, but as a witness to hate-driven disinformation. His testimony was sharp, personal, and deeply human. This isn't about left or right. It's about fear being turned into fuel, about truth being silenced by volume, about the kind of world we leave behind if we decide that lies are just a price we pay for power. The room was stunned. Across the UK, something shifted. And still, Mamdani never claimed to be a hero. But whether he liked it or not, people had begun to see him as one. Because sometimes, a leader isn't the person with the most votes or the loudest mic. Sometimes it's just the one who refuses to sit down when everyone else says play it safe. And if this moment has meant something to you, just hit subscribe. Not for an algorithm, but because we need more people who think like you, watching stories like this. It was raining in London when Zohran Mamdani walked into the Royal Albert Hall. The night wasn't political. At least it wasn't supposed to be. It was a charity gala for refugee education. Dozens of public figures were in attendance, celebrities, donors, diplomats. But all anyone could talk about was him. Not a British MP, not a media personality, just a New York State assemblyman who had somehow become the moral compass of an entire scandal. People whispered as he walked in, respectful but curious. A few clapped. A woman in the corner wept, not because of politics, but because in Zohran they saw a kind of hope that had long felt extinct. Nigel Farage, meanwhile, had just released a video from an undisclosed location, denying any wrongdoing and accusing foreign interference of hijacking the UK's democratic discourse. His voice trembled. His tone was scattered. It wasn't a defense. It was a spiral. The scandal had taken its toll. The man who had once controlled headlines with a smirk and a slogan was now ranting into a webcam, the internet laughing instead of listening. But Zohran didn't mention Farage anymore. He didn't need to, because by now, something much larger had begun to unfold. Student unions invited Mamdani to speak, not about immigration, but about integrity. British MPs, once reluctant to even acknowledge him, began quoting his lines in Parliament. One even called for a Mamdani amendment to require public investigations of hate speech by elected officials. It passed its first reading. And then the unexpected happened. A group of former UKIP members, yes, from Farage's own political roots, released a statement. It read, "We do not agree with Zohran Mamdani on policy, but we agree with him on decency. We've spent too long blaming the vulnerable for the greed of the powerful. That ends now." No one saw it coming. But maybe that was the point. Zohran hadn't won by attacking. He had won by enduring, by showing up, by speaking in a way that made even those who disagreed with him pause and listen. Still, the personal cost remained. He admitted in a rare interview that he had trouble sleeping, that he'd lost weight, that sometimes he wondered if it had been worth it. "But then I remember the faces," he said. "The kids who told me they feel seen, the parents who said they're proud to explain politics to their children for the first time, and I remember why silence was never an option." The journalist, normally hardened, just nodded. And perhaps the most profound moment came not on a stage, but in a small cafe in Hackney, where Zohran met an elderly man who had emailed him weeks prior. He had been a lifelong supporter of Farage. "I came here today," the man said, "to apologize. Not for my vote, but for never questioning why I was so afraid. You made me think again. And that Well, that's rare. Zohran shook his hand. No speeches, no cameras. Just two people, meeting where real change lives, in humility. This wasn't just the fall of a demagogue. It was the quiet rise of something else. A new kind of politics. One rooted in listening, in truth, in standing up even when your legs are shaking. And Zohran Mamdani? He hadn't planned to become a symbol, but symbols don't choose themselves. They're chosen when the world decides it's tired of pretending. He reminded us what courage sounds like when it's not screaming, what leadership looks like when it's not marketed, what power can become when it's grounded in principle, not popularity. So if this story stayed with you, even just a little, leave a comment. Tell us what moment struck you, or just say thank you. And if you're not already subscribed, do it now. Not for us, for the next Zohran Mamdani, watching in silence, wondering if the truth still matters. It does. And now, they know it. I'm not here to entertain your lies, Governor. I'm here to expose them. Those were the words that silenced the entire chamber. Zohran Mamdani stood tall, unwavering, staring directly into the eyes of Ron DeSantis. The cameras zoomed in. No one moved. It was the kind of moment that freezes time, not because of its volume, but because of its truth. Just seconds earlier, DeSantis had confidently accused Mamdani of undermining the values of this nation. But now he looked stunned, his hands clenched, his jaw tight, as if for the first time someone had spoken to him without fear. But what led to this explosive confrontation? How did a state governor and a state assemblyman find themselves locked in a battle that would become a national scandal? And more importantly, why did millions end up rallying behind Mamdani as the unlikely hero of a political war he never asked for? Let's rewind. It started not with a speech, but with a spreadsheet. In late February, Zohran Mamdani received a leaked report from a Florida state worker, an internal audit showing massive budget misallocations in a housing program touted by Ron DeSantis as a model for national reform. The report wasn't public, but it detailed millions diverted from low-income housing into private security contracts, media consulting, and mysteriously, a New York-based PR firm with ties to DeSantis's presidential campaign team. Mamdani didn't hesitate. He went public, not with accusations, but with questions. Why is public housing money funding political media campaigns? Why are Floridians being evicted while private contractors are getting rich off their suffering? The clip of that statement, made during a routine housing committee session in Albany, went viral overnight. News outlets picked it up, and for the first time, a name many Americans had never heard, Zohran Mamdani, began trending alongside one of the GOP's biggest stars. Within 48 hours, DeSantis responded. He called Mamdani a radical socialist from New York, meddling in matters far beyond his pay grade. Conservative media ran segments painting Mamdani as a foreign-born agitator, conveniently leaving out that he was born in Queens and raised in New York City. But Zohran didn't back down. Instead, he did something bold. He flew to Tallahassee. At first, it seemed like a symbolic gesture, one politician making noise on another's turf. But then Mamdani did what few expected. He asked for a joint public hearing. "I'm not here to fight a governor," he said. "I'm here to fight for the people you've left behind." DeSantis's team initially brushed it off, but as media pressure mounted, they agreed. A joint televised hearing was scheduled, and it would be anything but routine. What do you think DeSantis's reaction will be in a live showdown? Drop your guess in the comments, and if this already has your heart racing, consider subscribing. It's just getting started. The hearing room in Tallahassee looked more like a film set than a state building. Floodlights, national media crews, and rows of anxious staffers filled the space. But the tension wasn't coming from the crowd. It was radiating from the two men seated across from each other. On the left, Governor Ron DeSantis, suit sharp, posture rehearsed, smile absent. On the right, Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, tieless, calm, holding a worn notebook. No one had expected the governor to accept the challenge. But now that he had, the stakes were massive. It wasn't just a debate, it was a referendum, one on leadership, truth, and who really stood for the people. DeSantis began with a speech that sounded like a campaign ad. "This administration has done more for housing than any in Florida's history," he said. "We've created opportunity, we've protected taxpayers, and we don't take lectures from outsiders who play activist instead of policymaker." The audience applauded. His team smiled. But Zohran didn't blink. When it was his turn to speak, he didn't raise his voice. He didn't posture. Instead, he opened the notebook and calmly read out the names of 8 families who had been evicted from state-subsidized housing in the past 3 months. All while, according to the leaked audit, millions were funneled into strategic media partnerships. He then held up a photocopy of a contract. "Can you tell us, Governor, why a $3.2 million media deal paid with housing funds went to a New York firm that has handled your campaign PR since 2018? Silence. DeSantis shifted in his seat. "This is political theater," he snapped. But Mamdani smiled gently. "Then let's keep reading the script." He read another contract, this one awarding $1.1 million to a firm offering security advisory for gated communities, none of which were located in public housing districts. The governor tried to pivot, accusing Mamdani of not understanding Florida's security needs. But the damage had been done. Even reporters from right-leaning outlets started tweeting quotes mid-hearing. "Had DeSantis exposed" began trending within the hour. In the closing moments, Mamdani turned to face the room. Not the governor, but the citizens watching. "This isn't about Florida versus New York," he said. "It's about accountability. It's about the fact that while children were sleeping in cars, your tax dollars were being used to polish a political image. That's not leadership, that's betrayal." The room didn't erupt. It sat in stunned silence. A Republican staffer was later overheard whispering, "He made him look like a fraud without even raising his voice." And just like that, the internet exploded. TikToks, Reels, analysis videos, every platform was dissecting the moment Zohran Mamdani, an underdog from Queens, walked into a red state and asked the one question no one else dared. Where did the money go? But what came next wasn't celebration. It was retaliation. DeSantis' team launched a full-scale PR assault. Articles questioning Mamdani's loyalty, his past activism, and even his religion began flooding fringe websites. The playbook was old, but this time, the response was different. You want to know how Zohran fought back, and what he revealed about the governor's inner circle that no one saw coming? It's where things stop being political and start getting personal. What would you do if your government used your rent money for campaign ads? Let me know below. And if you're still watching, a quick like or sub really helps the story reach more people. Thanks for sticking with it. By the next morning, the attacks were everywhere. Radical assemblyman has hidden agenda. Foreign influence in American politics? Does Mamdani want to turn Florida into Venezuela? It wasn't subtle. It wasn't accidental. Ron DeSantis' media machine had gone into overdrive, digging up every protest Zohran Mamdani had ever attended, every statement ever made out of context, every shred of personal history they could weaponize. One headline even suggested he had ties to extremist groups, citing a poetry fundraiser he'd hosted in college. A poetry fundraiser. And yet, through all of it, Mamdani said nothing. He didn't defend. He didn't explain. He listened. That silence drove the DeSantis camp mad. They were baiting him into a fight, one they were sure they could control. But instead of swinging back, Zohran waited. Because he knew something they didn't. While the governor's team was digging up college flyers, Mamdani was digging up receipts. A week after the hearing, he held a small press conference in a Bronx community center. No big stage, no flashy banners, just 3 manila folders, a worn laptop, and a quiet voice. "This," he said, holding up the first folder, "is a list of campaign donations made to Governor DeSantis over the last 2 years." He flipped open the second. "This is a list of state housing contracts awarded to private firms in the same time frame." And then the third. "This is a list of board members and executives from those firms, and which ones contributed to the governor's PAC." The overlap was unmistakable. Millions in contracts, funneled to donors, bundled in cycles that mimicked laundering more than public governance. But Mamdani wasn't done. He displayed an email, obtained through a whistleblower at the Department of Housing, where a DeSantis aide directly instructed a procurement officer to prioritize vendors with established relationships. A reporter raised her hand. "Are you accusing Governor DeSantis of pay-to-play politics?" Zohran didn't blink. "I'm not accusing. I'm reading what his own office wrote." That night, the narrative shifted. Suddenly, Mamdani wasn't just the target of a smear campaign. He was the whistleblower who stood his ground, the David to DeSantis's Goliath. Social media flipped. Influencers, local politicians, and even moderate Republicans began sharing the documents Mamdani had presented. Calls for an independent ethics investigation grew louder by the hour. DeSantis's silence was deafening. And still, Zohran stayed calm. In one now viral interview, when asked if he felt personally attacked, he smiled slightly. "I didn't come to politics to feel safe. I came to make others feel seen." But while the public was rallying behind him, inside political circles, pressure was building. A grand jury petition was circulating, donors were getting nervous, and one of the governor's closest aides had gone completely silent. Why? Because Zohran Mamdani had one more card to play. A card that could end a political career, or save thousands of families from eviction. Want to know what it was? Should governors be investigated for giving contracts to campaign donors? Let's talk about it in the comments. And if you're into real accountability, don't forget to hit that subscribe button before the finale. The air in the room was still when Zohran Mamdani walked into the Capitol briefing hall. No entourage, no security, no press handler. Just him, holding a single flash drive in one hand and a folded piece of paper in the other. The room was filled with journalists, political staffers, even some curious lobbyists. Everyone knew something big was coming, but no one knew exactly what. "I've been told I should be quiet, that I'm playing with fire," Zohran said calmly, placing the drive on the podium. "But when families are being kicked out of their homes, silence isn't noble, it's cowardice." Then he plugged in the flash drive. What came up on the screen behind him was a video recording. Grainy, but clear. It showed a closed-door meeting from 6 months earlier. DeSantis and 2 high-level advisors discussing budget allocations. They weren't aware the room was recording. On the video, DeSantis can be heard saying, "Public housing isn't the hill to die on. We've got messaging to worry about. Redirect it, move the numbers around, give it to PR. Hell, make it look like security. Just keep the donors warm until the election." The room watching the footage went silent. Even the reporters lowered their pens. "This video was given to me by a staffer in the governor's office," Mamdani continued. "They couldn't sleep knowing what was being done in their name. Neither could I." The moment was surreal. No shouting, no theatrics, just raw truth. By nightfall, the video had been viewed 42 million times. Hashtag DeSantis tapes. Housing for profit. Zohran was right. The governor's office immediately claimed it was out of context, that it was selectively edited, but forensic analysts confirmed its authenticity within hours. The backlash was swift and unforgiving. Florida lawmakers from both parties demanded a full investigation. One donor publicly withdrew support. Advocacy groups launched lawsuits. Protesters camped outside the state capitol with signs that read, "Evictions paid for his power." And in the middle of it all, Zohran Mamdani. He didn't claim victory. He didn't gloat. He went back to Queens the next day and resumed meeting with constituents, walking through apartment buildings, answering questions about rent control and heating repairs. But the country saw him differently now, not as an outsider, not as a radical, but as someone who had the courage to look power in the eye and say, "You don't scare me." In one final interview, a reporter asked him what he hoped people learned from the whole ordeal. He paused, then said that it's okay to speak up, even if you stand alone at first, because truth has gravity. It pulls people in. You just have to give it time. He smiled slightly, almost to himself. And because someone, somewhere, is waiting to see if you'll blink first. He never did. And in the end, it was Ron DeSantis who blinked. A formal ethics investigation was opened. Federal auditors arrived in Tallahassee. 2 of DeSantis's aides resigned. And while the governor tried to pivot the conversation back to immigration and school reform, the public wasn't listening. They were watching Zohran Mamdani, a state assemblyman who stood up, not for fame, not for revenge, but for justice. Do you think Zohran did the right thing by going public with the footage? Comment below. Your voice matters. And if this story moved you even just a little, consider subscribing. There's more truth to uncover, and together, we can keep the spotlight where it belongs. Stephen Miller's voice cracked under pressure. "You're a disgrace," he hissed, his finger trembling as he pointed across the room. Cameras flashed, gasps echoed. And then, calmly, but with unmistakable fire in his eyes, Zohran Mamdani stood from his chair and said, "You used your time in the White House to criminalize black and brown lives. I use mine to fight for them. That's the difference." The silence that followed was louder than any shout. How did it come to this? What led a state assemblyman from Queens to confront one of Trump's closest former advisors in the heart of Manhattan, in a room full of donors, lobbyists, and media elites? And more importantly, why was the whole country watching? It all began at a policy summit held at the Metropolitan Club on Fifth Avenue, an opulent wood-paneled monument to old power. The kind of place where deals are made in whispers, where money and influence mingle over brandy and bitter contempt. The event was advertised as a bipartisan Future of America forum, but that was just branding. Everyone in the room knew it was Stephen Miller's stage. Zohran Mamdani was the outlier. He wasn't dressed in a $5,000 suit. He didn't come with a staff of strategists. He came with a folder of housing data, a second-hand blazer, and the kind of moral clarity that made people either lean in or leave the room. Miller had just finished a keynote packed with the usual fire. "Uncontrolled migration will erode our cultural fabric," he warned. "We are in a war for identity." He'd used terms like restoring order and preserving American values, coded phrases that made the hedge fund crowd nod with approval. When he wrapped up, the applause was more polite than thunderous. Then, the moderator turned to Mamdani. For a moment, Zohran sat still. Then he leaned into the mic. "Stephen Miller talks about culture as something that needs to be protected," he began, scanning the room. "But what he really means is control. What he really wants is a country where names like mine don't get a seat at this table." The room froze. The moderator's smile stiffened. "I don't come from a billionaire family. I wasn't groomed in private clubs. I represent Astoria, people who can't afford rent, who drive the buses and cook your food, and who still get blamed when the system collapses on them. People Stephen Miller spent years scapegoating to win elections." There was no polite applause this time, only stunned silence and shifting in leather chairs. Zohran's words weren't just disagreement. They were a moral indictment. and for the first time, the power in the room shifted. Just a little. Miller smirked, reached for his water, and replied, "So, your solution is what, Assemblyman? Turn America into a slum in the name of fairness? How noble of you." And then, like a blade, Zohran answered, "Your fear isn't about slums. Your fear is losing control of the narrative. That someone like me can say, 'You're not the hero of this country's story. You're the author of its fear.'" That's the moment that went viral. The clip hit Twitter within minutes, but what the public didn't see was what happened after. The negotiation rooms, the threats, the media spin, the whisper campaigns. And they certainly didn't see how deep Miller's ties ran, or how far he would go to ruin a man who dared speak the truth. But they were about to. If you believe truth deserves a seat at the table, hit that like button. And if you've ever felt silenced in a room full of power, drop a comment. Your voice matters. After the confrontation, Zohran barely had a moment to breathe before the vultures circled. The event staff, once courteous, now avoided eye contact. A man in a navy pinstripe suit whispered something into his earpiece and nodded toward Zohran with a frown. Within minutes, Zohran's invitation to the post-panel reception mysteriously vanished. "List got reshuffled," one of the aides muttered, avoiding explanation. He wasn't surprised. That night, the headlines were mixed. Right-wing outlets ran with, "Assemblyman hijacks policy forum in angry rant." Others called it, "the moment the room shifted." But what mattered most was the footage. The clip of Zohran challenging Miller had already surpassed 1 million views in under 24 hours. At his apartment in Queens, Zohran sipped weak tea, surrounded by folders filled with eviction cases and tenant complaints. His inbox buzzed non-stop. Threats, praise, invitations, and a dozen interview requests. He ignored most of them, but one email stood out. Subject: Urgent. You're being targeted. The sender was anonymous. Attached was a document, internal correspondence between a super PAC and a PR firm known for digging dirt. The plan was simple: destroy Zohran's credibility before he could gain more traction. Accusations, distortions, out-of-context footage. A whisper campaign funded by the same people who clapped for Miller. He closed the laptop. This wasn't new. It was just bigger now. 3 days later, Zohran walked into his local community board meeting, just like every month. He listened to a woman break down in tears because her landlord had shut off her heat during winter. An Uber driver recounted how his rent had jumped $400 with no notice. And then, between testimonies, someone interrupted. "Why don't you talk about your own landlord history, Zohran?" the man said, holding up a printed article. "Seems like you forgot to mention your own eviction case back in college." Zohran's face didn't change. He took the paper, glanced at it, and replied calmly, "You mean the time I refused to leave my apartment because my roommate with cerebral palsy had nowhere else to go? That eviction?" A few people clapped. Others just stared. But what mattered was that Zohran didn't flinch. By the next morning, Miller had gone on Fox News to call him an unhinged radical and a fraud. "This man thinks he can lecture me?" he barked to thunderous applause. "He's the poster child for everything wrong with far-left politics, arrogance wrapped in victimhood." It was but his hand clenched just enough for Zohran to notice. The real war had just begun. The exposé spread faster than anyone expected. By the next morning, screenshots of the folder had hit political Reddit threads, Instagram reels, even TikTok breakdowns with titles like, "Zohran just nuked Miller's reputation. Watch this." But it wasn't just the internet buzzing. The documents had names, contractors, addresses, wire transfers, the kind of receipts that forced real people in real offices to pick up their phones and panic. Stephen Miller, however, didn't blink. He knew how to fight dirty. Less than 48 hours after the leak, Zohran's parents were contacted by reporters under false pretenses. Old college acquaintances received shady freelance journalism inquiries. One local outlet ran a piece titled, "Does Assemblyman Mamdani have ties to radical international groups?" complete with blurry photos and anonymous sources. It was classic misdirection. Confuse the public, drown the facts in fog. But Zohran didn't hide. Instead, he doubled down. He returned to the Metropolitan Club, not as a guest, but as the subject of a public inquiry. A city council member, sympathetic but nervous, had organized a hearing in the very same gilded room where this battle began. The topic? Unethical real estate lobbying. It was a trap. The sponsors of the event? The same developers named in Zohran's dossier. The room buzzed with cold hostility as he entered. Journalists typed with half-interested fingers, clearly expecting a minor outburst or a carefully rehearsed speech. What they got was something else entirely. He brought the tenants. One by one, they walked in, some with oxygen tanks, others holding eviction notices like shields. A Bangladeshi grandmother who lost her lease after 27 years. A delivery driver who'd been stalked by debt collectors tied to Miller's lobbying firms. A Dominican mother whose building hadn't had hot water in 9 months. Zohran didn't speak first. They did. No one could look away. Finally, when it was his turn, Zohran stood and addressed the room, not with fury, but with clarity. "I've been called a radical, a fraud, a threat. But none of that scares me. What scares me," he said, lifting one of the eviction notices, "is how easy it is to forget that this is what policy looks like for most people." Miller, seated in the back, said nothing. But his phone buzzed constantly. Staffers exchanged looks. Something had shifted again. Later that night, a leaked email surfaced from a think tank Miller consulted for. It read, "Kill this quietly. He's turning the optics against us." And that's when it got dangerous. 2 days later, Zohran's office was vandalized. Windows shattered. A slur spray-painted across the brick. Local police called it random. His neighbors knew better. His mother begged him to lie low. His team advised him to pick his battles. But Zohran only became sharper. Because through the chaos, something had started to crack. A journalist from a center-right paper reached out anonymously, offering more documents, this time involving forged donation funnels, shadow PACs, and laundering allegations tied to some of Miller's oldest allies. Zohran listened, took notes, and cross-checked every claim with a tenant lawyer and a volunteer paralegal team he'd assembled. The noose was tightening, but not around Zohran, and as pressure mounted, the moment of reckoning loomed. Miller requested a private mediation. Behind closed doors, no press, no recordings. Zohran agreed, but only if it happened in the same room, at the same Metropolitan Club table where the story began. If you think sunlight is still the best disinfectant, tap like. And if you've ever faced down a bully and kept standing, tell your story in the comments. You're not alone. The chandeliers sparkled as if mocking the tension beneath them. At 6:02 p.m., Zohran Mamdani entered the Metropolitan Club once more. This time, not as an outsider, not as a target, but as the man everyone in the room had come to fear. He carried no notes, no lawyer, no entourage, just his posture, straight, sure, unshaken. Stephen Miller was already seated at the polished mahogany table. Flanked by 2 advisors and an attorney, he didn't rise. He didn't extend a hand. He simply nodded. The room was empty but for them. No audience, no cameras. But everything that mattered had already been seen by millions. Miller began. "You're making enemies you can't see," he said flatly. "This isn't a student protest. This is the real world. If you want to build a future in politics, you need to understand how this works." Zohran leaned back slightly. "You mean how silence buys favor and noise buys enemies?" "No, I mean that eventually your own people will turn on you if you make them too uncomfortable." That was the heart of it. Miller wasn't offering peace. He was offering a warning disguised as wisdom, but Zohran didn't come to be warned. He came to end it. "You think this is about discomfort?" he said quietly. "No. What I did was remind people that your power is built on fear, and fear only works until someone names it." Miller chuckled. "You really believe your moral crusade can change anything?" Zohran paused, then reached into his jacket and pulled out a flash drive. He slid it across the table. "This is the audit, your developers, your donation trails, your shell companies in Delaware. If I wanted to destroy you, I would have leaked this already." Miller's smirk froze. His lawyer shifted uncomfortably. "But I'm not here to destroy you," Zohran continued, "because you're not the story anymore." He stood up. "This isn't about you. It's about the tenants who had no heat, about the kids evicted during winter, about the woman who testified while you scrolled through your phone." Then he walked to the door. "You wanted a mediation. Consider this your grace period." That night, Zohran published a single post on his public page. Power never disappears. It moves. Sometimes it moves into the hands of the people who've had the least of it. Tonight, we took another step. And then, quiet. For a few days. Until it happened. Stephen Miller's PAC was subpoenaed by a New York Ethics Commission. Anonymous sources confirmed it stemmed from a citizen-initiated report supported by public evidence. The media couldn't say Zohran's name, but they didn't have to. He never gloated, never claimed victory. He kept showing up at tenant meetings, walking through bodegas, answering calls from organizers and families with broken leases. And slowly, something changed. A Republican council member publicly endorsed one of Zohran's housing initiatives. A moderate Democrat who once dismissed him as too noisy requested a meeting. A major newspaper ran the headline, "The Assemblyman Who Outplayed the Architect of Fear." Zohran didn't need to roar. His presence spoke. He'd stepped into the lion's den with nothing but truth, and walked out untouched. If you think courage still matters in politics, just hit subscribe. That's all it takes to keep stories like this from disappearing. "Mr. Bannon, I'm not afraid of your threats. Not here. Not anywhere." Zohran Mamdani's voice didn't waver. It didn't rise. It landed like a hammer. Quiet, cold, and final. The hearing room, packed with reporters and cameras, fell into a heavy silence. Steve Bannon leaned back in his chair, his smirk gone, eyes narrowing as if he'd just been hit by something he didn't expect. A man who wouldn't back down, wouldn't play the game, and certainly wouldn't stay quiet. What led to this explosion? What did Bannon say that pushed Zohran to the edge? And why did so many powerful people seem desperate to silence what came next? Let's go back, because the truth didn't start in that room. It started weeks earlier, when Zohran Mamdani received an anonymous envelope. No return address, just a single USB drive and a typed note. "They think no one will speak. You still can." Inside was something that shouldn't exist. Audio recordings from private strategy meetings between Steve Bannon and a group of lobbyists, oil executives, and media consultants. The voices were clear. The intent was even clearer. Destabilize progressive voices in Congress using a coordinated mix of misinformation, media manipulation, and legal intimidation. At first, Zohran thought it was a trap. He took it to trusted colleagues. Some begged him to ignore it. "You're making enemies you don't understand," one warned. But Zohran had never entered politics to make friends with the comfortable. He came to fight for the working class, for immigrants, for people who never had a seat at the table. The files were real. The stakes were massive. When Zohran requested a congressional ethics hearing to investigate the recordings, the backlash was immediate. Right-wing outlets labeled him a radical liar. Anonymous online accounts began posting personal photos of his family. Some members of his own party asked him to back down, quietly, of course. But Zohran refused. And then came the subpoena. Steve Bannon was called to testify under oath. He arrived like a performer, loud, smug, shaking hands with his allies in the hallway. He didn't know what was coming. During the hearing, Zohran remained composed as Bannon deflected, mocked, and rolled his eyes. But when Bannon casually said, "You think some idealistic councilman from Queens can stop a machine that's been running this country for decades?" That's when Zohran leaned forward, looked him straight in the eyes, and replied with the words that would be replayed across the country. "Mr. Bannon, I'm not afraid of your threats. Not here. Not anywhere." In that moment, the entire hearing shifted, because people weren't used to seeing someone speak to power that way and mean it. If you're still watching, take a second to like the video or leave a quick comment. It helps more than you think. Let's keep going. What happened after that moment in the hearing wasn't loud. It was quiet, calculated, and far more dangerous. Within 24 hours, 3 right-wing media outlets published exclusive investigations about Zohran Mamdani's alleged foreign ties, stories filled with vague accusations, distorted facts, and unnamed intelligence sources. None of it was real, but that didn't matter. The goal wasn't to prove anything. The goal was to smear. Behind closed doors, allies warned him, "They're going to bury you." One consultant even suggested stepping away from politics for a while. "Let things cool off, Zohran. Don't fight this head on. You'll lose." But Zohran had already seen what backing down leads to. It leads to silence, to compromise, to the same hands pulling the same strings. So he went on the offensive. He released the original audio files to the public, unedited. People could hear Steve Bannon's voice laughing as he said, "All we need is a few headlines and they'll eat each other alive." They could hear the plan to funnel money through nonprofits, fake think tanks, and influencers. They could hear how the outrage machine was engineered. The reaction? Explosive. Protests erupted. Students, activists, and journalists flooded social media, demanding investigations, not just into Bannon, but into the system that enabled him. People began connecting the dots, how disinformation wasn't just chaos, it was strategy. A business. A weapon. But Bannon wasn't finished. He launched a lawsuit against Zohran for defamation and malicious intent, claiming the recordings were illegally obtained and edited. He called Zohran a fraud, a foreign plant, a useful idiot for the radical left. And yet, every time he spoke, something shifted. People started noticing the cracks, the rehearsed anger, the exaggerated patriotism, the fear behind the bluster. Meanwhile, Zohran remained calm. He didn't attack back. He didn't shout. He stood on the steps of City Hall and said simply, "If this is what it takes to expose the truth, then so be it. I will not be intimidated into silence." Even those who had doubted him began to rally. Teachers, union leaders, taxi drivers, people who had never met him but saw in him something that felt rare, courage without ego. But with every step forward, the pressure grew, his inbox filled with threats. One morning, someone slashed the tires of his car. A week later, a brick was thrown through his district office window with a note that read, "Go back to where you came from." He never flinched. And the reason why? It wasn't just about him anymore. It was about every kid who grew up being told politics wasn't for them. Every immigrant family who feared they'd never be heard. Every person tired of seeing corruption repackaged as tradition. This story isn't over. And if it resonates with you, even a little, drop a comment. Say what you think. These voices matter more than you know. The courtroom was packed. Reporters lined the aisles. Cameras buzzed quietly. Some had flown in from across the country, not for Steve Bannon's testimony, but for Zohran Mamdani's. Because by now, This wasn't just a legal battle. It had become a national spectacle, a symbol. One man standing up against a machine that had gotten used to winning. Steve Bannon sat at the plaintiff's table with his legal team, 7 lawyers in sharp suits, whispering, flipping through binders. He looked confident, like someone who thought the outcome had already been written. But Zohran? He walked in alone. No entourage, just a single folder in his hand and that same calm expression that had started to unsettle people who underestimated him. The judge called the court to order. The case, Bannon v. Mamdani. The accusation, defamation, intentional harm, reputational damage. The real issue, who controls the truth? Bannon's team opened strong. They argued the recordings were manipulated, presented out of context. They painted Zohran as an activist masquerading as a lawmaker, someone willing to destroy reputations to chase headlines. Their tone was theatrical, polished, almost convincing, until Zohran took the stand. No shouting, no grandstanding. He simply began, "I didn't release those recordings for attention. I released them because people deserve to know who's pulling the strings behind their suffering." Then he pulled out his phone. With the court's permission, he played a new clip, one not yet heard by the public. In it, Bannon's voice could be heard clearly. "Let them blame each other, immigrants, progressives, minorities. The real power stays hidden when everyone's too busy fighting shadows." The courtroom froze. Even Bannon's lawyers looked uneasy. And when cross-examined, Zohran didn't back down once. He answered every question with clarity, every accusation with facts. And when Bannon's team tried to discredit him, pointing to his immigrant background and community activism, it backfired. Because people watching weren't seeing a villain. They were seeing someone who looked like them, spoke for them. Public opinion shifted rapidly. Within days, national headlines read, "The trial that shook Bannon's empire." Social media turned into a storm of support. Even former skeptics, elected officials, commentators, began saying the quiet part out loud. Zohran had exposed something bigger than anyone expected. But as momentum grew, so did the danger. One night, Zohran received a call from someone who identified themselves only as a friend of a friend. They warned, "They're going to throw everything at you. Financial audits, surveillance, maybe even worse. Be careful." He didn't sleep much after that, but he also didn't stop, because something powerful had started happening. Ordinary people, single mothers, factory workers, college students, began sending letters, videos, messages. "I finally feel like someone in that room actually sees us. Thank you for not giving up." If this moment made you feel something, hit that like button or share your thoughts in the comments. We need more voices that break through the noise. The morning of the verdict, the city felt different. It wasn't just the media trucks lining the block or the armed security stationed outside the courthouse. It was the quiet sense that something larger than a legal decision was about to take place. For weeks, the country had been holding its breath, waiting to see if truth could actually win against power. Inside the courtroom, Zohran sat still. He hadn't brought family. He didn't want them near the chaos. He came alone, just like he had on day one. But this time, something was different. The courtroom wasn't filled with skeptics or doubters. It was filled with people who had seen him weather every storm and never once flinch. Steve Bannon sat across from him, arms folded, eyes cold. He still looked like a man who believed the system would bend for him. And maybe, for most of his life, it had. But not this time. The judge entered, a stack of documents in hand. As the clerk read the verdict, the room tensed. "The court finds in favor of the defendant, Mr. Zohran Mamdani." A moment of silence, and then a wave of emotion. Zohran closed his eyes. He didn't smile. He just breathed. The court had ruled that the audio was authentic, the public interest undeniable. The case was dismissed, and with it, so was Bannon's last attempt to silence him. But that wasn't the end. Because what happened next wasn't orchestrated by a PR team. It didn't involve consultants or spin doctors. It came from the people. That same afternoon, thousands gathered outside Mamdani's district office in Queens, not to protest, but to thank him, to stand beside him, to say, "We see you. We believe in what you're doing. Don't stop." Zohran stepped outside to speak, not from a podium, but from the sidewalk. No teleprompter, no prepared speech. Just a handheld mic and a voice that never needed a stage to matter. "This fight was never about me," he said. "It was about reminding those in power that we are not afraid, that truth still matters, that our voices are louder than their lies when we speak together." The crowd erupted, not just in applause but in something deeper: relief, recognition, hope. And in the weeks that followed, something incredible happened. Campaign donations for progressive candidates surged. Independent media outlets shared Zohran's story across continents. Activists, once burned out, returned to the streets. And Congress, finally, opened formal investigations into the lobbying network exposed by the recordings. Steve Bannon? He faded into the background. His empire, built on fear and division, had cracked. And while he still had followers, he no longer had control over the narrative. Because Zohran had changed it. Not by yelling, not by compromising, but by standing firm in a room full of people who counted on him to fold, and refusing to do so. So if this story moved you, if it made you think, even for a second, consider subscribing, or leave a comment. Let others know that integrity still has a place in politics. Sometimes, all it takes is one person refusing to sit down. And when that person stands, they don't stand alone for long. Mr. Massey, are you saying you'd rather uphold a spreadsheet than a child's right to eat? The room went silent. For a split second, even the cameras seemed to stop whirring. All eyes were locked on Thomas Massey's face, rigid, blinking, caught off guard. The air in the hearing room had changed. Not a whisper, not a cough. Just tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Zohran Mamdani didn't flinch. His voice had been calm, but carried an anger that wasn't loud. It was surgical, targeted, and you could feel the tremor ripple across the political landscape. This wasn't just another hearing on Capitol Hill. This was a reckoning. But how did it get to this point? How did a quiet budget session explode into one of the most talked about confrontations of the year? Why was Thomas Massey, a seasoned congressman, so visibly shaken by a man many in Washington had dismissed as just a New York City assemblyman? And what made Zohran Mamdani's words go viral, making headlines across the country and dominating the late-night monologues? Let's rewind. 3 weeks before the infamous exchange, the House Appropriations Subcommittee had gathered to discuss food assistance programs. It was routine on the surface, but beneath the surface, it was a battlefield. A new proposal had been introduced, quietly slipped into the folds of a broader spending bill, that would strip funding from community-run school meal programs and reallocate the money to private agribusiness subsidies. Thomas Massey had backed the proposal with the kind of technocratic detachment only a career politician can master. "It's a numbers game," he said in a closed-door press conference. "We can't save everyone." Zohran Mamdani had read that quote at 3 a.m., bleary-eyed in his Queens apartment, and something snapped. He knew hunger, not as a concept, but as a reality. His own childhood had flirted with eviction notices and empty pantries. He had knocked on thousands of doors across New York. He'd seen kids eat chips for dinner and drink soda for breakfast. And now someone in Congress was trying to mathematically justify that? So he showed up. Even though he wasn't a voting member of the committee, Mamdani had secured a special 5-minute address through procedural maneuvering. He had planned a speech. But when he stood before that microphone, stared down the aisle at Massey, who was smugly scrolling on his phone, he tossed the script. And then he said it. "Mr. Massey, are you saying you'd rather uphold a spreadsheet than a child's right to eat?" It wasn't theater. It was fury wrapped in restraint. What came next would shock even Mamdani himself. Massey scoffed. "The real question is, do you understand how the economy works?" The crowd behind Mamdani murmured. He tilted his head slightly. "No, Congressman. The real question is whether you understand how hunger feels." Boom! That clip, just 11 seconds, racked up 28 million views in under 24 hours. The internet did what it does best. It took sides. It drew lines. It made memes. And it forced a new debate into the public eye. But that moment wasn't the end. It was just the start of a political brawl that would escalate into leaked emails, midnight interviews, and a final twist nobody saw coming. If you're still with us, this story is just heating up. What would you have said if you were in Mamdani's shoes? Comment below. And if you're ready to see how deep this rabbit hole goes, don't forget to subscribe so you won't miss the next chapter. The morning after the clip went viral, Mamdani didn't celebrate. There were no high fives, no press junkets. He walked to his office in Queens, as usual, coffee in hand, head slightly down, not out of shame, but clarity, because he knew what was coming. By noon, the backlash had already begun. Massey's team called it a cheap stunt. Conservative pundits labeled him a radical with no respect for legislative decorum. And on Twitter, bots and trolls flooded his mentions with vitriol, calling him everything from a communist to a clown. But Zohran didn't flinch, because what they didn't expect him to do was fight back with more than words. While Congress debated numbers, Mamdani dug into records, real records, financial ones. He wanted to know why the meal program was being gutted while agribusiness subsidies were increasing by 13%. What he found was disturbing. Several of the companies set to receive those increased subsidies had direct connections to Massey's donors. One in particular, Cumberland Harvest Inc., had contributed nearly $50,000 to a PAC aligned with Massey's campaign in the past 2 years. The timing? Uncomfortably close to when the proposal was drafted. He brought the receipts. 3 days later, during a follow-up committee hearing, Mamdani didn't just speak. He laid it all out, piece by piece. A paper trail, a timeline, names, numbers, and a question that stopped the room cold. "Congressman Massey, when you voted to slash school meals, did you disclose your financial ties to the companies that stood to benefit?" Massey, this time, didn't scoff. He turned red. And that's when it began to unravel. A junior staffer from Massey's team accidentally leaked internal communications showing that the congressman's office had received early drafts of the agribusiness proposal from lobbyists, weeks before the official submission. One email read, verbatim, "Make sure we include language that can shift PR away from the meal cuts, maybe efficiency or cost optimization. Massey won't push back." The media smelled blood. CNN ran a segment titled, "From Spreadsheet to Scandal, the Congressman Who Tried to Starve the Truth." Late-night hosts like Colbert and Myers turned it into a comedy bit. Even some Republican colleagues began to distance themselves. But Zohran Mamdani didn't bask in the chaos. Instead, he went local. He visited schools in Kentucky, Massey's home state, and posted videos talking to cafeteria workers, students, and single moms, not to score points, but to show the human cost of political decisions. In one particularly emotional clip, a mother tearfully said, "I don't care who's in what party. I care if my son eats lunch." That clip, too, went viral. Mamdani's message was cutting through not just to the left, but to people who usually tuned out politics. Because this wasn't about red or blue anymore. It was about dignity. Still, Massey wasn't going to fall quietly. He went on Fox News to defend himself, claiming the scandal was a coordinated smear campaign by socialist activists. Zohran's response? A calm tweet. "I'm not trying to smear you, Congressman. I'm trying to feed kids. That's the difference between us." Mic. Drop. But what came next would take things to another level, because Mamdani had just received a sealed envelope from a whistleblower on Capitol Hill. What was inside would not only prove Massey's intent, but shake the ethics committee to its core. And hey, if this story has you thinking deeper about politics and power, hit that like button and drop a comment. Let's talk about it. Zohran Mamdani sat at his desk long after sunset, the Capitol lights casting long shadows across his papers. The envelope was plain, no return address, no markings, just his name in careful block letters. He opened it slowly. Inside, a single USB drive. No note, no explanation. And yet, he knew. He plugged it into his laptop. There were 4 documents, all internal communications between Thomas Massey's office and representatives from 2 major agribusiness firms. One file stood out, labeled Strategy Memo, School Lunch Cuts. What Mamdani read made his stomach turn. It was a detailed plan outlining how to frame the defunding of school meal programs in rural districts. The language was cold, clinical. Terms like emotional dilution, anticipated outrage curve, and acceptable collateral were used to describe children, actual children, as statistics to be massaged in the public eye. One line burned into his mind. If questioned directly, pivot to parental responsibility or suggest local fundraising as alternatives. Avoid language that implies obligation. This wasn't policy. This was theater. And it was calculated. Worse, Massey's signature was at the bottom of one of the drafts. He had not only seen this strategy, he had approved it. Mamdani's hands shook, not from fear, but from clarity. He now held undeniable evidence that a sitting congressman had colluded with corporate donors to frame a moral issue as a budgetary inconvenience. He could have gone to the press. But he didn't. Instead, he did something bolder, riskier. He requested a live session before the House Ethics Committee, on record, on camera. Word spread quickly. The chamber filled to capacity. Every major news outlet had a crew present. Social media was counting down like it was a championship game. And when the session opened, Zohran Mamdani didn't hold anything back. He laid out the strategy memo. He read each line aloud. His voice didn't tremble. It sharpened. The cameras caught gasps. Even hardened lawmakers looked stunned. This wasn't politics as usual. This was something else. Then he said, "I stand here not as a Democrat, not as a New Yorker, but as someone who believes a child's hunger should never be spreadsheeted away. If this body has any moral compass left, it will act." Massey responded the only way he knew how, with indifference. He claimed the documents were out of context. The strategy memo was drafted without his knowledge. And the signature? Probably a stamp from an intern. But the room didn't buy it. Because as Zohran spoke, more voices came forward. Anonymous staffers, former aides. One by one, they corroborated the story. It wasn't just one envelope. It was a flood. By the end of the week, the House Ethics Committee launched a formal inquiry, and suddenly, Massey wasn't on a fence anymore. He was cornered. Still, Zohran Mamdani wasn't done. He returned to Queens and hosted a town hall, not to celebrate, but to listen. He stood in a circle of folding chairs, surrounded by teachers, parents, and students. One student, maybe 12 years old, raised his hand. "Are you going to stop him?" Zohran knelt to his level. I'm going to try, but I need people like you to remind me why I started. The boy nodded. Then I got your back. If that doesn't deserve a like or a share, I don't know what does. Seriously, if this story's moved you, let us know in the comments. But we're not done yet. Because what happened in the final hearing, what Mamdani did in that last moment, would change not just his career, but the conversation about hunger in America forever. The hearing room was packed wall to wall. Reporters, aides, even off-duty members of Congress leaned against the wooden paneling, whispering predictions. Everyone could feel it. Something big was about to happen. It was the final day of testimony before the House Ethics Committee, the culmination of weeks of pressure, investigations, and damning evidence. And Thomas Massie, once untouchable, unflappable, sat tight-lipped, surrounded by lawyers. Across from him, Zohran Mamdani took his seat. There was no script. There never had been. He began softly. When I was 8 years old, my mother told me to drink more water before bed because we didn't have enough food to fill our stomachs. That's how we got through the night. Not with meals, but with tricks. Tricks no child should ever need to learn. You could hear the hum of the air conditioning. So when I saw Congressman Massie treat hunger like a line item to be eliminated, I didn't see a policy. I saw every hungry child I've ever met, and I couldn't stay silent. The chair of the committee nodded solemnly. Representative Mamdani, please proceed with your final submission. That's when Zohran reached into his folder and pulled out something no one expected. A single, handwritten letter. I wasn't going to share this, he said, but this is the only testimony that really matters. He read it aloud. It was from a 5th grader in Kentucky. Her name was Lacey. Dear Mr. Mamdani, I saw you on the news. I go to one of the schools they want to take food away from. My little brother eats breakfast there and lunch. If they stop that, we don't eat till nighttime. My mom tries really hard. Please don't let them take our food. Silence. Raw. Utter. Silence. Zohran folded the letter gently and looked straight at Massie. This is what you called acceptable collateral. A little girl, a hungry brother, a tired mother, and a government that sees them as burdens instead of lives. Massie said nothing, because what could he say? The vote to censure came the next day. It passed with bipartisan support, an overwhelming majority. Massie was removed from the Budget Committee indefinitely and placed under formal investigation for ethical misconduct and undisclosed financial entanglements. It was one of the biggest political falls in recent memory. But Mamdani didn't hold a press conference. He didn't post a victory reel on social media. Instead, he walked out of the Capitol and quietly called Lacey's school. He asked to speak with the principal and said one sentence: "Whatever it takes, your lunch program is safe. We'll make sure of it." That moment didn't go viral. There were no cameras, just the sound of a promise kept. Weeks later, Mamdani introduced the Children's Dignity Act, a sweeping bill that would protect school meal programs nationwide from budget reallocation. It gained traction quickly, co-sponsored by Democrats and even a few Republicans who had watched the hearings with shame. It wasn't just a policy. It was a shift in the conversation. He turned a scandal into a cause, a confrontation into a coalition, and a spreadsheet into a story the nation couldn't ignore. Sometimes politics changes people, but sometimes people change politics. And that's exactly what Zohran Mamdani did. If this story meant something to you, don't just scroll away. Like the video, leave a comment, and hit subscribe. Not because of the algorithm, but because stories like this deserve to be heard. You are a disgrace to journalism, Zohran Mamdani said, voice steady, eyes locked on Tucker Carlson across the packed studio. For a moment, no one moved. Even the cameras seemed frozen. Then, silence broke into gasps. Carlson, the media giant known for twisting every conversation into a performance, blinked. Just once. He didn't smile. He didn't speak. And for the first time in his career, he looked cornered. But what did Zohran say that left millions speechless? Why did this confrontation ignite headlines worldwide? And how did a quiet state assemblyman end up becoming the unexpected voice of a national reckoning? Let's rewind. It all started when Zohran Mamdani, a democratic socialist from Queens, was invited to Tucker Carlson's show for what was framed as a civil conversation about immigration. The team assured him it would be respectful, balanced. But when Zohran walked onto that set, something felt off. Carlson smiled too much. The producers looked nervous. And the questions? They were loaded like traps, baited with racism, wrapped in sarcasm. For the first 15 minutes, Zohran played along, calm, articulate. He challenged Carlson's false claims with data. He spoke about housing, jobs, the truth behind immigrant labor. But Tucker wasn't listening. He was waiting to pounce. And then, mid-sentence, Carlson interrupted him with one question that would become the match that lit a fire across the country. So tell me, Zohran, how many terrorists have you personally invited into this country? The room went cold. There was a pause. Not for lack of words, but because what Zohran said next would echo across every major network, every social feed, every corner of the political internet. I was invited here for a conversation, not a circus, he said. But if you want a show, fine. Let's talk about real threats, not the immigrants working 2 jobs to survive, but the billionaires funding your platform to keep people angry and distracted. You could hear a pin drop. Then, applause. Not from the crew, but from a few guests seated behind the cameras, people who hadn't clapped once all night. Carlson tried to laugh it off, but it didn't land. Zohran had flipped the script. He didn't come to defend himself. He came to put the system on trial. And the internet? It exploded. Clips of the moment went viral before the episode even aired. Politicians tweeted. Celebrities reposted. Students across the country shared it with captions like, "Finally, someone said it." But what happened after the cameras cut? Was it just a viral moment or the start of something deeper? Before we get there, take a second to drop a comment. Do you think politicians should appear on shows like Tucker's? And if you're into stories that challenge power and celebrate courage, you know what to do. Hit that subscribe button. Now, let's keep going. Because things were only just beginning to unravel. The moment the studio lights dimmed, a quiet tension filled the room. Tucker Carlson stood up slowly, brushing off his jacket like nothing had happened. But his eyes, they weren't smiling anymore. Zohran didn't flinch. He thanked the crew politely, shook a few hesitant hands, and walked out without saying another word. He knew what he'd done, and he knew the cost. Within hours, the right-wing machine kicked into high gear. Edited clips flooded the internet, cutting Zohran mid-sentence, twisting his words. Headlines screamed, "Zohran defends terrorists," "Radical assemblyman attacks free press," and worse. But there was a problem. The full clip was already out, and millions had seen the truth. It wasn't just a viral moment anymore, it was a cultural fracture. That night, Zohran's phone buzzed nonstop. Journalists called. Organizers from around the country messaged their support. Even a few former opponents texted quietly, "You did good. Proud of you." But the attacks kept coming. Tucker's team released a statement calling the interview a setup, accusing Zohran of disrespecting the platform and endangering civil discourse. It was a calculated spin. But Zohran? He wasn't playing that game. The next morning, he held a press conference, not at a polished podium, but on a corner in Queens, surrounded by neighbors, cab drivers, teachers, shop owners, real people. "This wasn't just about me," he said. It was about every time someone's voice has been twisted or erased, about the lies we're fed every day. If that makes me dangerous, then maybe we should all be a little more dangerous. And with that, something shifted. Fast. Progressive leaders began speaking out. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted, "Zohran didn't lose control, he took it back." Cornel West called it a rare moment of moral clarity. Even some moderate voices admitted, quietly, that Zohran had revealed a truth long ignored. That media manipulation isn't just about ratings, it's about power. But while the left was energized, the right was furious. Conservative PACs started pouring money into negative ads. Some called for Zohran's resignation. Others pushed for a formal censure in the New York Assembly, claiming he had violated norms of political conduct. Tucker himself aired a special episode titled "The Radical Threat Within," painting Zohran as the symbol of everything wrong with America. And then came the leak. A producer from Tucker's own team anonymously sent an email to several independent journalists. Attached were internal memos, emails, and notes, all showing that the interview with Zohran had been carefully orchestrated from the start. The goal? To bait him, to break him, to create a spectacle. Instead, Zohran had turned their trap into a mirror. And now, that mirror was cracking wide open. As the documents spread online, the narrative changed again. People started asking, if Tucker's show planned this, how many others have been set up? How much of what we watch is even real? And in the middle of it all, Zohran remained calm, focused, unapologetic. Want more people to hear the truth? Share this video. And if you've ever felt like one voice can't make a difference, this story might just change your mind. 3 days after the leak, the New York State Assembly chamber was standing room only. Not for a budget vote, not for a new bill, but for one man. Zohran Mamdani sat at his desk, calm as ever, surrounded by whispers, stares, and camera lenses. Outside, the crowd stretched around the building, supporters holding signs that read, "Truth Matters," "Stop Media Manipulation," and "Zohran spoke for us." Inside, a motion was on the table, a formal censure. The accusation? Unprofessional conduct and disrespect toward national media. It was laughable. Except it wasn't, because this wasn't just about protocol. It was about power. Punishing Zohran wasn't about his words. It was about the threat they posed. The speaker called order. A conservative assemblyman stood to deliver the first speech, filled with dramatic pauses and fake outrage. "Mr. Mamdani embarrassed this institution," he said. "He embarrassed New York. His attack on a respected journalist was disgraceful, and if we do not hold him accountable, we set a dangerous precedent." Some heads nodded. Others rolled their eyes. Zohran didn't rise to respond immediately. He waited, measured. Then, finally, as the silence stretched, he stood. No notes, no teleprompter, just truth. "You want to censure me for telling the truth? Fine. But first, let's talk about what you're really protecting." He paused. "You're not protecting journalistic integrity. You're protecting a man who's made millions spreading hate. You're protecting the illusion of civility while ignoring the violence of propaganda. You think this chamber should be a safe space, not for truth, but for lies wrapped in flags." There was a murmur, then applause. Then the gavel slammed down. "Order!" the speaker shouted. But it was too late. The moment had cracked the room wide open. One by one, other members began standing. A Latina legislator from the Bronx spoke next. "I may not agree with everything Zohran says," she began, "but I know when someone's being punished for speaking out, and I didn't get elected to sit quiet while that happens." Then another, and another. What was meant to be a quiet disciplinary vote turned into a public reckoning. By the time the roll call began, it was clear. The censure wouldn't pass. And Zohran? He just sat there. Not smug, not gloating, just grounded. Like someone who didn't come to win, but came not to lose himself. That night, a clip from the chamber went viral. A black high school teacher in Albany had shown the entire speech to her class. One student raised her hand and asked, "Why aren't more people like him in government?" It was more than a compliment. It was a warning to the establishment. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson remained quiet. No tweets, no rebuttal. Behind the scenes, his show's ratings were dipping. The leaked memos had triggered investigations. Sponsors were pulling ads, and whispers began spreading. Maybe, just maybe, the King of Spin had finally overplayed his hand. But this wasn't over. Because what came next wasn't about TV ratings. It was about legacy. If you're watching this and feel like the tides are finally turning, let us know in the comments. And hey, if you're still here, you're the kind of person we want around. Subscribe so you don't miss how this ends. A week had passed since the assembly floor showdown, but the dust hadn't settled. In fact, something bigger was brewing. A town hall meeting in Queens, hastily arranged, no flashy stage, just folding chairs under fluorescent lights, was packed wall to wall. Teenagers with notebooks, grandmothers in hijabs, union workers with calloused hands. Not one of them came for a photo op. They came because something about what Zohran Mamdani had done felt personal. He walked in quietly. No entourage, no press handler. Just Zohran, in a worn-out sweater, sleeves rolled to the elbows. He didn't speak from a podium. He stood among them. "I didn't plan any of this," he said, voice calm. "But I'm not sorry. Because what we're living through isn't just political, it's psychological. It's what happens when people in power try to convince you that truth is rudeness and silence is respect." A man in the back shouted, "You gave us a voice!" Another, younger, said, "You made him look human." And that was scarier than yelling. That was it, wasn't it? Zohran hadn't destroyed Tucker Carlson. He had unmasked him. He didn't match hate with hate. He held up a mirror. And for once, the camera didn't blink. But then came the email, an invitation, from Tucker Carlson himself, to return for a second interview. Prime time, no interruptions. Just a final conversation. Zohran's team was split. Some said ignore it. Others said take it and finish the job. But Zohran didn't hesitate. "If we're serious about changing the narrative," he told them, "we don't run from it. We walk straight through." The second interview aired live. This time the set was quieter. Carlson opened with a smug grin, but it faltered fast. "Back for round 2, he said. "Still think I'm the real threat?" Zohran leaned forward. "I think fear is the real threat, and people like you sell it by the barrel." Carlson smirked. "But you're still here, on this show." "And that's the difference," Zohran replied. "I came to speak, not to perform." From there, Zohran dismantled the usual talking points one by one, not with anger, not with theatrics, but with patience, clarity, and calm fire. Viewers saw something they rarely did on primetime news. A guest who didn't chase the viral clip, but dared to be boring, if boring meant being honest. By the end, Carlson was visibly unsettled, not because he was shouted down, but because he couldn't control the story anymore. The next morning, headlines read, "Zohran returns and rewrites the rules." Carlson cornered again. But the most viral post came from a teenager on TikTok who wrote, "He made politics feel human again." A week later, a poll showed Zohran Mamdani as the most trusted politician in New York among voters under 30. That wasn't about ideology. It was about authenticity. And the impact didn't stop there. A new coalition of state lawmakers introduced the Media Accountability and Transparency Act, aimed at protecting guests from manipulated interviews and misleading edits. It was never supposed to happen. But now, it had bipartisan support. Back in Queens, Zohran went back to knocking on doors. No grand announcement, no ego, just doing the job he'd always done. But when a young girl asked him, "Are you famous now?" he smiled and said, "Only if people remember why we started this." Because in the end, Zohran didn't just survive a scandal. He reshaped the conversation. He proved that power, when met with principle, can be disarmed. That dignity, spoken calmly, can roar louder than any headline. If this story moved you even a little, leave a comment. Let us know your thoughts. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe. Not for us. For stories like this that deserve to be heard. Because sometimes the quietest voice in the room is the one that changes everything. You think your money gives you the right to silence us? The words echoed across the chamber like a slap. Zohran Mamdani stood at the center of the storm, eyes locked on Vivek Ramaswamy, whose forced smile was starting to crack. Cameras flashed. The room buzzed. What had begun as a routine budget hearing had just erupted into a national scandal, one that would uncover far more than political disagreements. What pushed Zohran to confront one of the most powerful tech billionaires turned political influencer in the country? What secrets were buried beneath Vivek's sleek words and polished image? And why, when the dust settled, would millions rally behind Zohran as a voice of truth? Let's rewind just a few days earlier, to when all of this began. It started with a memo. A single, seemingly routine document circulated within the New York State Assembly, a private proposal backed by Vivek Ramaswamy's foundation to partner with state public schools. The offer? Full funding for merit-based curriculum reform, with a heavy emphasis on privatization, standardized testing, and ideological neutrality. But Zohran Mamdani saw something else. Buried in the language was a clause that would allow third-party entities, corporate entities, to review and approve school textbooks. No public oversight, no teacher input, no parental say, just a handful of advisors appointed by Ramaswamy's team. Zohran called it what it was, a quiet coup. And he wasn't alone. The proposal moved quickly, pushed forward with alarming speed. Several lawmakers, mostly on the right, applauded the initiative as a modern solution. But Zohran had questions. He requested a public hearing. He asked for transparency. Instead, he was met with closed doors, vague responses, and ultimately, a canceled committee meeting. That's when he took to the floor. In a 10-minute speech that would go viral overnight, Zohran exposed the backdoor negotiations. He read the full text of the proposal aloud, stopping at every carefully worded phrase and decoding it for the public. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. His calm, relentless tone said it all. This is not education reform. This is ideological occupation. The backlash was instant. Cable news networks scrambled for airtime. Conservative pundits accused him of spreading conspiracy theories. Vivek himself released a video calling Zohran a Marxist puppet and warning voters that the future of innovation is at stake. But the more they attacked, the more people began to listen. Zohran wasn't backing down, and as more documents leaked, emails, policy drafts, donor lists, the public saw it too. This wasn't just about textbooks. This was about power. What happened next would send shockwaves across the country. Zohran didn't sleep the night those emails were leaked. It was 3:17 a.m. when his phone buzzed. An anonymous source had sent a zip file. No message, no signature, just a subject line. Follow the foundation. Inside were dozens of internal communications between Vivek Ramaswamy's team and several sitting state legislators. The content? Explicit directives about framing the education reform bill as a public-private breakthrough, while ensuring the real decision-making power would be concentrated in Ramaswamy's advisory board, a board made up of hedge fund executives, real estate magnates, and former political operatives. "This isn't innovation," Zohran muttered, staring at the screen. "It's colonization." By noon the next day, he had forwarded everything to journalists, teachers' unions, and fellow lawmakers. By evening, it was front-page news. Still, Vivek didn't blink. He doubled down. In a press conference outside his Manhattan high-rise, he smirked for the cameras and claimed the emails were cherry-picked, accusing Zohran of weaponizing disinformation in the name of class warfare. But Zohran had more. Among the files was one particular message, dated 6 months prior, where Vivek's head of strategy openly discussed removing social studies materials that referenced labor movements and civil rights activism. "We need a curriculum that rewards performance, not victimhood," the email read. That one sentence ignited a fire. Teachers spoke out. Students organized walkouts. Parents stormed town hall meetings holding up signs. "Our kids are not for sale." What had started as one legislator's protest had become a movement, a loud, angry, beautifully diverse chorus of voices demanding answers. And yet, behind the scenes, the pressure on Zohran was growing unbearable. He received threats, real ones. His office phone rang day and night with hate-filled voicemails. Online trolls flooded his social media accounts. "We know where you live," one message said. Another warned, "Drop this or we'll ruin you." But Zohran kept going. "I didn't come into politics to win friends," he said in a live stream that drew over 2 million views. "I came to protect the truth. If that makes me a target, so be it." Then came the subpoena. A pro-Ramaswamy law firm filed an ethics complaint against Zohran, accusing him of misusing state resources for political agitation. Vivek, now portraying himself as the victim, told national media that Zohran was radicalizing public discourse and threatening civil cooperation. It looked for a moment like the tide might turn. And then, the video leaked. A shaky cell phone recording, taken inside a private fundraising dinner just 2 weeks prior, showed Vivek Ramaswamy speaking candidly to wealthy donors. "Look," he said, glass of wine in hand, "we don't need to ask permission anymore. We're the ones writing the future. These activists? They're distractions. We buy out the boardrooms. They'll fall in line." The room laughed. Someone toasted. Another replied, "To the new empire." The video hit social media like lightning. Zohran reposted it with a single caption, "This is what they think of you." And suddenly, the narrative flipped. Zohran wasn't just a whistleblower anymore. He was the one person willing to stand between unchecked power and public accountability. But would it be enough? 3 hours after the video leaked, Zohran Mamdani's office was shut down. No warning, no explanation, just a sealed notice from the Speaker's Committee claiming ongoing investigations. Security escorted his staff out. Phones went dark. Emails bounced. It was as if the system itself had decided to erase him. But Zohran didn't panic. He set up shop at a borrowed co-working space in Queens. A folding table, a second-hand laptop, and a phone that wouldn't stop ringing. Volunteers showed up. Students, teachers, bus drivers, parents. They brought coffee, made copies, posted flyers, coded websites. What was supposed to be a temporary reaction had become a movement headquarters. Outside, the streets were shifting. Protests sprang up across the state. Not for sale banners draped city halls. In Brooklyn, 1,000 high school students staged a silent sit-in, holding photos of Zohran with tape over their mouths. In Rochester, parents locked arms around a school board building and refused to leave until officials answered one question: who's really in charge of our children's future? And through it all, Zohran kept speaking. He gave interviews, town hall talks, live stream updates. Every night, his face appeared on more screens. Not because he shouted the loudest, but because he never wavered. Meanwhile, Vivek Ramaswamy's team launched a full-blown PR counteroffensive. They framed the movement as populist hysteria. Conservative anchors painted Zohran as a dangerous extremist, undermining free enterprise. Ads rolled out showing crumbling school buildings and claiming, "This is the future Zohran wants." But no amount of spin could stop the truth from spreading, because now people had started digging into Vivek's foundation, and what they found shocked even the skeptics. The advisory board wasn't just planning textbook reform. They'd already bought stakes in multiple ED tech companies poised to profit from privatized public school testing systems. The entire proposal was a setup, a carefully choreographed funnel from public funds to private gain. And at the heart of it all, one voice refusing to be silenced. Then came the hearing. Under immense public pressure, the Assembly Ethics Committee agreed to let Zohran testify, not just defend himself, but present the full case with evidence. The night before, Zohran stood at a kitchen table in his mother's apartment, papers scattered, his voice hoarse from rehearsing. He looked up and said quietly, "If I mess this up, they win." His mother didn't flinch. "Then don't." And he didn't. The hearing room was packed. Outside, hundreds waited in the rain, watching the live stream from their phones. Inside, Zohran stood alone at the podium. No aides, no script. Just a binder and a quiet fire in his voice. He spoke for 90 minutes. He laid out the timeline, the documents, the leaked emails, the video, the money trail. He quoted teachers. He quoted students. He didn't insult. He didn't shout. He simply told the truth, clearly, calmly, and without compromise. When he finished, the room was silent. Then came the applause. Even lawmakers who had once dismissed him sat stunned. Some nodded. One openly wiped away a tear. What had started as a lone battle now felt like a turning point. But it wasn't over yet, because the committee still had to decide. Would they clear him or end his political future? The committee room went quiet. For nearly 2 hours after Zohran Mamdani's testimony, the Assembly Ethics Panel deliberated behind closed doors. No phones, no cameras. Outside, the crowd that had gathered was silent too. Hundreds of people standing shoulder to shoulder in the rain, holding signs, some crying, others praying. For many, this wasn't just about one man. It was about whether truth still had a place in public power. Then the door opened. The chair stepped up to the podium, eyes red, voice level. After careful review of all presented materials, Assembly Member Zohran Mamdani is cleared of all charges. No violations found. A beat. And then, an eruption. Cheers thundered through the corridors. People wept. Reporters scrambled. Teachers embraced. Students jumped into each other's arms. For a moment, politics didn't feel like performance. It felt like people reclaiming their voice. Zohran didn't celebrate. He stepped outside, lifted a hand to quiet the crowd, and said simply, "We are not done. This is not just my victory. This is yours. And it's only the beginning." Over the next week, the ripple became a wave. The Ramaswamy-backed education bill was withdrawn, completely. Lawmakers who had once supported it reversed course. Several called for an investigation into private foundations influencing public policy. One even resigned. Vivek, for his part, retreated from the spotlight. His team issued a vague statement about re-evaluating strategies. His foundation's website went dark. He refused interviews. But Zohran's movement didn't fade. It grew. Grassroots education councils formed in cities across the country. Teachers, parents, and students began rewriting curriculum guidelines from the ground up, collaboratively, transparently, and locally. State assemblies in California, Illinois, and Oregon introduced new legislation modeled after Zohran's defense efforts: public input, open access, no corporate intermediaries. And Zohran? He stayed where he always was, with the people. No book deal, no speaking tour, no flashy promotion. He returned to the assembly floor the following Monday with the same worn briefcase, the same coffee-stained binder, and the same relentless focus. A reporter caught him in the hallway and asked, "How does it feel to be the hero in all this?" He paused. "I'm not the hero," he said. "The hero is every student who spoke up, every teacher who refused to be bought, every parent who stood in the rain. I just refused to sit down." And maybe that's what made him different. Not the drama, not the headlines, but the clarity, the refusal to be intimidated, the unshakable belief that public service means serving the public, not negotiating with power. In a time when cynicism feels like the default, Zohran Mamdani reminded us what conviction looks like. Not polished, not perfect, but real. And if that inspired you, if it lit even a small fire inside you, maybe this story isn't over. Maybe it's your turn next. So ask yourself, what would you stand up for? If this story moved you, take a second to like, subscribe, or drop your thoughts in the comments. Your voice matters, and we read every word. Thank you for watching.